pushing in. He's trying to turn this around. He knows his time is running out. He knows he's about to be eliminated if he doesn't make a play right here, right now. But the Cocoon just gets chopped through. Smite goes down! And so does Flappers. A cross kill. Cassidy's in trouble. He's in bear form. He's pulling back.
Big Mix is in trouble though, full cheap on the board.
But the silence into the cheap shot, and they knock him down. Gators back are absolutely back, proving everyone wrong.
He gets blink counterspelled by Calvin. Come on, match point, I cannot believe it. Calvin blinks in. Everybody dogpiling on top of WizK, landing those lockouts, and he's completely shut down. Pen and paper, the dark horse of the tournament. They said they were going to do their best. Drill's in trouble. Stun no trinket. Cedar, the smoke bomb. Is he in the bomb with him? He has to cancel it. He's dead anyway.
Oh my God.
And that's the dogs do it. 3-0.
This is True Shot Aura, however. They got to be careful. Trill is so
He has to fake
far
counterspell.
back.
He has to fake counterspell. He can't. He's just dead. He gets counterspell and Gators back. Close it out. Freezing trap again. He triggers it into a fear. Face the fear. He still gets feared.
Hello everyone, welcome to weekend number 2 of the AWC for the first season of Midnight. My name is Aya. I'm here with Subatiz, Venruki, and Zico. We've got a special surprise coming later. Also, we've got another caster joining us. But let's get into it. Let's talk about the season that these players are going to be going through. Of course, the road to BlizzCon has already started. It's Cup number 2. These players are running out of time. The top 2 teams from EU and NA will automatically qualify to BlizzCon. Third place from EU and NA finals play in the cross-region playoff that you can see there on June 12th. And then September 12th through the 13th, of course, is the grand finals. The 5 EU and NA teams, and then 1 team from China will be joining us as well. So we are well underway to having a very, very competitive season. Here's another overview. As you can see, we've got the first 3 cups into the rest of the cups that will lead these players into that coveted spot of making it to the grand finals, to BlizzCon, for that $300,000 prize pool. And if all of this sounds fun to you, remember the signups are open and they will be closing later today for Cup number 3. And just for signing up, you can get the Umbral Champions Illustrious banner. Here it is, just by competing in AWC Cup number 3. So make sure you sign up if that sounds interesting to you. Like I said, they will be closing later today for those signups. But let's kind of catch everybody up then. Of course, it's Cup number 2. We already had a full weekend of play last weekend. And if people missed out on Cup number 1, talk to us about kind of what we saw and what they may have missed.
Yeah, so luckily for us, Cup number 2 has a lot of the familiar faces we saw in Cup 1. For me, one of the biggest stories in Cup 1 was Maro and the return of BORGIR as they came together. Zeepai, Blizzo, Maro, and they're going to be teaming up with Lontar. We thought they could go all the way, and they really didn't disappoint. They brought Echo to a game number 7. We had questions about, how Echo would do since they didn't win last year, which is kind of atypical for them. But they did an incredible job. Ended up bringing in Walker in that game 7 and defeating BORGIR. But still, those 2 teams are so equally matched. Curious to see how it plays out this week. And then another one for me was Stop NERF MW. Obviously, Bank, he's been one of the best Mistweaver monks in the region for a long time. And Smite as well on that Devastation Evoker. They find themselves in the upper bracket once again this week. And I'm curious to see if they could win it all, because they're one of the only teams not running with that mage.
Yeah, definitely curious as well. A lot of questions in the air that hopefully will be answered by the end of the weekend. But to make it to this weekend, Subatiz, the players had to get through those open bracket games. And if you missed them, you definitely missed out on quite a lot, Subatiz. Talk to us about what we saw in those open brackets from these teams.
I mean, this is one of the most hectic open brackets I think that we've had in the AWC. There was a lot of chaos, although to start things off, maybe a little bit more expected things like Echo's dominance. Here we see in match point against Last Dance, Waz makes this clutch smoke bomb, baiting targets, swapping back, and then absolutely closing it out. But this was the biggest upset of the entire day. It was Specialty versus BORGIR, and BORGIR was struggling. I was anticipating that they would just 3-0 this team. Their newcomer Specialty has not competed in the AWC prior to this point. However, they took them to a game 5. And in this game 5, it was really intense. Things started heating up. There was pressure thrown towards Specialty. They were burning through cooldowns, running out of options rapidly. And I was thinking it was going to be lights out for them. BORGIR have cleaned things up. But in their final hour in game 5, they turn a miracle swap on Lontar and KO him out of nowhere, closing it out and securing top 6. 6. Then on the lower side, DOBOB, it felt like they were struggling. I'm actually worried that DOBOB might be falling off because in the lower bracket, they faced off against every end with Andre on Armsware and Jazz GG's on Destro Warlock, the only team playing this composition in the competition, and they ran them all the way to Game 5. They managed to clean things up with Flappers subbing in at the last second with his classic big bites and typhoons to be able to get a Game 5, but it was looking dicey for them overall. And then Last Dance, I have questions for them as well, is what are they going to run? Because Casu has been playing the Hunter. Sometimes it looks hot, sometimes not. He's been opting to bring in this Devastation Evoker as a substitute to try and take out Echo, given that Stop Nerf Mistweaver's success with this composition is obviously proven with their qualifications on this upper side of the bracket. So I do like that adaptation, but right now it's more so, can they do it in time? And then, of course, Laptop Gamers in the lower side going up against TY. TY are the former AWC champions. That's why I say it was so hectic. They absolutely blasted them out of the arena in a matter of 10 seconds. Just absolutely erased them with their Balanced Druid rogue composition. This is something that I've got my eyes out on in the lower bracket because they do look so impressive on it. I'm hoping they don't back out of it for some Rogue Mage, even though Rogue Mage, you know, maybe technically is the better option just because of the way they play with it. It just seems like they have a lot of synergy. They know how to get the setups. They're very cheeky with the decisions that they make, and they're very clutch. And I feel like it's going to play into the strengths of their team if they utilize this.
Yeah, very well could. Sounds like it could be anybody's season, anybody's year for these teams that we've got lined up today in the EU region. But I kind of want to dive a little bit deeper, Zico, into that Dev Evoker that we saw Casu playing. What do we feel about that spec? What are we hoping to gain when we see players lock in that spec?
Well, I think that Casu specifically kind of have similar compositions to Stop Nerf Mistweaver, and that's maybe why they want to lock it in. They have that Feral Druid on Tony, and they can run that because we saw the success. But the Dev Evoker pick in general, I feel like it's a pick that I think we're going to start seeing more of. It's a pick that has strong AoE and priority damage. You know, you got the Disintegrate, you got the Empowered Disintegrates too. After you use that Fire Breath, after you use any Empowered spell, it will start AoEing and do a lot of damage. You got great utility. You got Sleepwalk. You can, you know, get away yourself by sleepwalking one of your teammates, or you can rescue one of your teammates with that as well. You got Time Stop, which is a PvP talent that we've seen a lot, which basically teams are using to kind of stall during goes. Like if your healer gets CC'd, you could time stop yourself, and then that CC on your healer will fade, and during that time stop, you're immune to damage. The problem with the Dev Evoker is that you are very susceptible to spam CC, like mage spamming poly on you, and because you have that low range, 25-yard max range, you are also susceptible to getting kicked a lot and getting interrupted. Also defensively, you have to preemptively use a lot of your cooldowns like the Obsidian Scale, but it's a great pick. Deep Breath, great for setting up. You got big damage, and I think it's a pick that we hopefully start seeing more of, because right now I think it is underutilized. It looks so good when Smite plays it.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye out for it. That spec, we do see it today. But let's talk about the actual top 8, the rosters that made it out of the open bracket into today. Zico, how are we feeling about the teams that we're going to be seeing here in the EU region?
Well, I mean, I feel like Sid already kind of mentioned it a little bit, but I am super excited to see Specialty because we didn't actually see them play last weekend. They did make top 8, but they had an emergency, so they couldn't make it. But this weekend, they got the best seats in the house, already making big upsets, playing with their newest addition to the roster, their Mistweaver Monk, Myler. So it's going to be exciting to see what they do, because they're playing that Rogue Mage very differently. They're playing it with the sub-rogue, and they're focusing a lot on going after healers, going after Windwalkers. So it's not the typical mage race that we saw between, for example, BORGIR, Myler. So it's going to be exciting to see what they do, because they're playing that Rogue Mage very differently. They're playing it with the sub-rogue, and they're focusing a lot on going after healers, going after Windwalkers. So it's not the typical mage race that we saw between, for example, Burger King and Echo. So I'm really excited to see Specialty here. Also, Streamer Zone. This on paper is a contender roster, but they struggled a little bit last weekend. Now they got the best seats in the house. They've gone undefeated in the open bracket. So I'm excited to see what Streamer Zone can do. And of course, the rest of the rosters, we already mentioned them. But yeah, it's looking really, really competitive. Same teams qualified this weekend as last weekend. So yeah, these are truly the best teams in Europe right now.
They definitely are, and you are absolutely right, Zico. It is definitely looking super competitive because it is the same in the standings. We can take a look at the standings right now, Ben, and it's exciting to see how it's shaping up so far.
Yeah, so these are the standings at the end of Cup number 1. So you can see Echo confidently in first, followed by Burger King. But when we look at the current standings, you're going to notice that it's the same top 8, basically. So the same teams have qualified this week as last week, so these 8 teams are starting to really pull ahead of the competition. I think for some of these teams, like Laptop Gamers and Specialty, this is a huge opportunity for them to try to earn some points and solidify their position in that top 8 a little bit better, especially for Specialty. Unfortunately, last week they weren't able to play their top 8 match, but this week they're in the upper bracket, and I think they could look really, really good, especially since they already beat Burger King, one of the favorites of the whole thing. And then, of course, another one that's interesting to me is Stop NERF Mistweaver as well as Echo. That's going to be an upper bracket match we have coming up a little bit later on. And if Echo can win that, they're just going to be pulling so far ahead. And for Stop NERF Mistweaver, this is a chance to send Echo to the lower bracket and maybe, really solidify their place in that top 3.
Certainly could. And that finally brings us to the top 8 EU bracket. We can see where all of these teams from the open bracket that survived made it into the bracket. Of course, we've got teams starting off on, we've got teams up in the upper, but starting off in the lower. But Supatis, talk to me about what we're seeing here up top.
I mean, that Echo versus Stop NERF Mistweaver is a series that I'm really excited to see because Stop NERF Mistweaver, they 3-0 DOBOB, and DOBOB play very similar compositions to Echo. So I am very excited to see how they match up head-to-head there. This might be their week, and honestly, they might need it to be their week. There are class changes coming in before the 3rd cup, and Mistweaver might be targeted pretty significantly there. So for them, I feel like it's even more important if they can get a deep run because we don't know where the meta is going after this week, but they are also looking their strongest. So that is very fortunate for them. Streamer Zone GG, they're facing off against Specialty. They know what to expect. They saw what happened to Burger King, so hopefully they are prepared. The Rogue Mage subtlety specialization from Specialty is kind of their main staple. They like that. They're not opting out for the Outlaw. They're not opting out for the Windwalker Monk. They really have been locking in on that subtlety rogue. So if Streamer Zone GG, they've got that matchup on lock. They're going to be good to show that they're ready to get some top 4 qualification spots. But Specialty is a team you can't count out. Even though it's their first AWC, I'm not counting them out. If they already took out Burger King, I'm not counting them out at all, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that lower bracket, we got Burger King versus Laptop Gamers. Now, Laptop Gamers, like you mentioned, Sid, very, very deadly with that Rogue Munkin. And lately, Mazakin he's a main priest, but he's been opting in for the Mistweaver. We saw him play it a little bit last weekend. It didn't look great, but this weekend he's been opting for it in almost every single game that I saw from the open bracket. And it's looking like he really has been practicing it. In addition to that, they also have Gelu on the bench, and of course S-Fury, aka Avidance. This guy is amazing at the sub-rogue. They could do to Burger King what Specialty did. They can run the exact same composition. So Burger King, I don't think they're going to have a free run in that matchup at all. This could be a huge upset week, which of course the teams in that upper portion of the standings would love to see. Then we got DOBOB versus Last Dance. Classic showdown here, guys. We got Feral versus Feral, Flappers versus Tony. Maybe we'll get to see Kasu lock in the Devastation Evoker. Maybe we'll get to see DOBOB lock in that FMP. I'm certainly hoping for it, but we'll see.
All right, now that we've seen everything, looking at all of these matchups, Ven, what is your matchup of the day?
It's got to be Stop NERF versus Echo for me. It's an upper bracket game. It's 2 of the favorites of the tournament, but for me, Stop NERF, they're especially interesting because, like I said, they're one of the only teams not utilizing a mage on their roster. Smite on the Devastation Evoker has looked really good. We've seen them run jungle in the past. And, of course, even though Mistweaver Monks are quite popular right now, I always got to kind of root for Bank because this is finally his moment, right? He's been sticking with Mistweaver for such a long time, even when it's not the best. Now that it definitely is the best, I want to see how far this guy can take it with specialization.
Yeah, I'm super curious as well. But speaking of how far we can take it, you guys want to take a look at the predictions leaderboard where we ended up after last weekend?
I bet Zico does.
We're resetting this week, right?
I'm indifferent.
Every cup should be a new one, right? Oh, what?
Doesn't look like they did that, unfortunately. Wow, okay. Zico, what's, you got 89%. 8 perfect,
and 8
also.
perfects. Like, this is rigged. This is rigged. There's no way.
Is this actually just a rerun? Am I actually from the future? I don't know what's going on.
Might be.
But we had a good weekend. But you know,
Yeah.
we can't let that get ahead of ourselves. It's a new weekend. We gotta lock in and represent. You know.
Okay. All right. Well, Ben, you and me are also, we're tied down at the bottom, so.
That's true. That is true. We 6. At least we have 6 perfect predictions. That's nice.
That's
you know.
true. That is true.
Last
That's
week,
nice.
I led a lot with my heart, so I have to make a big decision here. Like, do I actually want to start picking up points, or do I still kind of keep rooting for the underdog? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. But something we don't have to wait and see for is this first matchup that we've got. It is Burger King versus Laptop Gamers. I'm excited to start the day, Super Tees. But, I mean, what do you expect from Burger King? We know that they have that Ellie Warrior. Do we feel like they might bring that out in today's matchup?
I think their Ellie Warrior is specifically tailored for Hunter teams, and Laptop Gamers, I would doubt, is going to be locking in a Hunter, so I think it's pretty unlikely. But they did use it against Top NERF Mistweaver's composition with the Devastation Evoker and the Beast Mastery Hunter, and it looked really good. It got to a lot of late stage games where it was ooming the Mistweaver, creating chaos, and just triple killing the whole team at that point. So in those specific matchups, it does look amazing. However, I think Blizzo is probably going to be opting for the Windwalker Monk, and they'll probably be bringing in Maro in this type of matchup because they know they're expecting a Rogue Mage, they're expecting a Boomkin Rogue or something of the like. So even though we saw success with this, I think it's a very specific niche situation where they are going to utilize it.
All right, well, we will have to see. And then Zico on the other side, we've got Laptop Gamers as well.
Yeah, Laptop Gamers. I don't know. I feel like if they play the sub Fire Mage Mistweaver, they could do what Specialty did. They have a great mage, they have a great rogue, they have everything they need. Like on paper, it's just about have they practiced that comp enough, and do they have, you know, the courage that it takes to actually just lock that in against Burger King and just say, we're gonna do the exact same thing here. We're even better at it. So I think that's probably their strongest line of play. But they do tend to look pretty comfortable with Corki on that Boomkin. But yeah, I think compositionally, Burger King probably going with Windwalker Fire Mage. And if they do, I feel like the Boomkin is kind of a juicy target for them. I feel like the Windwalker is going to get nice uptime, and he's going to roast that chicken. So I'm hoping to see Geller.
Yeah, a little rotisserie chicken in the morning. All right, looks like Laptop Gamers 9% versus Burger King. Overwhelmingly looks like the chat favorite for now. So let's start off with predictions. Who wants to go first? I'll leave it open to you guys.
When Zico talking about Boomkins getting roasted, all I can see is Super Tease's picture right now. His little Boomkin going like this, like,
What? Boomkin burgers? Is that what's going on?
Look at the Boomkin on your wall, dude, right beside you. He's so surprised. He's like,
so
what's
scared.
going on? That's kind of what. So for my prediction, that's kind of what I think is going to happen. Like, I feel like Burger King. I'm going to go with my head for this one. You know, I'd love to see the Moonkin do well, but I have to go with Burger King, and I think they might be able to pick up one win with a Subtlety Rogue Moonkin specialization, but overall I think Burger King will take them down 3-1.
All right, 3-1. Zico, what about you?
I'm actually going to copy even Rookie's prediction for this and go with a 3-1 for Burger King as well. I'm just thinking, like, you know, sometimes when you go to like a restaurant and you see the chicken like in the grill and it's like spinning, you know, like it has like this metal thing and the chicken is just spinning. That to me is what I'm seeing, but with
The rotisserie Moonkin?
Yeah. So yeah.
He's in a little plastic bag on a warming plate, just waiting to be
New
so horrible.
in-game flavor.
All right, Super Tease, real quick, what's you?
I mean, I'm doing the same, but I wish I went first so they didn't think I was just copying them. But Burger King,
You're gonna think that
3-1.
anyways. All right. I'll go 3-0 Burger King. I'm so sorry, Laptop Gamers. This just feels so
Wow.
mean. It always feels so mean. All right, game is starting. Game number 1. We are in the lower bracket. Both of these teams are facing elimination. It is cup number 2, and they know that they have to get enough points to get as high up in the standings as possible. Burger King versus Laptop Gamers starting right now. Game number 1.
Ooh, okay. I do like this pick. We got Blizzo on the Warrior, Zeepai on the Elemental Shaman, and they're going to be going up against Avidance and Corki, playing their traditional subtle. He's actually playing Outlaw, so they're playing Outlaw Moonkin for this one, which is a very interesting pick.
Yeah, this is a crazy pick. Evidence has been playing it a little bit in the open bracket as well. We'll see how it works out for them. Both teams kind of bringing a surprise here for the blind pick. And Corki getting a Cyclone here onto Blizzo. Now looking to deal some damage. Zeepai is going to be the target of choice to get the Astral Shift from Zeepai. Now Corki in trouble. Ducks into bear form for just a moment. And he's going to be able to get away here from Blizzo. Blizzo once again, there's the spear. It's going to connect onto Corki. Corki getting a Cyclone there onto Blizzo on his spear, slowing him down. Beautiful defense here from Corki on that Moonkin. Gets the root as well onto Blizzo, but nice Stormbolt there, stopping Corki in his tracks there on the dash, and he has to trinket out of that one. Now swap onto Blizzo, big damage, and that's what this comp likes to do on the side of laptop gamers. They like to swap around, be unpredictable, and bring chaos to the arena.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have opportunities to kind of get explosive, but with the way they're playing and how defensive it's looking from both rosters, this actually could come down to a mana game between these two healers. Mazikeen a little bit of the lead right now, but never really know until you know how many mana T both of these Mistweavers have available. Corki down about 40% health. Finally some damage rolling here for BORGIR King. Let's see what they can do. Zeepai in the meantime, though, getting shredded by Avidance. Corki's just in bear form, not able to get out much damage. Nice reflect there on the Cyclone from Blizzo. Corki will keep himself at 50% health. Big Stormbolt coming in. Blizzo looking to get aggressive, but there's just not the damage to follow it up.
Yeah, Corki looking for the Cyclones, and a lot of this team is kind of just at Corki's disposal. They want to get those Cyclone setups, and that kind of starts the chain here. Let's see what they can do. Mazikeen rolling in there for the Paralyzed. Into the Song of Chi-Ji there. Actually, leg sweep onto Lontar. Zeepai is going to take a tremendous amount of damage here in that position as well, and he is going to trade out the Astral Shift once again, rotating back up, looking for some hexes here. Not able to find them. Corki can dispel those as well, but Corki now in a lot of trouble. Double Life Cocoon gets traded from both of these Mistweavers, and the mana advantage that we saw Mazikeen have is starting to look like a Lontar mana advantage. But we don't know exactly. Mazikeen actually looking for a drink here. Nice cheap shot there onto Zeepai. They're stopping Zeepai on his attempt to stop Mazikeen on that drink, but Mazikeen did have to stop there. And now a paralyze onto Lontar. Corki looking for the Cyclone, gets the bash. Blizzo's there though and shuts it down. And that should be the end of this setup here from the side of laptop gamers.
Ascendance here for Zeepai, charging up the Stormkeeper. Big damage available, but just the proc Ascendance, I think, or just the tail end of the mini Ascendance. He's playing the 2-minute version, so we'll see how much utilization he does get out of that one. Corki down to about half health right now. Both teams exchanging blows as we enter around the 3-minute mark of the match. And I feel like there's no real clear target here. Zeepai and Corki, I guess, are going to be the best ones that they can go after. Both hovering a little bit low right now, but cooldown's available for both of these monks. Life Cocoon trades on Zeepai, just trying to stay ahead of the damage. Corki runs away in bear form. And there's a lot of explosiveness there on that Balance Druid. With the Incarnation, can really push through and shred through some of those defensive cooldowns. So as dampening gets higher and higher, it's going to be really difficult for these healers.
Yeah, and Corki is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Big demolish there from Blizzo. But Blizzo now caught up in a kidney shot. Big damage coming in here from the side of laptop gamers. But Blizzo is just unafraid. He's going to just charge forward onto his target here. Avatar has been popped, and Corki wants to crowd control it, but Blizzo doesn't fall for it. He gets to interrupt Zeepai at the same time. He's taking a lot of damage. Lontar's in a leg sweep. Zeepai had to trade the Astral Shift there. Blizzo still getting good uptime. Nice wind shear there. They're not letting Corki get any of these Cyclones. Now they stop it with a Shockwave there as well. Nice Hex at the same time onto Avidance, preventing Corki from using that Dispel right there. And Corki still not feeling safe in this position. Ducks into bear form. Frenzied Region will be traded. Typhoon to knock Blizzo away, but Corki is still in so much trouble. Blizzo is unrelenting with the pressure, and finally the Life Cocoon will be traded.
Yeah, and Blizzo just immediately gets off of Corki, trying to play a little bit more defensive, get some damage rolling onto Avidance, just really trying to maximize his pressure in this match. And as soon as the Life Cocoon fades, Blizzo is back on top of Corki, getting the damage rolling. Zeepai now potentially looking for a Hex, finds it onto Avidance, immediately dispelled there. Mazikeen rolls in, mana still looking good at the 21% dampening mark in the game. We're almost 5 minutes have elapsed. Full Cyclone on Lontar, Blizzo getting bursted down, gets dismantled. His Avidance is just bouncing between the Elemental Shaman as well as the Warrior, just trying to maximize his pressure in this match. And you can see his damage is sky high so far in this game.
Yeah, Blizzo still looking for that pressure onto Corki, and it looks like a mana game, but at the same time, Mazikeen has gotten so much mana somehow throughout the match, so they can still... Oh my god, Avidance gets absolutely crushed there by Zeepai for a moment. Had to trade out his evasion and his Cloak of Shadows there as well, and you can see the pressure, I would say, is definitely in favor of Burger King, but at the same time, laptop gamers have the mana lead, so could potentially make something happen, and if they can get a really big setup with Incarn in dampening, I don't think this matchup is going to be as free as a lot of us thought. There's a full Solar Beam route there onto Lontar, but Corki struggling to find a follow-up. At the same time, Zeepai is taking some damage there from Avidance. Nice disarm there onto Blizzo, slowing him down for just a moment. Avidance also looking to set up here for his team, potentially full bash onto Lontar. Corki not getting the Cyclone once again, and Corki is dropping so low. Zeepai is popping off. Finally, a Cyclone onto Blizzo to relieve some of that pressure, but Corki has to go back while Blizzo is in that Cyclone, and now Swap, Demolish coming in onto Evidence. He's got nothing. Needs to be very, very careful in that setup. It looks like he pre-fainted, though. Didn't actually take that much damage from that Demolish, but still, Blizzo knows the Rogue has no evasion. He's got no cloak, and we're going to keep going on him for now.
Yeah, Blizzo charges over, forces Corki back. Now back on Avidance, just immediately pressuring the Outlaw Rogue. A full kidney shot lands, and Avidance is out of there. He wants Mazikeen to drink, so a beautiful drink set up there by Laptop Gamers, and that single-handedly could win them the game. Root Solar Beam lands, Zeepai and Blizzo both getting low. Beautiful play here by Corki, but yeah, recovering your mana at this point and dampening, that's a huge win there for Laptop Gamers. Luckily wasn't able to fully recover, but he's still burning through that mana pretty quickly. Zeepai and Blizzo putting out an immense amount of pressure, and Zeepai, of course, does have that Ascendance coming up in 10 seconds. Paralyze on Lontar. Zeepai's low. He can go underground if he gets out of the stun lock. He does have Burrow, but it's going to be the Life Cocoon, but now we need to watch out for the Ascendance. Ascendance is up. Zeepai has all of his cooldowns available.
Yeah, and they just used the Life Cocoons here on both healers. Nice setup there, though, with the blind from Avidance. Nice fake cast. Here comes the Stormkeeper. Here comes Zeepai. He's got a lot of damage loaded up, and there it is. Big pop coming in now onto Corki. He is getting absolutely blasted here. The Farseers are blasting away as well. Lava coming in here onto Corki, but manages to survive here with the bear form, and it looks like Mazikeen is going to be able to heal him, but it's going to cost him a lot of mana. That drink that he just got, look, it's not even over yet. Corki's still so low. Blizzo reconnecting here. Kidney shot onto Blizzo to slow him down. They get the Bark Skin there as well. Corki's still looking for the Cyclone, gets paralyzed onto it by Lontar, keeping Blizzo in the fight. Really nicely done there by Lontar, enabling his warrior in this position. Leg sweep is going to connect onto Avidance. He's going to have to Trinket, trade out the evasion. Finally, they get a Cyclone onto Blizzo. Anything Blizzo touches just melts at this point in the game. 39% dampening. Zeepai trying to connect onto its Boomkin as well, but at the same time, he is taking a lot of damage from Avidance on the Outlaw Rogue. Nice interrupt there with the Solar Beam. Should net to some pressure, but look at Mazikeen. He's sitting back for a drink yet again here. Zeepai is going to have to use the Astral Shift while the enemy healer is drinking, and Mazikeen recovers yet a little bit of more mana, but I am afraid for Corki here. He could definitely go down if Blizzo can get some uptime, Van.
Yeah, here comes a Bloodlust as well, but Blizzo just cannot connect. He's just rooted up, wishing he was a gnome right now to break himself free, but we'll get some value with that stun reduction. Zeepai, Blizzo, both down low on health. Life Cocoon traits here for Lontar. Mana relatively even as we enter the 8.5 minute mark in the match. Blizzo has the dab of the sword. He's caught into a full kidney shot right now. Can they take him down? Zeepai going for a defensive hex. Manages to land it there onto Avidance. Avidance now goes after Zeepai. So this is just a tempo game. Everyone's just trying to maximize their damage, crowd control when they get the cooldowns, but Zeepai might actually fall. Forced to use the Burrow to survive. Lontar has a Restoral, but that's basically it. He gets interrupted, and Avidance doing an excellent job. Lontar paralyzes them into a leg sweep, slowing down the damage, allowing him to recover with the Celestial Conduit, but Zeepai's health is really struggling to recover, and Lontar is burning through a lot of mana in this position.
Yeah, and Mazikeen still looking pretty good on the mana here. Blizzo needs to find uptime, but Corki's just kiting him around that pillar. He's being so annoying, forcing them to go back onto Avidance. This is really bad. Blizzo's not getting uptime onto anything. Finally is going to recover here onto Avidance, get a little bit of momentum, but pre-feint on the Stormbolt. Nicely done there by Avidance. Disarm coming in there onto Blizzo as well. Corki just building so much distance here between himself and Blizzo, and this warrior pick is not working out, but at the same time, they're getting pressure onto the rope. But they're leaving the Boomkin. Nice reflect on the Cyclone there on Corki by Blizzo. Full kidney shot, though, is going to connect onto Blizzo as well. They want Zipai, though. He's going to be the main target, but he's going to trade out the early Astral Shift. Blizzo finally reconnecting onto Corki, but Corki immediately is going to disengage from the fight and just kite him away from his team. Corki is so annoying on this Monkey, and he's doing a great job keeping himself alive from Blizzo, but at the same time now, Blizzo misses the shockwave, no! And then he's going to connect with the Stormbolt onto Corki instead, but they're losing the race here. Lontar's in a full blind. Zipai could go down right now if they have any follow-up. It doesn't look like it. Hex onto Avidance, slowing him down for a second, but still, it's not looking that good for Burger King. 90% people in the chat, the entire desk, thought this was going to be an easy win for Burger King, and they're struggling.
Yeah, this is not the matchup that I really anticipated. Zipai cannot get away from Avidance. Avidance is just shredding him. Dampening is getting higher and higher, and that Outlaw Rogue damage and stickiness is really starting to add up here for laptop gamers. At the same time, Corki's low, needs to start getting some kites here onto Blizzo. Caught into the leg sweep. Blizzo comes back, trying to get pressure on Avidance. And this is a race to the finish. At this point, 60% dampening. Both healers are almost tapped on mana. Lontar basically has nothing left, but I'm getting the feeling laptop gamers might be able to do this. Zipai just cannot get away. Finally knocks Avidance in the middle of the map. Blizzo's there. Life Cocoon connects. Now it's Blizzo in trouble.
Smoke bomb!
A full smoke bomb drops down in a kidney shot, and Blizzo, I think, will ultimately fall. And to me, Zico, this game just came down to the fact that Blizzo gets kited. Like, you basically cannot kite Avidance, and there's just huge moments in the match where Blizzo just can't connect on anything. And eventually, in dampening, that consistency really starts paying dividends.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. I mean, we saw it a little bit before this point in the game, but Corki just running around the pillar. He's just running around with dash up, and Blizzo can't get around to him. He can't connect, and Corki just utilizing the map in such a great way as well. Anytime Blizzo's using his gap closers, he is immediately getting away from there and trying to get Cyclones onto him. And meanwhile, Avidance can't get kited. He's on the Outlaw Rogue, and he's happy when they're going on the Avidance. That means Corki's left open, and then this setup here at the end to close it out. Beautifully done there. Blizzo charges in. Wants to get pressure on the Warrior, has no trinket. They capitalize on it with the surprise smoke bomb there. I don't actually think I saw any smoke bombs throughout the match, so he kind of held that in his back pocket. Didn't really want to reveal it, unless I missed it. It's possible, but I didn't really see Evidence actually use that smoke bomb until the very end here. So it's a big surprise factor. And laptop gamers, they could be knocking out Burger King, which would have huge ramifications on the entire bracket, on the entire standings.
Yeah. And Mazikeen, I mean, we got to shout out his drinks. He was thirsty this game. Let's be completely honest. Like, he was sipping the entire match, recovering his mana. So I feel like part of that is on Burger King. They need to do a better job of really shutting down those drinks. Because, yeah, you can see there's just moments where Mazikeen is able to get away from the fight, sit down for a drink. But I feel like it's a little bit easier for Mazikeen because of what we talked about. Avidance and his Outlaw Rogue, you can't get away, right? Like, he is just always on top of you, whereas there's moments in the game where Blizzo just can't move. He's just cycloned, you know, he's getting kited, he doesn't have a charge, and when Avidance wants to play evasive, he can really play keep away from Blizzo with vanishes like we see right now, and that gives Mazikeen a lot of opportunities to recover his mana, which to me is huge. So if Burger King plays this matchup again and we go to a small map, they might be able to take that advantage away.
Yeah. I mean, we're definitely going to a small map, but it's interesting because you're bringing up a good point here for the next game, right? Where are we actually headed? Are we going to keep playing this Elemental Warrior and we got to pick a smaller map? Or what are we going to do here? Are we just going to go for the Windwalker Mage? I'm honestly not sure. I feel like it's so difficult against laptop gamers. They kind of have the Stop Nerf Mistweaver syndrome, where they're playing a comp that no one else plays, and they're really, really good at it, you know? Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they're playing that Dev Evoker Feral. No one is playing it, so it's hard to get practice into it. And laptop gamers, who else is running Munkin Rogue? Like, this is not a comp that you see at all. It's unless you know you have like a really insane Munkin main like Corki, you're not really gonna run into this. And even if you do, it's not really gonna be on the same caliber as these guys. And that's the cool thing about Corki. Like, every now and then, Munkin just shows up and he loves to play this Munkin Rogue. We saw it in the past as well when they had that Cinderella run. a couple of seasons ago where they started at the bottom of the gauntlet, ran through the entire gauntlet, then beat Echo, and then they got second place in the finals. That was all at the back of Moonkin Rogue too. So Corki really does love this comp, and we are going to see the Windwalker Mage.
I wonder, part of me wonders why they didn't lock this in game number 1. Like, if this is a matchup they're really confident in, why didn't they play it in game number 1? I think one thing I noticed from Cup number 1 is Blizzo was allowed, he was doing a lot of damage, right? Like, we all saw it, but he was allowed to get away with a ridiculous gear set. Like, he was playing almost low versatility, pure mastery, which was just allowing him to get off this explosive damage. And I think players and teams are starting to punish him a little bit more for that. So I do expect a lot of these rogue teams to go after the Windwalker Monk a lot more, not allow Blizzo to play such a hyper-aggressive gear set. Obviously, in this one, you can see he built his warrior like a tank, but
Still
sadly for Blizzo, I mean, dampening gets high and he kind of just flopped. Like, he was looking durable throughout the game, but it doesn't really matter how tanky you are when your healer has no mana left whatsoever. And yeah, I do wonder, like, maybe he should have been playing more damage. It's such a hard judgment call to make. But anyways, with him on Windwalker Monk, I've seen him have 2 gear sets, one with versatility, one with mastery. And I think a lot of these teams are trying to gear check him and make sure, you know, he's staying honest with the amount of versatility that he's running and not dealing too much damage.
Make sure Blizzo stays honest here in the character selection.
Well,
and,
when you're not getting attacked, you can do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like it. And Blizzo, of course, definitely not someone that you want to kind of leave loose. But we did see also Corki rocking a decent amount of haste Versa, and of course Evidence also 0 mastery, not even 1 point, not even 1 bit of masteries. Full Versa haste here, and actually he had a kind of similar transmog to Drake. Did you see that?
I
Very
did,
similar
yeah.
to the Drake mod.
Copy, or what do you think?
I feel like that's a Drake trademark right there. So
Yeah.
anyone else using that is, for me, yeah, it might be a copy angle. It's a great transmog though, and also a great player. So being inspired by Drake is definitely, I think a lot of people have been in the AWC. But game number 2, Laptop Gamers versus Burger King.
Here we go. Let's see what they can do. Blizzo on the Windwalker Monk, Morrow on the Fire Mage, a playmaker for this roster. He's going to be playing the Pandaren Mage, a popular pick. I would say it's mostly popularized by Gelu, but this season, considering most mages are going to be playing Blink in these matchups, having a racial that just gives you some more instant crowd control, a little bit more versatility, is definitely not a bad option.
Yeah, and we see it right there. The Quaking Palm activated onto Evidence, slowing him down, allowing Lontar to recover more in that position. And Combustion has been used there. Corki got the Life Cocoon from Mazikeen, so both teams making some standard trades right now. Lontar caught up in the leg sweep. Mazikeen looking for the setup. Can they find anything more? They get a gouge onto Lontar as well. Morrow could be in trouble here. There's the Life Cocoon coming out as well from Lontar. Meanwhile, Corki is taking a decent amount of damage here. And let's see if our predictions come true here with the Rotisserie Chicken on Corki. Blizzo definitely wants to make that happen, and I think if Blizzo gets enough uptime onto Corki, they could definitely take him down. But at the same time, Lontar is in a Root Solar Beam. They got nothing for this one. Morrow could have to Ice Block already. Manages to get away from it there. Lontar actually not playing the Gnome, so it's a bit tricky. Big pressure here on both sides. Morrow still very, very low, but it looks like Lontar is going to be able to recover him. No one is in crowd control anymore. But I was going to say, it's a tricky decision here. Undead Racial versus Gnome Racial. Like, what do you pick if you are Lontar? Because you want the Gnome Racial for the Root Beam, but you also want the Undead Racial for the Song of GG.
Yep. Actually, yeah, it is true. Actually, Mazikeen, he's playing Ring of Peace, and we're noticing actually a lot of these Mystery Monks play the Ring of Peace. So for Lontar, it actually feels like almost a waste to be undead. Like, there's actually no point of being undead in this matchup, but I guess it's more of like a heads-up play just in case Mazikeen decides to go for that crowd control. So I think it was a smart decision by Mazikeen, and that Ring of Peace has seemed to pay dividends for these teams. Morrow taking a lot of pressure, and it's been difficult for Blizzo to get anything rolling onto Corki. Of course, he's playing that disorienting roar, so basically what Corki does is he drags Blizzo away from his healer, away from the mage, then goes for the guaranteed Cyclone, almost guaranteed, with the disorienting roar into the Cyclone, and also utilizing the Ring of Peace to land these really, really clutch Cyclones as well. So Laptop Gamers, I think they're doing an excellent job limiting what Blizzo can do on these melee DPS, and that's just allowing Avidance to pull further and further ahead in terms of damage and pressure.
Yeah, I really like that mind game coming out from Mazikeen there, realizing that he's not going to get too much value with the Song of Chi-Ji. But Blizzo trying to get some uptime here onto Corki. So Corki actually did have to use his trinket on that last leg sweep. And there it is, the disorienting roar that we were just talking about. No follow-up Cyclone, no Mazikeen in a full paralyze. There is the Song of GG coming out from Lontar onto Mazikeen. Doesn't look like he is going to be trading the Will of Forsaken for that one. Mazikeen with no trinket, so no breaker available if he does use that Will of Forsaken for the next one. And Corki now looking for the Cyclone, finds it onto Lontar, pressure onto Morrow, and again just kiting Blizzo. Corki is such an expert at surviving these melees, and here comes a big setup onto Blizzo. Can they take him down? Doesn't look like it. Instead they're gonna go for Morrow once again. Big damage here onto everyone on the side of Burger King. Full blind onto Morrow as well on his combustion while he was in a life cocoon. Now they're going after Blizzo. Big explosiveness coming out from Laptop Gamers. Blizzo, what are you gonna do here? 40% HP, does have to trade a touch of karma. Now reverse pressure back onto Corki. Corki got the cooldowns from the healer and from Blizzo. Now he wants to get out, and he manages to do so successfully with this Cyclone onto Blizzo, slowing everything down while his whole team is in CC there. Beautifully done there by Corki, but still gonna have to trade out the Barkskin. Might need to be a little bit careful there. His team was in a Ring of Frost and a Pole at the same time, but Corki just navigating through it expertly.
Little disarm there on Corki, bad manner by Blizzo, trying to remove his weapon. Not going to be super effective against the balance druid, but a big leg sweep comes in, and Life Cocoon will trade. Look at mana, slight lead here for Lontar in this position, as Corki still just maneuvering around the map, trying to get the damage rolling where he can. And I think as dampening gets higher and higher, I don't know if it actually is going to favor Laptop Gamers. Of course, Morrow with combustion and the burst that Blizzo has available on that Windwalker Monk can become very difficult to recover with that healing reduction. So still anyone's game. Not sure who has this, but Corki having a much more difficult time avoiding the damage in this one, especially on the smaller map.
Yeah, but Blizzo's got no touch of karma. I feel like there is an opening to go after Blizzo. Kind of want to see them do it, but at the same time, Morrow is taking a lot of damage. Corki, though, needs to be very careful. Nice Ring of Peace there coming out from Blizzo, bouncing Corki back into his line of sight. Feast of Fury coming out as well. As the BM disarm once again onto Corki, and Blizzo did have to sit through a Cyclone into a Gouge. They're not going after Blizzo, though. His touch of karma is back up. Full blind onto Lontar instead. It's got to be a full setup here onto Morrow. Nice Dragon's Breath right there onto Avidance, slowing down the re-follow-up CC. That's why Morrow did that. They had the full blind onto Lontar, and Avidance wants to gouge out of it, or stun out of it, or sap out of it, and Morrow just Dragon's Breaths at the very last second of that blind to prevent that CC from being chained with a new one. You can see Morrow now stuck in a paralyze of his own, and Blizzo taking a tremendous amount of damage there as well, but did have to trade out the karma, so he's going to be fine with that cooldown. Morrow again on the back foot, and I feel like Laptop Gamers is in the driver's seat this entire match, Van.
They're not looking bad, and it's not looking good for all of our predictions or the chat's channel points right now. However, Corki, as soon as that's got to be caster cursed. I mean, he gets caught in one stun. Cursed. Combustion comes in. Mazikeen, I want to see what he has there at the end, but that's that explosiveness we were talking about. It just seemed like Corki and Avidance were kind of in the driver's seat until Combust and Zenith gets popped, and then it's just a GG real quick.
That is the most cursed Boomkin of all time right there.
I take no responsibility for what just happened, by the way.
I mean, it was both of us. Like, yeah, Burger King. It looks like Laptop Gamers are in the driver's seat this entire game, and just absolutely murdered Corki. I think it's right here.
I'm sorry, Corki.
What did they actually do? What did they do to Mazikeen? Just double leg sweep?
Zenith
paralyzed?
combustion.
Yeah, I just died in a paralyzed 70-0. Nice. Got absolutely deleted.
Well, that's the thing about Balanced Druid, right? Like, it looks so good the way Corki's playing it. He's kiting, he's bark skinning the ghost, he's in bear form for everything. He's barely surviving, you know? And ultimately, if you do get caught and you're in caster form and you're in boomkin form and you have no barkskin, you can just die immediately. So really good punish here. They lined up all of their burst damage, and that's one of the scary things about being a healer in this meta, right? Is people are bursty. Like, cooldowns are very bursty right now, especially things like Moonkins, Fire Mages, Windwalker Monks, especially with the Fire Mage. that you could just die in a paralyze. Like, he's 100% health. Leg sweep comes in, just a 3-second CC on Mazikeen, and the game is over. So you really have to be heads up. You can't be making any mistakes, or a team like Burger King is really going to punish.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about,
insane.
you know.
Like,
That just grilled chicken. I mean, this is kind of what we were expecting, you know. This is kind of what we were expecting. And this is also like, it just speaks to how good Corki is and how good his team is, because they're making this Moonkin Rogue work. And for most of us, if we queue up Arena as a Moonkin, that's how it looks for us, you know. We're just instantly dead, you know.
I'll speak for yourself.
Okay, well, I'll speak for myself. For me, if I played Moonkin, that's how it would look. Especially if I went up against the guys on Burger King.
You went 80-0 in 2 seconds. What hit him so hard?
84-0 actually. In 1.8 seconds. Oh, he had a pre-karma dot tick in.
Actually, even less than that. I mean,
combust.
Technically, he was about 80%, like 79% at like 1.4 seconds, right? So like, if we go to like the 1.5 second mark, look at this damage. Yeah, there we go. Zoom in, zoom in. Blizzo able to get it done. Rising Sun Kick, Rushing Wind Kick, into a strike of the Windlord. At the same time, you know, Maro's combustion summons the bird, the Phoenix, who's just dropping meteorites. Like, yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, I feel like Meteor with combustion is crazy now as well. When you get like the little extra meteorites and the bird out there as well. It's just a lot of burst damage. I mean, this is a leg sweep paralyzed, 85-0. That's pretty crazy. Burger King definitely flame grilling that chicken, and now we got Blizzo's transmog.
Yeah, this is a classic rogue transmog, I'd say.
Yeah, what is that? Rogue tier 3, and Arathi Basin, Exalted Tabard, Cursed Vision.
Yep. Look at his gear, though. He is playing a tremendous amount of versatility here. So, yeah, definitely going to be difficult to take this Windwalker Monk down, especially with the way Blizzo has been playing it. Yeah, the Transmog does look good, though. What do you think? What would you rate this?
Yeah, no, I like
Full
it.
set,
what is that pole? That's a challenge mode polearm, right?
Yeah, from WAD, I do believe.
Yeah,
Warlords of Draenor.
It's a classic. It's a classic. I mean, as a classic Andy, I do enjoy that. I think I saw Maro as well on the Scarab Lord mount right there. So definitely favoring the older visuals on the side of Burger King. But 1-1, this is the swing match, and we got the exact same comps locked in here. Evidence playing that sub-rogue actually in this position. So a bit of a change coming in from Laptop Gamers. Let's see if the sub-rogue is going to be enough here. Corki already getting barbecued here. Blizzo, though, he's taking a lot of damage. That sub-rogue, very, very scary, especially when that Shadow Blades is active. And they are going to get themselves the Life Cocoon on the side of... And Trinket also from Lontar. They could swap to Lontar. They are swapping to Lontar. Lontar is taking a huge amount of damage here. Can they take him down, though? No. Evidence also playing that Death from Above. He just tried to Death from Above the port there, the Transcendence of Lontar. That's something we're going to have to watch out for later as well. But this is... Laptop Gamers are bringing in more and more chaos here in game number 3.
I think that's a really good way to describe it. An Outlaw Rogue is going to be a little bit more consistent, right? It's like it's a bit easier. I wouldn't say it's easier to deal with necessary, but it's a little bit more scripted. You kind of know how you're going to lose. It's going to be a slow beating throughout the game. Whereas Subtlety, now all of a sudden Burger King, they need to be very, very careful. They can do setups on Lone Star. They can do a lot more setups on the Blizzo. The Windwalker Monk is mostly going to be scared and stuns, and Subtlety Rogue brings a lot more of those in the match. At the same time, though, Corki might just outright die. Then make a swap onto Lone Star. Does he have Portal? What is he going to do? The Solar Beam comes in. That stun Solar Beam combo, super effective at taking down Mistweaver Monks.
Yeah, and Life Cocoon is going to be traded there as well. And can see Blizzo just trying to get back onto his target, with Corki being as annoying as possible. Nice instant kick there onto Corki. Evidence gouging up Blizzo, looking for the Cyclone.
Nice
Not able to find it here.
Nice ring of peace.
Huge setup coming in here. Beautifully done there. Blizzo landing the kick, then they get the Ring of Peace, then they get the leg sweep, and at the same time, Mazikeen is in the sheep. They get the Life Cocoon. As a result there, Corki in a dangerous position, but at the same time, Blizzo could just drop right now. Touch of Karma coming through. He held on to his trinket though, which is the main objective there. Against the sub-rogue, you always want to play around those trinkets. If everyone has their trinket on the side of Burger King, especially Lontar and Blizzo, then you have to kind of force them before you can start getting that kill pressure and rotate it. So it becomes difficult for laptop gamers to actually get something going. And at the same time, Maro popping off with the combustion, getting some damage done. Corki though, pushing away to the pillar here, looking for the reset with his team. Evidence just waiting for the next opportunity here to get aggressive. Blizzo probably going to be the target with no touch of Karma. No, it's going to be Lontar. Solar Beam, Kidney Shot. Can they take him down? Beautiful setup here. Huge damage coming out there. But Lontar holding on to that trinket yet again.
Yeah, beautiful disorienting roar as Corki is on the run. Looking for a Cyclone, finds it on the Blizzo and will ultimately survive, but no trinket, no bark skin here for Corki. Another 24 seconds. Mazikeen has no trinket. We saw a similar story in that last game where they were able to take him down. Just a quick leg sweep with the Zenith, and there is an opportunity here. I think Corki should be able to get his bark skin up with the way everything is lined up right now, so has a little bit of defense for this next one, but definitely a scary condition here for them. Blizzo, though, low on health, still has his trinket, opting not to use it, and it feels a lot more threatening. The Subtlety Rogue seems to have a little bit more punch here on the Rogue. Avidance getting caught into the sweep. He will vanish out. A beautiful attempt there. They haven't attacked Avidance the entire game, so I like the fact that they're trying to punish his trinket. Marl still just going after him. Lontar, though, in the meantime, is in trouble. Can they take him down? He's got the Restoral. He's playing incredibly greedy there, so has the Restoral, has the Life Cocoon. Lontar plays it calm, cool, and collected. They're going after Blizzo, who has no trinket, and they just shred through the Touch of Karma, and there is a potential win condition here for laptop gamers. If they can take down Blizzo in a stun, he does not have a trinket.
Yeah, I am very, very afraid here for Blizzo. If they can set that up, they could definitely just outright end the match. They do have a Shadow Dance, they do have the Incarnation, and that's definitely what they're talking about right now, going after Blizzo. Corki's looking for the Cyclone, he finds it on the Lontar. Blizzo knows. He immediately ports out of there. He knows he's going to be the target. Corki trying to swarm him behind the pillar, but Blizzo, nice preemptive moves there, rolling around the pillar, transcending back to the open field, but here comes the catch. There's the Smoke Bomb, big damage coming out onto Blizzo, but Corki gets counterspelled. Maru manages to shut it down for now, and Lontar also with the pre-Celestial Conduit there. Mazikeen had the trinket, and Mazikeen is dead!
There it is. Boga King striking back in a big way, and the thing for me is this is the matchup that I kind of anticipated. I do wonder, I'd like to know the thought process behind like bringing in the Warrior and the Elemental Shaman in game number 1. What were they afraid of? Because this seems a lot more consistent, and this is kind of what we saw from Burger King last week, right? Like Maro and Blizzo together, the way they can connect damage it's horrifying, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. Like, here's a great example of that, right? They are so good at setting up the damage in the leg sweep. They look so good on the Windwalker Mage. But what was that swap onto Mazikeen? He had no trinket. He got leg swept, and he just kind of died. I think the camera was even on somebody else at the time. And yeah, Mazikeen just absolutely blasted. Like, my God, that's kind of what we saw happen to Corki. And that's the thing about Burger King. They're so good. Like, both of these comps kind of plays very similarly. I would say the biggest difference between the comps is that the Sub-Rogue can set up that situation more often, but the Windwalker and the Fire Mage, when it happens, it's a lot more deadly. Like, when you have something like the Zenith and the Combustion, and that happens, it is just crazy. Yeah, there you go. You can see Mazikeen just gets caught in the middle of the map there in a leg sweep, and they all collapse. Maro pops off with the Combustion, and yeah, they just take him down immediately.
Nuts. Now I do wonder, like, did we like the Subtlety Rogue more? I feel like I did. Subtlety Rogue felt nice. It's like, I don't know. You have more of like an explosive win condition. Look at this moment here on Avidance. This is what I like. They're willing to just all three members are a target. Like, anyone in this arena match can die at any time, and of course they have like their main targets that they're going after, but I like the fact that they can just mix it up, go after different targets, keep them guessing, and really punish any kind of offensive trinkets or mismanagement of defensive cooldowns. It's really great to see.
Yeah, I really like it. Huge fan of the sub rogue. I think in a situation like this, you can't be too result oriented as well. And I think laptop gamers are doing the exact right thing here, locking it in once again. They know they can win this matchup, and they had some opportunities there. It's just Blizzo, man. He can be a slippery target for sure, but also very rewarding. Like that smoke bomb attempt that they had on him, if they actually caught Blizzo like cleanly and he didn't pre-port and like pre-run before that, I think that could have been an easy KO for laptop gamers. So for them, I think just continue to look for those opportunities. There was a couple of scary goals onto Lontar, and I think in dampening also, those scary goals on Lontar and Blizzo are going to be even more scary. So I think for laptop gamers, they're doing the right thing here, locking it in. Burger King locking in the same thing as well. Keeping Zeepai on the bench, definitely the right call for this series.
Yeah, I agree. It just seems like this is kind of like the most meta pick right now that they have available. And last week, I mean, they made Waz log on the Windwalker Monk. So I'm curious to see how those matchups have kind of evolved, because it's been a lot of Fire Mage Rogue. They win that matchup. Of course, for laptop gamers, they're bringing in something entirely different here with the Moonkin Rogue, and this seems to be their best composition, what they have practiced the best. It's the most convincing, and there was close calls. Like, there was moments in the game where Lontar got low, Blizzo got low, so this is still far from over. Laptop gamers, this is their map pick, this is their comp pick, and let's see what they can get done.
Yeah, let's see what they can get done here. Burger King versus laptop gamers. Elimination series. Burger King looking to knock out the laptop gamers. Can they do it? Rizzo charging in here on his mount. Evidence looking for an opener. Looks like everyone is in combat, so not able to find that sap, unfortunately. Evidence being patient. Trying to see if they drop combat, but it doesn't look like it. Everyone is swarming Mazikeen. Maro already looking for early polymorph here onto Mazikeen, forcing out the Tiger's Lust there, and now going for a big setup onto Corki immediately. No crowd control onto Mazikeen yet. There's the Paralyzed though. Lontar looking for the follow-up. No, gets caught up with a blind. Not able to find it. Mazikeen holding onto his trinket. Lontar holding onto his trinket. Life Cocoon traded here by Lontar. Mazikeen holding onto his Life Cocoon. So far, I would say laptop gamers looking a little bit better in this position, but there's the Root Solar Beam. Here's the damage onto Lontar. Can they take him down? They want to get that trinket, but Maro is there with the nice Dragon's Breath. And Lontar also with the pre-Fort Brew there is going to be able to survive that setup.
Yep, nicely done. Big leg sweep coming in. Who are they going to be going after? And keep in mind, it was Mazikeen that fell in the last game. Even though they didn't go after him for the majority of the match, Burger King has that explosive potential to really hit anyone. You see Blizzard right now dropping a Transcendence near the portal, so wants to make sure that he's never too far from his portal. He's been a main swap target in this match. Big damage here onto Corki. Avidance getting low. Here comes the Gouge. Potential smoke bomb. Nope. Just going to be dropping the kidney shot. Song of Chi-Ji from downtown, and Blizzo seems to be able to just shrug that off. A nice Song of Chi-Ji snipes Corki as well as Avidance and really limits the offensive cooldowns or defensive cooldowns that Burger King has to use in that exchange.
Yeah, and we see the Ring of Peace coming out once again. I would have loved to see Lontar maybe go for a little gnome swap there, but of course it's a risky gamble. But Mazikeen so far been winning the kind of talent mind game, but Song of Chi-Ji, actually, no, he is playing Song of Chi-Ji. So he got the song there onto Lontar, so nicely done. Lontar actually is going to get value out of being that undead here, and now caught up in a kidney shot. Doesn't look like they have any damage just yet, though. Blizzo feeling very confident in this position. Leg sweep is going to connect onto Corki, but he is a big, strong bear, and he's going to take 0 damage with that bark skin up as well. So they do get the bark skin, but costed the leg sweep. It's kind of the same cooldown there. But it was Lontar's leg sweep though, so Blizzard's still going to have that in his back pocket. If he can try to catch Corki now with no trinket and no bark skin, they could actually set him up and grill this chick, and they got the combustion here as well. But Lontar getting swapped too. Big damage here, but he's going to use the restore all, and he's going to go back to full HP. And here comes the setup on the Corki that I was just talking about. Big damage. Do they have the CC onto Mazikeen? Song of GG gets casted, snipes both of them, and Corki, oh my god, 1%, but Mazikeen trinkets and saves the day.
Oh my gosh, absolutely insane. Corki right now getting low on health once again as Blizzo and Morrow are there, combustion up in 40 seconds, so still got some time to weather the storm. But I would say both of these melee DPS, both Blizzo and Avidance, are doing an incredible job shutting each other down. Anytime Avidance wants to get aggressive, he's getting polymorph. Big setup on Blizzo, though. Forced to trinket immediately on that smoke bomb. And a nice cyclone by Corky. A great play there by Laptop Gamers. Power play. Gouge on a Lone Tar is still not over yet. The root solar beam comes in. Lone Tar now into a blind as Blizzo's still in trouble. If he gets caught into another stun, might fall. I wonder what Lone Tar is going to do. He's got Trinket and is forced to trade to the Trinket and Life Cocoon. A great push there by Laptop Gamers. But Corky might just explode out of nowhere. Oh, almost in touch of death range. Can they take him down? It's an absolute panic. Doing what he can to survive. He's in bear form, but what a close call that was.
That was a great punish by Blizzard. It's such a high level of gameplay in this game. That entire sequence with the low cyclone, and they got the root solar beam on the healer, followed it up with a blind, and they got the cheap shot, and they forced out Lontar's trinket and Blizzo's trinket. So now it's a position where they could take down either Lontar or Blizzo in a stun lock. They need to be very careful. They kind of have them on a checkmate situation, but also a great punish onto Avidance, and Avidance is just dead. Both of these teams are playing phenomenally, but it is going to be Burger King who finds the win condition first, and they are going to knock Laptop Gamers out of the entire competition. That was a sick catch on Avidance. I mean, that last entire minute of this game was just such high level, man.
I mean, it's just a joy. It's like, the thing about these teams, every single team, except for specialty. So every single team I feel like is all-star players we've known and loved for years. That's nothing to take away from specialty, but I mean, you're just watching absolute titans of the region that have been playing for such an incredibly long time, and they're finding, I mean, these guys are masters of the arena. They're finding these win conditions, and it's this leg sweep, the portal leg sweep on Avidance. He just gets absolutely obliterated. And if you're not pre-fainting, like, Rose can survive if you faint, but if you get caught in that leg sweep, and I think it was actually an escape from the reality leg sweep. So Blizzo ports out, and he ports back into the fight, gets the leg sweep, and Avidance really hasn't been targeted too much in the match. So this is what I'm talking about. They're finding those openings. It's Corky who's scared most of the game. Avidance feeling confident to make the trades, and then he just gets caught. Quaking Palm, here's the port, and boom. Leg sweep with the polymorph, and Avidance just, yeah. Good night. You just know you're dead at that point. Nothing you could do.
It's such a nice situation that led to it too, because it all started with this sequence here. They smoke on Blizzo, they get his trinket, then they cyclone him low, and then what ended up happening after this was they got a blind onto Mazikeen and they got a cheap shot onto Mazikeen, but Avidance had to trinket to get that cheap shot. That's why he just used this trinket right here. Then an immediate punish coming out here onto Corky with that first charge of Zenith, and then here, like you mentioned, the port back leg sweep into the reset up. And Corky here is running because he's been the target the whole game, and Mazikeen is in a poly. So Corky's like, yep, I'm gonna get out of there. And then meanwhile, Avidance, well, guys, forgot to tell you, but I trinketed offensively during our really close kill on Blizzo, and now I have no trinket, and I'm dead. So just really high level from both sides, especially Burger King seeing that opportunity and seizing it to grab the win. Really good game.
Really good game. I hope to see them next week also, Laptop Gamers. I feel like we have not seen the end of this team, but we have seen the end of them, unfortunately, for today. Then it is Burger King taking that victory. And I think I cut you off there. What was that?
I was going to say, I think we have a break next week, but we do have a big patch coming as well. So
Cup, yes.
Yeah, next Cup. So, and we do... This is one of those teams that could benefit from the meta being shaken up a little bit, you know?
Yeah, it's true.
We have class changes coming in, some reworks for some classes, so it's still anyone's Cup number 3. And I think just being consistent at this point is really good. For Burger King, obviously, they're going to be happy they can stay alive. Laptop Gamer, though, making top 8 2 weeks in a row, they're still in a really good position.
Yeah, they certainly are. So we're going to see them moving forward in that lower bracket, and I feel like they're kind of just warming up, as we can see here. We've got Laptop Gamers out. They're going to be waiting on a competitor on the side of Burger King. We've got another lower match bracket coming up. Zico, DOBOB versus Last Dance.
Yep, it's going to be a Feral Druid showdown. We got Flappers going up against Tony Farrell. I'm excited to see if we're gonna get to see Kazu on the Devastation Evoker. And for DOBOB, you know, like DOBOB, just use flappers, okay? Just play FMP. I want to see DOBOB literally play FMP every single game against every single team, no matter who it is, because whenever, like, I think that's their biggest strength. Their biggest strength isn't like tagging in Nala on the Rogue and trying to be the 10th team playing Rogue Mage and trying to beat Wazen Raikou, who's been playing it for 25 decades. I think their strength is they have flappers, they have Tessia, he's a huge playmaker, play to those strengths, play the FMP, make everyone else reroll FMP, because that's what we saw from them when they were, you know, the team that was consistently beating Echo. It's when they forced Echo to abandon the Rogue and go on the Feral Druid. So I want to see more flappers, and yeah, let's see if we get that flappers versus Tony.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at, Zico, is sometimes it's just best to be yourself, right?
Yep. Just be yourself and be free.
All right, well, we'll see if they can do just that. We're going to head to a break. It is DOBOB versus Last Dance coming up next after this break.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are still in the lower bracket second series of the day here in the EU region for Cup number 2 of Midnight Season 1. We've got DOBOB versus Last Dance, and we have D-Machine. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Whoa.
Always
Whoa,
a pleasure to join this desk and see all these familiar faces, and most importantly, enjoy some World of Warcraft Arena right before
Absolutely.
a beautiful weekend.
Did you change your background to be kind of midnight-esque? It's purple.
Yeah, that's exactly why my background's purple. It's because of midnight. You got
For
me.
sure. All right. Well, let's talk about DOBOB versus Last Dance, Zico. We were kind of talking about it a little bit before we went into the break, but we can kind of expand on it more. I mean, we were saying that we wanted them to sort of lean into Flappers a little bit more, find their footing in the meta. Talk to me about that.
I feel like DOBOB. I feel like DOBOB looks the best when they are the ones making the meta. So, you know, we have seen them lock in this sub-rogue Frost Mage, and it has looked good for them as well. They've gotten some wins. I like that they have the option to do that, but I really feel like the synergy between Relza and Flappers that just goes back to such a long time, and the playmaking of Tessia, when they played at FMP, they just are the best at it, you know? So I think that that's their biggest strength, and I think, of course, it's hard, you know, if the meta is kind of not in your favor and Windwalkers are doing much better than Feral Druids, etc., to do that. But I do feel like DOBOB is the team that, when they played at FMP, they are the best at it, and I think that's their strength. So I think they should play more to that strength, because catching up on the meta is a really, really difficult thing to do, right? Like bringing in a new rogue to your roster and trying to like win mirrors against, you know, really established teams that have been playing for a long time. It's really tough.
Yeah, certainly is tough, and both of these teams are fighting elimination. Both of these teams, very strong rosters as well. D-Machine, what do you make of Last Dance?
Last Dance is interesting, right? I mean, they're kind of a wild card. There are only 3 players on the roster. I had a chance to talk to Tony very briefly, and Tony just kind of said, yeah, Casu coaxed me into signing up again, you know, last second. And but obviously these guys have a ludicrous amount of experience, but they're kind of one note. At least I thought they were, until all of a sudden we saw a Dev Evoker come out for Casu. And so we see that this 3-player roster, you know, has a little bit of tricks up their sleeve. But something to note about a team like this that, you know, is maybe playing, not taking it as seriously, and they're playing an aggressive composition like jungle, anything can kind of happen. They could catch some momentum, and that could be really hard to come back from. So I'm definitely not counting this team out by any means, even though that they're a 3-player roster. But with that all being said, I don't know. My prediction might not reflect my love for Tony. Sorry, buddy.
I mean, that's what we got. It's hard up here, right? Because you want to see. Ben talks about it a lot. It's like what your heart wants to see, but what your brain kind of thinks what's going to happen. It seems like DOBOB does think 89% in favor of them versus Last Dance. So it seems like they might be the underdog. D-Machine, do you align with that in your prediction?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I really, really want to see a cat versus cat showdown. That like Zico kind of called it out. Seeing Tony Feral versus Flappers is kind of like the EU Feral Druid Mount Everest of a matchup. But I still think, you know, with Thessia backing him up, I lean towards DOBOB 3-1.
3-1 DOBOB. All right, Zico. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling the same way. I don't know if it's gonna be a 3-1 or a 3-0, but I think I'm gonna give. I'm gonna do a 3-1. There's gonna be one game where Tessia maybe doesn't block, where there's just insane like MM Hunter damage. I'll give them one no block. Yeah, I think DOBOB is just they're so good. And I think the jungle cleave has not been that convincing yet. And when the jungle cleave isn't convincing for Last Dance, I feel like, you know, the club kind of closes after that.
What was the Legion class hall for mages called?
I'm not a wizard.
I don't remember.
Kirin Tor or something? I don't know.
Something like that. Is there something in the water over there in terms of like the blocks? Like it seems like that's been a hot topic this season, Zico. Unless we just all collectively decided to bully Ven again on a 10-year-old bit.
It's a bursty meta, for real. Like I saw in the last game, there was like a in cap that went out and somebody died. Like especially if it's like mid cast and they're out of those instants, I feel for them. I definitely am not dying without bubbling. Me never, but
of course, never. Absolutely not. All right, I'm gonna give it a 3-2. I do think it's still gonna be DOBOB. Looks like Super Tees thinks a little bit differently. This thing's gonna be on the side of Last Dance, so we will have to see. Super Tees rooting for the underdogs, but hopefully Last Dance believes in themselves just as much as Super Tees, because it seems like they are gonna be going up against a lot in this series, but they're both down in the lower bracket. They're both facing elimination. Game number 1 kicking off, Zico.
Yeah. Hall of the Guardian was the name, by the way. I just
Hall of the Guardian. Oh, the game!
Yeah. We got the game started here. Tessia tagged in on the Frost Mage. We'd love to see it. The FMP coming in here from DOBOB Last Dance, leading with their BM Hunter and Jungle Cleave. So we're going to see Tessia actually playing that Snowdrift as well. He's been known for drifting away with his opponents in the past. It's been a big talent for him, allowing him to basically access like a pseudo stun. If he can stack long enough on top of somebody, eventually they will be frozen. But we can see Casu here in a maim stun and take a little bit of damage, but the Kara is not messing around here. He's going to trade out the Life Cocoon.
Immediately, now Tony taking a bit of the pressure on the back foot. He gets stunned out of form. He's not in bear form. He gets dipped down, but he catches a huge heal. Now Thessia is also pushing it at the same time. Full leg sweep into the polymorph on to Dakara. What can they get done? Oh, it wasn't a full polymorph. Excuse me. He's going to get out of that. Keep his team nice and healthy. But look at the offensive positioning from Last Dance. They're just in the face of DOBOB on their side of the map and everything. And Dakara just trading those defensive cooldowns out with that Cocoon. Casso dipping down to about half heal, but Flapper's caught into that full cycle and is going to slow things down.
Yeah, and the Snowdrift active here from Tessia once again. He's trying to eat the trap there from Relza, but not able to find it. Huge burst damage coming through. Relza had to trinket, trade out the Life Cocoon. Big swap onto Casu, and that is going to be the trinket Life Cocoon in response from Dakara. And both of these teams trading very evenly so far. Still anybody's game, but those were two major defensives there being utilized. Tessia still has 2 of his ice blocks in his back pocket. No Ray of Frost just yet. Full leg sweep is going to connect. Tessia is going to blink away. He actually trinketed and then blinked, so it makes me think maybe he's playing Shimmer. He has been playing very aggressively in the past with the Shimmer, but we'll see if he'll try to pay attention to that. Glacial Spike is going to connect, and that is going to be the Life Cocoon there. Tessia is getting chomped. He's taking so much damage, and he is going to play the regular blink there. He just used his regular blink, possibly had it on cooldown when he had to trinket earlier. But Tessia is going to be dropping a Ring of Frost, gets interrupted on it as well, but will recover here with the heals from Relza. But here comes another push from Last Dance.
Looks like it. I just love this game so far. This is the type of World of Warcraft arena I want to see. 2 Feral Druids just going face at each other. Casu dipping down about half here. You still got Turtle, but no Cocoon. Dakara's just pressing that thing on cooldown, I swear. Just keeping his team completely aggressive and making sure that no one's going to get gibbed here. Leg sweep is just going to be blinked right away from Thessia, but Rel's going to sit it. No follow-up. Song of Chi-Ji. What's it going to hit? It's going to hit nobody. Thessia now in the middle of the map. He's trying to get aggressive with that Ray of Frost, but he's dipping down to half. And both teams are just trying to swing at each other, blocking no damage at all. But there's this full sleep. Casu could be in some trouble. And that was a half trinket, a Will of the Forsaken from Dakara, Z.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. I have no idea how that song hit. If we can clip that, I would love to rewatch that later. He teleported away from it, but it still somehow hit him through the pillar. But anyway, Tessia in a little bit of trouble, gets the precognition though with the fake cast, drops the Ring of Frost. And Tessia's doing a great job just kiting these pets. Here comes the Ray though, and Tony's going to trinket and immediately interrupt that. So another cooldown there being used there against Tessia's Slippery Mage. Nice alter time there for Tessia as well, kiting around while Relza is sitting through that crowd control. And it's going to be another successful hit and run here. Dakara with no Will of the Forsaken, Tony with no trinket, no bar. Tessia in trouble though right now. Double leg sweep is going to connect onto Relza and Tessia. Relza, what are you going to do here? Needs to keep Tessia alive for now and does manage to do so. Tony gets counterspelled on the Cyclone, and he's taking so much damage here from the Frozen Orb, from the cleave damage. But Casu is going to be the main target. He's caught up in the maim. Full leg sweep onto Dakara. He's going to trinket out and trade the Life Cocoon there. Casu, though, still not out of the woods yet completely. Great offense from DOBOB so far.
Oh, you put Cocoon on one target? Good thing you have another one for me to swap to. Tony dapping down to half in bear form on his incarnation. Can't get a whole lot done. Dakara's going to leave that CC finally. Top Tony off. Now he wants to get aggressive, looking for a Cyclone. He gets the full clone follow-up onto Relza, but where's the damage? He gets Cycloned himself. Both teams are kind of just, I was imagining like a Kung Fu movie where they're like hitting each other's arms out of the way while simultaneously going for a strike of their own. And look at the mana. It is almost exactly the same. This is such a close and explosive game number one. I feel like he just could go either way at any moment, and Tony knows that too. In bear form all the time, interrupted into a full maim, but he's in that pre-bear form. But Dakara's not messing around. He's going to go ahead and trade that Cocoon up. Thessia dipping down lower as well. Relza's going to be able to top him off, no problem. But the double leg sweep, if it can be followed up by Tony, and he can't. He did not end up getting that Cyclone, and Thessia should be A-okay yet again.
Yeah, that was a nice push though from Dakara, landing that double leg sweep, but now Dakara still with no trinket. There is an opportunity here for DOBOB to get aggressive. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. It's going to be a paralyze onto Flappers. There's the leg sweep onto Kasu and Tony. Ooh. Nicely down. Ray of Frost going to get channeled there as well, but Tessia cancels it a little bit early. Doesn't get the full value. And now Relza's in a full trap here. What are you going to do, Tessia? He blinks around the corner, manages to drop the Frozen Orb, and Tessia's playing an excellent game of defense here. He drops the Orb, he drops the Blizzard, and then he just runs around the pillar with the Snowdrift as well, making sure that nothing can hit him. And he's happy to just kind of drag it out a little bit into dampening, force the enemy to come to him, and then look for an opportunity. And there he fake has the kick, gets a nice Glacial Spike onto Kasu, but no crowd control onto Dakara means Kasu is going to be completely fine. Both Mistweavers tied on mana right now, but here is a big push onto Tony. He might just die. Huge pressure coming out there. The bash setup. DOBOB looking deadly right there. Dakara had to trinket and trade out the Cocoon.
I love that. Dude, Flappers is so good at juking kicks, but is that going to matter? He is in bear form for this full maim stun. Thessia is going to get an interrupt, but the trap follow-up on the Relza, the survival instincts is going to be traded. Relza, can you keep your Feral alive? It looks like he will. Now they're switching the damage around to Tony. Tony's caught into bear form now. He has his incarnation up, and he can't get a whole lot done with it. The in-cap onto Dakara. Can he keep his Feral Druid alive? Surely Flappers reconnects, but he's got to be careful himself. Dakara dipping in. He's trying to get defensive. Oh, great peels, and Tony is just on the run, desperately looking to stay alive. He catches a little bit of momentum. Relza now caught into a trap. Can they get the follow-up Cyclone? Tony's got the precog, but he can't get it. Relza dips out of line of sight. Thessia now caught into the Cyclone, and it looks like Last Dance somehow survived that onslaught, but for how much longer? The maim out of the rake stun onto Tony. Big damage from the incarnation from Flappers. Relza just going to trade out the Cocoon onto Flappers to keep him aggressive, but Dakara's Cocoon comes off a cooldown again. Unbelievable. This game is so close, Z.
Yeah, both healers had to trade out their life Cocoon at the exact same time. Who is going to win the game here on the next push, potentially? Flappers is in a full stun. They're going for it on the side of Last Dance. Flappers, can you stay alive? It looks like he's going to be fine. Dakara in a full ring of Frost. Tessia pushing in for Tony. They catch him in a leg sweep. The nice knock behind the pillar. Do they have a restun? Flappers does find the restun. Paralyzed onto Dakara, but Dakara is out of crowd control. Flappers now on the back foot. Relza in a full disorienting roar. Can they find a trap? Can they find anything onto Relza? There's the stun. He's going to trinket out of the stun into another stun. If they can find the freezing trap, it could be lights up, but at the same time, big Ray of Frost gets interrupted there on Tessia. Nicely done by Kasu, but Tony still flailing to stay alive. Dakara in a full counter spell, and they have done it on the side of DOBOB. The touch of death is deadly, and Last Dance is unfortunately not going to be winning this game.
It does not appear so. You know, if you were to told me that the Feral Druid on the side of the BM Hunter was going to be the one that was on the run from the consistent pressure, I would have been like, that's weird. Frost mages have to cast and stuff. BM Hunters don't just kind of chew you apart with all their pets. But man, the onslaught from DOBOB just never seemed to end this whole game.
Yeah, that's the problem. I feel like BM Hunter usually, like in this part of that, in this deep dampening, they usually pull ahead, but Tessia just doing great job controlling the pets, kiting the pets, surviving the cooldowns, and also Flappers finding the re-stealth here to get the stun onto Tony was absolutely key. They had great pressure, and even now when they land this trap, it's like to reverse the pressure. So they're always doing it from the back foot as the jungle, and then Tessia snipes the counterspell right there onto Dakara, and it is enough to take down Tony in that position. Really, really close match though, and this is kind of what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
No matter who wins and no matter who loses, I wanted to see the Tony versus Flappers showdown, and so far it has not been disappointing.
Not at all. And if I was Last Dance, I would still be considering this composition going into another game for sure. Maybe a bit more open map. I think that Thessia did a great job. Just like, oh, you want to hit me? You're going to have to overextend. You're going to have to line of sight. You're going to have to be you have to be playing my game effectively. And Nagrand has that opportunity, but maybe like a Ruins or something a little bit more unforgiving, a little bit more open. Perhaps Thessia won't have that option. But Casu, we did see the dev. We could always see a dev evoker come out, but I don't know. It's one of those things where you can't mind game yourself in these situations. Every single game counts. Every single point matters. And with BlizzCon on the line this year, you know, everyone's taking every single draft so seriously.
Yep. Only 3 cups. We're already at the halfway point today. So it's pretty crazy to think about. Last Dance, not going to have too many chances for qualifications. And, of course, like you mentioned, BlizzCon on the line. Every player's dream is to go compete at BlizzCon, to win BlizzCon. $300,000 on the line at BlizzCon as well. So pretty crazy year ahead of us. But so far, we got to take it one game at a time. And I don't want to see the Dev Evoker, actually. I want to see the same thing.
Hey.
I'm happy to see this.
Dalaran Sewers, how do you feel about that choice? How do you feel about Thessia getting away on this map?
A little bit surprising, honestly. Because I feel like the ZY axis on Dalaran Sewers can be kind of nice against the BM Hunter pets. You can buy a little bit of extra time when your healer's in crowd control. You can like alter time, jump down, port back up.
Oh,
and
true.
All the pets, they don't, the pets can't just jump down
pathing,
through
right.
the edge. Yeah, they have to run around and then run back around. So it gives them a little bit of extra kind of kiting for the pets. But it's nice for the Mistweavers. They can just immediately port out of the middle and get behind a pillar. So,
Absolutely. And, you know, it is a little bit smaller of a map as well. So I'm imagining that's what Tony was thinking by locking that in. But it could definitely still go either way between these two Feral Druids, who will be the King Lion, the actual king of the pride of the EU region between DOBOB and Last Dance. You know, I've been watching Flappers play this Feral Druid forever. I remember the first time I saw him come to a LAN, I think it was like 2018 or something like that. Man, I counted that dude out so fast. I probably shouldn't have, because he was like the size of a refrigerator. He was quite an intimidating bro. But I just did not imagine that he would be able to take it to like all these like wizards and all these rogue mages. But he just had so much aggression. And then on the side of Last Dance, we're looking at the jungle cleave. You know what I mean? Like aggression. This is just a treat to watch. Going on Dalaran Sewers, a nice small map. It should be another explosive game number 2.
yeah, let's see here. Game number 2 is live. Cass is going to be the target. Tessia is going to be the target as well. Big pressure coming out from both sides. Immediate restoral being used there by Relza. Now paralyzed onto Dakara into the leg sweep. Tony's going to be the target. Tony activates the bark skin. So far, no trinkets used here on the side of Last Dance. And they already got a major defensive out of Relza. So this has been a good opening so far. But Ray of Frost connects. Nice interrupt, though, by Dakara. Dropping the double leg sweep there. Shutting down that attempt immediately. Dragon's Breath coming out onto Dakara. Tessia gets kicked on the polymorph, which allows him to channel this full Ray of Frost and get a lot of damage out and still pull the life cocoon.
And bear form still needed the cocoon. Dakara just has to trade it. But here we go. Cassie's going to pop his offensive cooldown, that Bestial Wrath, to try to get that pressure rolling in his favor. Maim onto Flappers, trap onto Relza, and Thessia is all alone there for a sec, but they're swapping the pressure over out on the Tony. They're all out. That was their go. The follow-up Cyclone onto Relza, and Thessia is still completely fine. It's Tony who's in trouble. Full Maim is going to force a trinket as he was caught in cat form. Going to pop that Survival Instincts. A double leg sweep for Last Dance's Hunter and Mistweaver, and Tony just seems like he's just can't catch a break. They got to get this pressure rolling onto Thessia. They got to get the buttons of their own, but it just feels like between block, cocoon, Flappers now caught into a Maim. A leg sweep goes out. A Dakara getting stopped on his follow-up CC. Now the swap around to Flappers is finally going to force the cocoon out of DOBOB.
That's a great snipe there by Tessia once again, getting the counterspell there, and they still have pressure on the side of this. Beautiful knock onto Tony as well, knocking him out in the open there for Tessia. Served up, but now Tessia on the back foot. Nice counter pressure coming out there. We get the silence onto Relza, and we're almost able to force the first ice block there on Tessia, but not quite enough damage on the side of Last Stand. But now we can see the Dragon's Breath coming out into the full sheep onto the Kara. Big damage potential onto Tony, and that is going to be met with a live cocoon. Immediate swap onto Kasu, and Kasu's going to have to trade the exhilaration as well. And it's like you said, David, one guy gets set up on, immediate cocoon. They swap to the next guy, immediate exhilaration. They are not letting go of the gas pedal on DOBOB.
Yeah, take notes, Soul Shuffle players. When Cocoon is on one target, there is another target to hit. It's crazy. Ray of Frost going out. Big damage onto Tony. That is the main. He's going to finally get out of bear form. He's got Heart of the Wild, but he has to get out of bear form to even press it. Song of Chi-Ji is going to just stop Tony from catching any momentum. But as soon as he goes back into cat form, he just gets lit up. Oh, my God. This Feral Druid's got to be careful. Bestial Wrath. They're trying to switch it around. Flapper's now caught into Cocoon on that Cyclone. He is going to be topped off. He's going to try to jump back onto Tony. Tony knows it. He's kiting around. He's trying to get away. He's in that bear form. He's not letting himself get stunned out of form again. No Cocoon for 18 seconds. He does have Bark Skin, but, man, we've seen Thessia and Flappers just chew through little cooldowns like that. So Tony understands the win condition right now, and he's playing accordingly. A nice Cyclone to stop Flappers for now. And it looks like Last Dance is doing a good job stopping the momentum, but they need it. They need their own momentum right now.
Yeah, they absolutely do. But Flappers is actually feeling it a little bit here in this position. He had a polymorph onto the Kara, but Flappers had to kind of abandon the push there. Full trap as well now onto Relza. Flappers doing a good job those things defensively in bear form. Tessia looking for the counter pressure. Big damage coming out there onto Tony for a second. Both Feral Druids not feeling too confident to push in and be aggressive here. Both sitting in bear form there for a second, but now finally we're going to see Tony in cat form. Relza going for the CC chain onto the Kara. He finds the full turtle. Song of GG, and this could be it right now to Tony. Beautiful. Oh, they overlap. No, they triple overlap. Castle used the turtle. Yes. Tony used the trinket and survival instinct. The Kara used the will and life cocoon. Huge opening now for DOBOB.
Gigantic buttons all just being thrown to the wind by Last Dance. This is not looking good. Full trap does land on Nerelza, but not a whole lot getting done as Flappers just kind of dips. Thestia's still got that ice block, bro. He's still sitting, but there's a huge stun onto Casu. The Song of GG lands. Casu with no turtle available. Surely this will be it for him. They're trying to light up Thestia, trying to force him defensive, and it looks like Casu will live that CC go. But now the go goes out back onto Thestia, but Tony actually ate a trap there. Fantastic play by him. He's going to sit in that bear form. He understands that he could potentially be a swap target at any moment, but lots of cooldowns missing on the side of Last Dance. DOBOB has all the momentum in their favor right now.
Ooh, Ray of Frost there onto Tony, chunking him down to 50% HP. The triple Song of GG into the triple Snowdrift. Tessia is all over them. Does he have the Dragon's Breath as well? I don't know. Tony is going to be able to survive. There's a Dragon's Breath as well, but a short gap in the CC there is going to allow Tony to recover. That was an insane push by Relza, leading the charge on that one. And Tessia, like you mentioned, still has 2 ice blocks. He has yet to use 1 ice block so far in this series. Looking so good here on the side of DOBOB. They have yet to use any defensives really, and they still have nothing left on the side of Last Dance. Can they finally push through and win the game? There's the leg sweep onto Takara. There's the stun onto Tony. I think this is it. Full is looking clean, and DOBOB takes game number 2. Beautiful setup. I mean, this was just amazing. They got the full paralyze, leg sweep, sleep combo onto Takara. He had nothing. They got the full stun into stun on to Tony. They got the full Ray of Frost channel. Just 3 versus 1 isolated target. Dallor and Sewers did not help.
Yeah, classic case of, oh, you want to be locked in a closet with me? I'm locked in a closet with you. It just felt like this Frost Mage was in his element down here in the sewers. That's not implying anything. I love all my Frost Mage friends, okay? But man, Last Dance just felt like they were on the back foot, and like the momentum just never was in their favor. Thessia was just able to tank all of Jurassic Park in the face all game long, no problem. All these T-Rexes just was not able to force the cooldowns that they needed. Relza also just doing a great job with those Song of Chi-G's. Whenever he had those breath, whenever he had like an opportunity to get aggressive, he was landing them. Look at that. Oh, the Song of Chi-G triple into the orb, into the snowdrift. Look at all that. Unbelievable. I definitely feel for Dakara having to deal with all of that. But Last Dance are now on their last chance here in the lower bracket. They need to win 3 games in a row against DOBOB to keep their tournament lives alive.
I mean, just that last setup, man, is so nice. They did it twice, by the way. This map, I don't want to see them lock it in again. It was the exact same thing that happened twice here. It's so nice to watch. Look at that. The triple Song of GG, the triple Snowdrift. And then Tessia wanted to get the Dragon's Breath there as well, but Tony did a great disorienting roar. And then here, once again, look at that double leg sweep. The Kara Kasu can't play it again. Look at Relza.
Oh
double
my God.
Song
I didn't
of
even
GG.
see that,
and
dude.
then he rolls over for the touch of death, but he dies before he can even connect it. Like, Relza is looking real good on this Mistweaver. He is looking fantastic.
Relza's one of those players too that I always felt was like, oh, it's priest only. It's always priest. It's just gonna be priest forever. So seeing him on a Mistweaver Monk and hanging with the best of the best, very cool. Seeing him on a Mistweaver Monk and straight up thriving, extra cool. Ruins of Lordaeron, Supatees, if you were here, I would love to hear you say it one more time, but this does feel like Last Dance's possible last nail in their coffin here. I mean, it is an open map, but now I'm just kind of curious if this FM Monk just kind of has their number, man. I like, even when they have less space, it just felt like you kind of just need to get away from Thessia. He just is a monster. I don't know. All 3 of them are playing incredibly well at that. DOBOB, we've seen them go the distance in the past. We've seen them take entire tournaments. We know that they have the synergy. We know that they have the ability to adapt. But it seems like we do see a little bit of adaptation. We have a Dev Evoker enter the arena, Zico.
Attention all units. Dev Evoker has been detected. And Kasu is going to be leading this flight 747 heading through game 4 if he gets to have it. It was so good that he started flying as I said that as well. That was a great lift off there for Kasu. But we're gonna see the Song of GG connecting there onto the car. Kasu is gonna be the target. He might just die in the opener. Double leg sweep coming through. The car had to use Will of the Forsaken already, and big damage coming out from Kasu. The Dragon Rage was already used here in this position too. So far, the Dev Evoker pick, I mean, something needed to change, but it's not really paying off.
DOBOB's got all the momentum, man. When you see Flapper spamming that QE back and forth, you gotta be scared. He's feeling himself. Cassie's trying to get into it. He gets a sleepwalk. He's trying to reconnect onto Thessia. Thessia sees the win condition and is just gonna line of sight for now. A Disintegrate will connect, but now Cassie caught into the maim at half health here. Dakar across the map. That's gonna be the revival. It's gonna be a big heal, but he's not out of it just yet. He's trying to get his own damage off on the Thessia, but Relza doing a fantastic job keeping him completely alive. Flapper's eating those interrupts as well, getting those cyclones to stop this momentum. Thessia finally catching some damage, but it's just going to alter time it back up. Fantastic plays by him. And DOBOB, they are on fire. Last Dance are going to need to put this out.
Yeah, and Tessia looking for the CC here, gets the deep breath. Can he find the sleepwalk? No, he gets interrupted, but immediate disintegrates. Looking for the Eternity Surge. Looks like he was interrupted on the Eternity Surge as well. And the sleepwalk is going to hit absolutely nobody. There is the time stop coming out from Kasu, and now he gets stunned up in a wall.
Barely.
Oh my God! Huge damage rescue. He's gonna be enough. Dakara is still in CC. They can take him down right now. The Ray of Frost. Kasu on 1% HP. It could be a crash landing, but it looks like Kasu is gonna survive.
Unreal, dude. If that ice wall separated Kasu, that easily could have been the game. Seeing Thessia run that ice wall, I didn't see that talent choice before. Love to see that. Thessia's ice walls are legendary, as the kids say. But Kasu, he's still in trouble. He's still being connected to, and Dakara has no cocoon for 37 seconds. They easily could get this going, but Flapper's caught into that cyclone is going to slow things down quite a bit, but here's the incarnation. He's going to get maimed on it. Tony defensive maims just to stop this momentum, but he needs to get aggressive himself. Kasu surely is going to go down. so much damage. Out of line of sight of Dakara for just a second there. 15, 18 seconds on that Cocoon. Casu is still alive. Last Dance could have an opportunity to switch things around here, and Dakara sees it. He's trying to get aggressive. Tony's going to get stunned up and slow down himself. Flapper's looking for a Cyclone. He lands it onto Tony. Casu's got to be careful. He gets interrupted. He wants to push in onto Thessia. He wants to get in their face, and Last Dance are finally catching a little bit of momentum in their favor.
Oh, this is looking good, though. They got the sleepwalk into the leg sweep, paralyzed here onto Relza. Do they have anything more? It doesn't look like it. Ray of Frost is going to get channeled. Tony with a nice interrupt. They got the life cocoon, though. Last Dance finally putting some cooldown. Disintegrates coming out from Casu as he continues to fly forward on the Dev Evoker. Tony is taking a lot of damage as well, getting cleaved here by the side of DOBOB. Counterspell onto Tony, which means that Dakara is going to be able to free cast here. Soothing Mist coming out. He's not afraid of any interrupts right now, so should be able to stabilize his team. And there comes Casu once again, looking for the deep breath, but he gets polymorphed actually on his sleepwalk, so he's not able to find that. They're not able to find the crowd control. Paralyzed is going to break onto Relza. Song of GG is going to connect there as well. Tessia finally forced into the first ice block.
Let's go.
This Dev Evoker pick is already paying off here on the side of Last Dance, forcing them the very first ice block of the series. Dakara, though, in a full sleepwalk there. And now, here comes the setup. Double leg sweep. Casu, what are you going to do here? Flappers is all over him, looking for the bite, but not going to be able to find it. They're going to block it with the Obsidian Scales.
Looks like it. Oh, man. And Dakara's got buttons to play with. Offensive leg sweep onto Relza. Flappers in a Cyclone on his Incarn. And it looks like Last Dance has control of the game, but where's the damage? They got to pump it. Relza now caught into a full Song of GG. Thessia's on the run. Tony finally reconnects here. Isn't able to get the follow-up polymorph, and there is a Cocoon. More buttons being forced out of DOBOB as Last Dance continues to push this momentum. But Casu caught into a Cocoon of himself. So both teams trading blow for blow here in Ruins of Lordaeron. Match point for Last Dance. They got to win this. They got to get back into this. I talked to Tony really briefly before this matchup, and Tony's like, yeah, this matchup's like an 80-20 for us. We're probably going to lose, but Casu really wants to win this. And when Tony says Casu really wants to win this, he means it. Casu is a tryhard when he wants to be, and when that kind of Super Saiyan mode for Casu gets enabled, magic can happen, and we're seeing that right here. Main goes out onto Flappers. Thessia and Flappers still dipping lower and lower. Relza not caught in any CC just yet. 22% dampening. He's got a line of sight and prevent any follow-up CC. Tony gets caught into a CC right now, and all of a sudden, we're at a point now where mana might become a variable to look out for.
Yeah, Relza slightly ahead, but it's hard to see when we don't know how many T-charges they've got left. But Tessia, no ice blocks left, feeling very scared. For the first time in the match, he's in a position where he has no defensive stun coming out there onto Tessia. Tony is looking for the close-up. Can he find it? They get the life cocoon there onto Tessia. They got nothing. There's a big window here of opportunity. Casu takes up to the skies, gets a nice double deep breath, but they need crowd control onto Relza. They need a sleepwalk. They need something. Can they find it? They get a full sheep onto Dakara instead. Tony's going to be the target. Casu gets aggressive here. Sleepwalk gets casted. Can he find it? No. Relza line of sights it. And Tessia, once again, defensive Ring of Frost. 15 long seconds here on that ice block. There's the ice barrier, though. There's the full Song of GG. Celestial Conduit coming through. They get the maim on the Conduit. Tony looking for the game-winning Cyclones. Relza ports 1 millimeter behind the pillar to avoid it. And he's going to be able to keep Tessia alive for one more second. He's going to have the ice block here. Can they push it, though? There's the Ray of Frost now. Kind of push onto Casu. But he pre-time stops on the Ray of Frost, taking 0 damage. If they can just get a setup, they could potentially force that ice block and then have another win condition on the side of Last Dance. This is the closest they've been to actually pulling a win in the series, but Relza is making their lives difficult. He does not like being crowd controlled, and he is just moving like a gazelle on the battlefield.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, DOBOB, adapting to what they're playing up against here. Thessia dipping down even lower than half at this point, but Casu understands that he is the kill target. No scales, no Cocoon for 3. The Cocoon right off a cooldown immediately onto Casu. Now they're trying to switch this pressure out over onto Thessia immediately, but the Cocoon is just ripped right through. Full maim lands out onto Casu, and the leg sweep goes out onto Dakara. Tony has the incarnation. He's trying to switch this pressure around, but the Casu's still at half health here. He's going to go into that time stop, but He comes out of it. He's so low. He gets interrupted immediately. He's flying away with his Mistweaver Monk, but can he stay aggressive and run away at the same time? We are on Ruins of Lordaeron. There's nowhere to go. Casu's in so much trouble. Can Takara keep him alive? Thessia forced into his final ice block, possibly of the game, but Flapper's incarnation could chew this dragon apart at any moment. He's reconnecting, but Flappers doesn't want to overextend himself. He switches over out onto Tony. Tony gets stopped on his Cyclone. Mana just a sliver for Takara. Relza caught into that sleep, and Thessia is still on the run. Casu and Tony dipping down to half as Takara gets caught into a Cyclone. Casu's desperately trying to get the damage out while still being out of line of sight. Can Thessia get the follow-up polymorph? He doesn't get it. He gets stopped. And both teams are kind of just on their last breath here in the final game, potentially, of the series.
They got no cooldowns left. Here's the double leg sweep. Nice time stop by Casu once again.
My God,
but they're buying
nuts.
time. Flappers finds the Cyclone. I think that's going to be it.
Oh!
Huge damage. It's going to connect. And DOBOB takes the W. But that was actually a really, really close match. Casu tagged in on the Dev Evoker. I feel like if he played more Dev Evoker, they could have actually pulled through on the side of Last Dance. Couple of close calls, but that last setup was beautiful to watch. Nice time stop there, but also they find the Cyclone and they find the setup to isolate their target. We're going to see it on the replay here. A couple of close calls prior to that. Thessia dropping quite low here, but you can see Casu on the Dragon also getting very aggressive. Here's when they force that second ice block of Thessia, and things are looking real good for the side of Last Dance. But here, look at this right there. The Kara gets cycloned out of the stun from Flappers, and then he gets knocked into Thessia's line of sight as well. Just Flappers, man. I'm telling you guys, keep Flappers in. If you are on DOBOB, Flappers needs 100% play rate. Flappers and Thessia, they just work so well together. They're just constantly aware of each other's win conditions. They're always chaining the crowd control perfectly together. Just play FMP every game. Don't follow the meta. Just make your own meta. That's what I want to see from DOBOB.
Just imagining like Coach Zico in the dugout with his team, and everyone's kind of like kneeling down around each other, and they're like, "Dude, RMP's so strong right now." Zico's like, "Yeah, but what about Flappers though, right? Big bites? Anyone?"
Oh, man. All right, well, that is going to be a victory for DOBOB. If we saw Last Dance again, though, Zico, I'm curious, would you want them to start off with that composition that they played in Game 3?
Yeah, I mean, the BM Hunter, it just looks like DOBOB has so much experience in playing against the BM Hunter. Thessia just playing the Snowdrift, playing around the pillar, getting the Novas on the pets, getting the Ring of Frost on the pets. She's constantly slowing them down and then finding these opportunities in between the Bestial Wrath to really get something going. It just looked too slow. Like, it just needs too much time to kind of scale. Whereas, well, Evoker is a dragon, and, you know, they just scale immediately.
And they have scales. Oh, I thought that's
Yeah, that is where I was going.
Oh, sorry. I took your,
Nailed it.
took your joke. I apologize. I got so excited. I was like, oh, he's going to say it.
It was bad.
Go ahead.
It was bad anyway.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It seems like it's something that's kind of plagued these jungle teams for so long, is that when they do try to adapt, it just doesn't, they can't really find their footing. So it just seems like jungle teams, you know, can't be as rigid as you were before, but we will have to see if we see them for cup number 3. But we've got DOBOB moving up in the lower bracket. We've got Borger King and DOBOB down there waiting for some teams to come down from the upper bracket. We've got Echo and Stop Nerf Mistweaver up in the top, and Streamer Zone GG versus Specialty. And yeah, David, that's a good way to put it. Piranhas.
You don't want to go down there, Aya. It's scary down there.
Yeah, piranhas are very scary. Or it could be like one of those like deep water fishes, you know, with like the white gold and the scary jaws. It's like,
I hate those deep water like scary images or whatever. Oh man, dude. Hannah, my wife, she's from Hawaii, so she loves the ocean. I refer to the ocean as monster soup. You can't pay me to go in there. I refuse, and that's exactly what I imagine Flappers being. He's just in that travel form in the ocean, still somehow has his cat form bites in travel form. He's just a terrifying lurking monster down there. You do not want to get knocked down there. And stop Nerf Mistweaver for me, man, I just, Echo is just, they're Echo. They're just
Echo.
the legends. Stop Nerf
Yes.
Mistweaver, we've seen them kind of run into a few walls. They didn't seem to be able to adapt versus specific compositions that we've seen Echo be able to use, or a similar composition that Echo kind of has in their toolkit. And I've always kind of said this, a team that is like a top AWC team to me is one that is capable of adapting. You need to be able to beat every team in the bracket, not just have a lucky bracket. I actually stole that from Venruki. So Stop Nerf Mistweaver, this is like an ultimate test in my mind.
All right. Well, we will have to see. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, it is Echo versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver in the upper bracket in just a bit after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're here in the upper bracket. It is Echo versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver, a series that a lot of us have been anticipating, and I can't wait to get started on it. D-Machine. But, I mean, how do we feel kind of like on Echo's chances on this Stop Nerf Mistweaver? We know they're going to be the underdog going into this, but it kind of seemed like there might be some moments that we saw last week that could play into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they got the reps, right? They faced off against Echo in the upper corners of last week, and it was pretty convincing. They got 3-0'd by Echo. Echo, a team that is just well known for their ability to play just about a gazillion comps on average, just a gazillion. They're capable of swapping to whatever the meta is, or even like their main compositions, and just kind of adapting to their opponents. I mean, we even saw Mage Lock come out of them, which seems like kind of a misplay in the last tournament. Maybe the gods can bleed, perhaps, but in my mind, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they need to figure something out. They need to come up with an answer, especially for that Outlaw Rogue Mage composition, to overcome what they failed to beat last tournament.
Absolutely. So Echo, definitely a powerhouse, a staple in the EU region, Supatis. And then on the other side, we've got Stop Nerf Mistweaver. A lot of people, we were talking about it in the top of the show, really looking forward to this series in particular.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's been playing this composition for a long time, even when it's not meta. And finally, Mistweaver actually is meta. And this is the prime time to take advantage of it. In Cup 2, there's only one cup remaining, and there are changes coming forward for Mistweaver. So for me, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, like, this has got to be their cup. I feel like they need to get a first place finish with this. Otherwise, moving into the future, what are their options? I don't feel like re-rolling is one of them. So they will probably just have to overcome against whatever odds are thrown their way, depending on what the class tuning results actually are.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say definitely more pressure on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver, but let's get into predictions. 9%. Like I said, they're going to be the underdog going into this. They're up against Echo. I feel like it seems like time and time again, D-Machine, what could happen here if we follow the script of Echo? Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They could beat Echo, but if they get a rematch, they're going to win anyways in that rematch. It just seems like Echo are so adaptable, but Stop Nerf Mistweaver, I feel like they're ready to take on the challenge.
I mean, they're in the upper bracket. They're doing something right? I mean, that's a big deal. You're already locking in at least like a top 6 placement. That's good points, but Echo is kind of the test, the ultimate test to determine whether or not you are deserving of being in the highest of echelons of the region. They are kind of like the kingmakers. If you can take them down, you are all of a sudden in contention for, you know, maybe even second or first in terms of like overall challenge to the rest of the teams. And you know, something to note is that they do have a little bit of XP now against Echo. Being able to even just lose to your opponent preemptively is a big deal. It gives you so much information. I've seen so many times again where like tournament lands where people would show up and they would go up against somebody and they would get knocked down to the lower bracket and face them again and beat them because they were able to, you know, adapt. So that's really is the question in my mind. Is Stop Nerf Mistweaver capable of bringing it all the way? They fell just a little bit short there in the lower bracket against another insane team, BORGIR King, excuse me. and a similar mindset, like BORGIR King, Echo, these guys, they are able to adapt to just about any situation with the compositions that they have available. Same with DOBOB and also some other teams here in the bracket. It's just something that these teams need to find a way to do in order to maintain their placements in that top 4 especially.
Mm-hmm. And we know how competitive it already is shaping up to be. It just kind of always is in the EU region. But let's talk about predictions real quick. Supatis, they are almost ready for the series, so we'll squeeze this in. What is your prediction for the series?
3-0 Echo, take it.
Oh,
dang.
My heart. David?
Oh, yeah, 3-0 Echo.
Guys, no.
Everybody's echoing
I'm sorry,
Echo.
Bank.
Is
If you're
Aya
watching,
gonna
man,
cheer for them? This
it's
would
not
be an insane pick by
I
Aya.
cheer for them. I am
But you're
cheering
not
for them.
risking
I
your
would love to
standing.
see them win, but I'm not risking my standings. I'm gonna go 3-0 Echo. I'm so sorry.
You
I'm
pity
so
them,
sorry.
but you don't.
Dude,
don't actually back them
I know,
up.
but listen, I love a good underdog story. Go ahead, David.
Bank is a monster, man, and monks are insane. Everyone's playing a monk right now. This is his time to shine. Ven was saying it earlier, and you're kind of saying it too as well, Sid. It's now or never. The nerfs are incoming. You gotta step up right here, right now, and they're all locking in the same compositions we saw in Cup number 1. This is gonna be rough. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. What can you pull out? Super, take it away.
Have they improved their strategies here? We see cheap shot on Cassidy. Feral Druid seems to be the initial target for Echo with double leg sweep on both Bank and Smite. However, Cassidy didn't even trade his bark skin in that initial exchange. This is surprising against Rogue Mage. He holds on to a lot of defense. They're focus firing the Rogue, it would appear, on the opposing side. So melee DPS are taking a lot more pressure. Now we see Echo switching some damage to Smite, but he is just able to hover back. He's getting aggressive actually on top of JT. He finds a full sleepwalk into a double stun. They're chasing down Raikou. They blast through his barrier. He's going to pop the life cocoon out as well. They have so many shield effects. So they are switching their focus to the mage, but here comes another Ray of Frost. That will immediately be Life Cocoon from Bank Mistweaver in response. This matchup's all about making that trade for the Ray of Frost against the Frost Mage.
Absolutely. Raikou's just constantly under pressure throughout all of this, but it seems like JT is completely fine with keeping up with this, but now the CC is now starting to land. The full sleep onto JT. Cassidy forced into bear form as he's taking a... Oh my gosh, that could easily be an ice block. Raikou holds onto it for now, and no cocoon for 40 seconds. It seems like Cassidy is really the one who needs to be careful. He's dipping down to half. He's still not going into bear form. He finally ends up going into that bear form, and it's just 5 short seconds on Bank's cocoon will keep Cassidy nice and healthy moving forward.
Smite is getting so many sleepwalks on JT. I feel like he might actually win the game for his team if he can keep finding these for the rest of the match. We see incapacitating roar on Waz as Cassidy's retreating while his healer's in a polymorph. Good positioning from Cassidy. Now he's jumping in and getting aggressive, very tactical with his plays, getting his bleeds rolling on Raikou. Here comes his incarnation. Smite spamming disintegrates. We see JT in a leg sweep, a big momentum swing here, possibly for Stop Nerf Mistweaver if they can connect, but they're switching their target to Waz instead. He's got too much defense. They have to get back on the mage, but Cassidy is getting blasted down. Manages to land a Skull Bash on Raikou. They line up the Glacial Spike, but that will be Life Cocoon. JT sits on his at the moment. Is he going to commit it to the Rogue or save it for the Mage? They decide to use Evasion here with that icon starting to glow for Waz. It will allow him to dodge the Feral Druid's attacks, but Cassidy just Cyclones him on it, and that enables Smite to get a Sleepwalk on the healer. They can switch their momentum to the Mage, but with those barriers, it's just so hard to get any momentum going. Although JT's mana, not spectacular. Decent cleave damage on 2 players. That's going to cost even more mana from JT at this point. Full stun. They kick JT. Smite is constantly harassing JT, really pressuring him. We haven't seen him on any healer really in competitive play until this season outside of Priest. So if there was a weakness for them to try and exploit, this would be it.
Agreed. Kidney shot into Cassidy. This is the bomb. He's got to be careful. That's going to be the trinket in the survival instincts. But the blind onto Bank. He's not trinketing this full blind. Is the greed going to be worth it? And it looks like it paid off. So stop Nerf Mistweaver. I love to see the disruption from Smite, but they got to keep the momentum in the damage up. Smite doing a fantastic job on that leaderboard of damage, however, there. And so JT's got his work cut out for him, but Mana's starting to get a little bit closer. Maim goes out onto Waz. He's taking a bunch of pressure. Smite kind of playing referee in front of JT. Waz sees that, is going to try to stop this dragon from being such a nuisance to his healer to keep his team aggressive, but he's going to get caught into a cyclone himself. Now Smite's going to go ahead and trade out those scales as the leg sweep lands out into Bank. Those scales, however, will just be swapped over out onto Cassidy. He's going to be forced into that bear form. Now the damage back onto Smite. The cheap shot into the kidney shot. There's the cocoon. Another button as Stop Nerf Mistweaver continues to rotate through their defensive cooldowns. Cassidy now taking a bunch of pressure on his incarnation. Damage. He's got to be careful. Raikou down to half, but cocoon available for JT. He's caught into a sleep though.
Raikou is just taking so much damage. He's just going to trade block. I think it's more than fair. They committed so many cooldowns, and now Cassidy on the back foot at this point in time. A full polymorph on the healer here of Stop Nerf Mistweaver, unable to use any actions during that crowd control effect. Cassidy still just trying to go after Raikou, but he is the focus point. He has Bark Skin. He can play a bit aggressive here. He gets stunned in Cat, but Waz is getting blasted by Smite, trying to force him off of Cassidy at this point as they paralyze JT, but Cassidy takes a huge hit there, losing 50% of his health in just a second. Bank Mistweaver in a stun and unable to heal. Cassidy Bark Skins and Bear Forms to make himself more durable at this point. Now he's back into Cat.
Oh my god, it's over.
He regrets it. He just eats a Glacial straight to the face right at that moment in time, and Echo Although, you know, they had their moments. They lock it in. Not even the 5-minute mark here against Stop Nerf Mistweaver. A miscalculation by Cassidy. He thought he was a lot safer than he was getting out of that bear form, and he regrets it.
Yeah, I've been harping on that bear form all game long, and it's exactly for moments like this where you get caught out of form. I actually just leveled my Feral Druid recently, and I am learning the hard way how punishing it can be to get caught out of form in a stun. And I don't even know if Cassidy was stunned at the very end there, but a great job by both teams, like constantly just keeping that spread pressure out to find those opportunities, the swap opportunities even. But there's the kidney shot that's going to force the first cocoon here. And then a little bit later, we will see Cassidy end up falling. But JT constantly in those sleeps, as you pointed out by Smite. Smite was doing a good job keeping his team having those offensive opportunities. But man, it just seems like just a millisecond of an error, and a team like Echo just capitalizes on it immediately.
I feel so bad for him, man. He's got Incarn, his healer's got a lot of cooldowns. They're thinking like, you know, we're getting momentum. We just got a block from Raikou. Like,
yeah,
we're even on mana. We have a good shot here, and he thinks that he's fine because Bank comes out of crowd control, so he goes cat form, and then he gets blinded. And
you know,
then Glacial just hits him right at the same time.
Boom. Oh my gosh, man. Yeah, there's no, that was close. Here, I'll tell you what though, based off of like the 3-0 result that we saw in Cup number 1, this was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Now they're in a situation where they need to continue to play well. They need to continue to figure out what it is that they need to adapt to. And when you're in these type of situations, it's so easy to overthink it. It's so easy to swap comp, for example, maybe something you're not as comfortable with, especially with a gib like that, or perhaps even like change up your strategy too far. It's really important to stay, you know, kind of in that flow state, kind of stay focused, not get too emotional, not let the loss get to you. And it sounds easier said than done, especially when you're sitting here and you have an admin saying, hey, draft has started, here's the link, hurry up. You know, like you got people in your ear, you got your teammates kind of immediately theory crafting. It's a high pressure situation that you can't really fully appreciate until you're in it yourself. And Stop Nerf Mistweaver, you know, they might not have the same experience as a team like Echo, but this is kind of like one of those moments where they're going to be tested to see if they really have the stuff to make it all the way to that land, to BlizzCon.
Yeah, it's a lot on the line here with the return of the BlizzCon Championship. So a lot of these players have past experiences also from that tournament. They want to relive those memories and go to the restaurants with their friends and hang out and walk around through all the different venues. It's quite an experience. You know, this is what all of the PvP players, they strive for, is to eventually try to become a BlizzCon champion. So down 1 point. I don't feel like this is a team that's likely going to tilt. The fact that they've stuck together as this composition through thick and thin doesn't make me think that they're a team that's probably raging at each other when they lose or things aren't working out, because otherwise I think they would have disbanded already playing this composition, and the only team to stick with it for so many seasons and expansions. But they're going to lock in the same thing here, and they're going to just try to do their best to not make any miscalculations. It's like you feel like you're safe, your healer's not CC'd. Half a second later, it's a blind, and you're like, oh, I guess the game is over. Cassidy is dead, even though it didn't feel like we were going to be dying at that moment in time. It wasn't a ray of frost. It felt unexpected, but all of Echo coordinated together and just unleashed a barrage of hits that ultimately took him down. Now, Runes of Lordaeron here could be a double-edged sword because it's so open that it's easier to get crowd control on a Mistweaver, but both teams have a Mistweaver. Both teams have a lot of crowd control, so I think it's a double-edged sword on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of backs up your previous point, Sid, where like these guys have been playing together for a minute, and that they don't. Like if I'm raging in my chat, I'm not locking in a map like this. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like this to me speaks to Stop Nerf Mistweaver's confidence. I like to see it. I like to see the aggression as well. Perhaps this could be what Smite. This could help Smite's constant aggression and constant CC opportunities on the healer. But everyone, including us, have been counting this team out. So it would be quite the story if they were able to take it to Echo and go the distance. And you know, after game number 1, I think it's more than possible. And I've been watching I've been watching Banks streams every now and then, especially in the past. And he's a player that's just so impressive. If you ever have healed high-end Arena, it's more than possible. And I've been watching Smite, or I'm sorry, not Smite. I've been watching Banks streams every now and then, especially in the past. And he's a player that's just so impressive. If you ever have healed high-end Arena before, you'll know just how intense, how much data is coming into your screen that you have to make decisions like at a split second, and sometimes those decisions can be the wrong ones, give a little bit of an opportunity to make a swap or something like that. And Echo is the type of team to find those opportunities and cash in on them every single time. They're so good at it. Raikou and Waz have been playing Rogue Mage together forever. So stop Nerf Mistweaver. It's going to ruin Zalordaeron. I appreciate the confidence. I can't wait to see this game.
All right, Raikou gets popped out of Invis here by Smite. They're just going to trade attacks here in the middle. And the stealth classes, the Feral Druid and the Rogue, are waiting in the wings, ready to pounce on anybody. Waz is ready to go. He popped Roll the Bones. He's going to open up on Smite, grapple over possibly onto Cassidy, building up combo points for a kidney shot. He gets that over on him in bear form, so Cassidy knew he was going to be the target. He learned that from the first game. Without that bear form, he likely would have had to use his medallion, but he won't in this exchange, so it was a good heads-up play by Cassidy. He opens knowing that he's going to be the target of the Rogue, so he goes into bear. He soaks the first attack. Now he's getting aggressive while he's on stun diminishing return. He's stunning JT with a maim, but we don't see anything out. Okay, they're going to use a paralyze into a sleep, and they do get it. They both cast sleep at the same time, forcing Will of the Forsaken, both the Mistweaver and the Dev Evoker, sleeping their target at the same moment. Nice cocoon here on Cassidy, preemptively. Although it feels like they're committing a lot of their defensives towards Cassidy. I think Echo are going to switch targets.
Oh my gosh.
They already have. They caught him in a kidney shot, and they forced Bank's trinket. Bank gets into the bomb with the conduit, but now down his medallion. That's a precious cooldown as a healer in this matchup, and the damage is still relentless from Echo.
No cocoon, no time stop. That you gotta be spooked. No Barkskin for just 5 seconds, but Survival Instinct is available. He can't press that if he's in a stun. Waz caught into the Cyclones, however, isn't going to be able to get going. Raikou taking a huge amount of pressure through that Disintegrate, and the Feral Druid connecting will be the cocoon. Now Waz caught into a sleep himself, some cross CC to slow some stuff down, but Cassidy's forced into bear form as this sleep lands onto Bank. Can he get topped off through this? It's just Barkskin right now. Bank's out of CC. Will top off his Feral Druid. A couple more of those could easily be a kitty going into the dirt, but it looks like Cassidy's going to walk away with his Survival Instincts, full Ring of Frost. Smite getting swapped to by Waz is immediately going to trade those scales, and Waz just gets off him, goes back onto Cassidy. And he got caught out of form as well. Blind onto Bank, and Cassidy's got to be careful. He knows that he's in bear form.
All right, he's back over here getting combo points. I think he wants to go for a maim stun pretty soon, but he's trying to get... Raikou blinked in the room. He might get stunned, vortexed in the room. Cassidy likes playing Vortex, but he got baited with Alter Time. Raikou comes back into the middle of the fight. Here's Incarnation. Cassidy's trying to ramp, but he's going to get stunned soon, so he in-cap roars and roots Waz. Waz gets dispelled out of that. He's building up combo points. Goes for a kidney shot on the dragon with no trinket. Trying to punish that medallion. He's soloing Smite on the corner here. But that time stop does come in. Now he has to swap back on Cassidy. Ramping up his damage. Cleaving them with Blade Flurry on the pillar here with Sinister Strikes. We can see him global after global. Just Sinister Strike into Dispatch. But a triple leg sweep hits in reverse from Bank, forcing JT to use Revival. And it seems like they've decided to change the pace here. They're all stacking on the Tomb. They want to take advantage of triple Disorient, triple leg sweep, and triple Deep Breath. Whereas Echo, they only have the triple sweep.
Right.
So possibly an advantageous position for Stop Nerf Mistweaver if they're in trouble, if they can take to that center Tomb.
Dude, look at Bank's mana versus JT. Like, when they were all stacked up there, I was like, oh no, Bank is going to be in trouble. This is so hard to heal. There's so many interrupts. But like you said, the cross CC, but big damage is going to force the cocoon out for Bank. And it seems like just the respect of just trading early is keeping Stop Nerf Mistweaver's mana really high. The question is, can they do this going into late game? Waz now cloned up low. The in-cap follow-up onto JT. If there's any more CC, they could get some momentum. But it looks like they are going to be committing to Raikou for now. No cocoon available. Raikou getting interrupted as well. JT caught into a quick sleep. Waz just rooted in Narnia. It feels like he can't reconnect. Cassidy still connecting on the Raikou, dipping him down to half here, but now Cassidy's the one who's getting set up on. He's going to force that Barkskin, but the Incarnation, he wants to get aggressive. A leg sweep out onto Bank. Smite taking a whole bunch of pressure, but Raikou in that ice block is going to stop a lot of that damage.
That was a really good play. Now they sleep the healer and they swap on the Rogue, getting Trinket Evasion. They leg sweep JT. Great crowd control chain on JT right now from Stop Nerf Mistweaver, pulling multiple defensive cooldowns from Echo. This is the best they've looked. If they can survive a few more setups, Cassidy under fire gets the double in-cap roar. And he's back in the bear. He needs to wall.
Oh my God.
He walls very late. Is he going to regret it again? He's so close to victory. He's so close. They rescue him to the corner, but Banks in the kidney shot. He's on the run. Waz is in pursuit. JT is there, but they get double stunned, triple stunned by Smite just in the nick of time. Woo. And they get denied on their smoke bomb. Such a close call for Cassidy, but because he survived that, they may have a chance to win here. Waz, no trinket. They paralyze JT. They can't follow it up with anything, though. And JT is going to line of sight. Waz is line of sighting. Raiku's left behind. He's out in the open. All 3 gold members are dogpiling on top of Raikou right now to get momentum for the team, but Bank gets caught in the open in a polymorph. Cassidy has to use Bark Skin. He retreats to the tomb here on the left with Waz. He catches a stun on 2 players. Can they blast down Waz? Can they actually do it and take a game off Echo? They trick it aggressively. They're going for the kill, but Waz vanishes it. But he's pulled out his stealth by the bleed ticks. They're so close. They need a little more crowd control. They're not getting it. JT has life cocoon. They get a skull bash on the healer. They're really trying to go for it, but Cassidy trinketed aggressively. Right. And he may come to regret it again. It's massive damage incoming. A polymorph on his healer. Cassidy's in bear form. Is it going to be enough to survive the ray? He typhoons the ray of frost. Life cocoon comes up from Bank. He's gonna live. They've got pressure on Raikou. They're bleeding down Waz. And once again, they are the closest they have ever come to defeating Echo.
JT's almost out of gas, man. Raikou still got that block available to him, but Cassidy in the kidney shot out of form. This is Incarnation. If he can live through this, it will be a big deal. He finally gets out into bear form, but the full polymorph lands out onto Bank. Time stop on Cassidy will keep them alive, as well as the scales onto Smite. They're just trading these cooldowns. They know they have momentum in their favor. But Cassidy's in so much trouble, and that's it. The blind connects, and Bank, the hero, plays to keep his team alive. The hero slows from Smite and the cross CC to keep Cassidy alive over and over and over again. Just will not be enough. And Echo is now up 2-0 in this best of 5.
Oh man, that was the closest they got. They oomed JT. They had multiple defensives pulled by them, but they just can't stay alive. Cassidy just eventually looks really flimsy and just kind of falls over. He's positioning. This is where they were getting momentum. I'm like, oh my god, they might be able to win. The first sign that they might be able to win. They got an ice block. They're winning on mana. Here's the wall that was a little bit late from Cassidy, and he almost dies. And they do some really sick maneuvers to keep him in the game. He's just sprinting away, and you could tell JT is there. And JT has an instant kill button with Touch of Death if you dip too low on health. So he wanted to be in range to use that. And then Cassidy's just running to his Mistweaver's port. He's like, I'll heal you when I'm out of the stun. JK, there's a full blind. I got you, dude. I got you, dude. Just go to my port. Go to my port. All right, dude. I'm going to the port. I'm going to the port. I'm blinded, bro. You're dead.
To even find a win condition, man, it just feels like Stop Nerf Mistweaver has to like do like crazy gymnastics and kiting and cross CC, and whenever you're like committing those DRs when you could easily be like using them to, you know, get aggressive, it just feels impossible for them, especially against a team like Echo. Echo is giving them very little to like opportunities and mistakes for them to capitalize on, it feels like. But there's that Mistweaver port while stunned. He's running that specific talent. Cassidy in bear form, it's just too little, too late, already too low. So much CC from this rogue mage, expertly done by Waz and Raikou, as we've come to know and love from these guys. Now Stop Nerf Mistweaver need to make a miracle happen 3 times in a row in order to beat Echo. That's quite a tall order, Sid.
Yeah. And this isn't even like their only comp also.
If
for whatever reason this stops working, they have like every other comp in the game that they could flip out here if they really wanted to. I've seen Waz on pretty much almost any class at this point, and they've got Mercy just waiting in the wings as well. If Warlock or Warrior ever becomes, you know, a force to be reckoned with, they have him as a 4th player to be able to substitute in there. And it just seems like this Outlaw Rogue, man, does so much damage. Frost Mage also topping the damage meter here. Smite, like you'd expect, you know, the Feral Druid or the Dev Evoker to maybe peek out at top damage, but they can't. There's so much extra crowd control because they have the polymorph diminishing return, and the polymorph really gives a huge advantage, I think, in this matchup specifically. So unfortunate to Cassidy there. He got really close. He's going to take it to another small map. They're just going to bring aggression, try and put it in the face of Echo. They've been in this position before, so they got nothing to lose. And when you've got nothing to lose,
right,
you might do some crazy stuff, and that crazy stuff might just happen to work. So hopefully they're approaching it from that direction, and they're not too anxious about this situation, because obviously there's a lot of really big names in the lower brackets with our number 2 and like number 2 through 4 seeds just down there, just waiting to pounce and claim their position. And it's only 2 sort of 3 spots that get to go to BlizzCon. So you really want to be in the top 2. You want to be definitively like, at least we're second, because then that means we know we get to go. But if that definitive top 2 is not comfortable for you, that's when things are going to get stressful.
Yeah, it's quite a journey, quite a road ahead to BlizzCon, and it's been said before, but it's worth saying again, that is the end game for every one of these players. When you're able to make it to a LAN, feel the rumble of the crowd in front of you, it is life-changing. I can speak from experience. It's kind of addicting, and I want to see a new blood like Stop Nerf Whiskever get there. But oh my goodness, what a tall order in order to get there. It will be Cassidy going to go ahead and open up onto Raikou right away. Smite looks like it might be the main kill target in the opener here for Waz. Oh my gosh, if that song hits everyone, it doesn't. It's going to force Trinkets, however, and Cocoon, Sid.
I think it's a fair trade. It was Adrenaline Rush and Array. That's double cooldown committed, but he can preparation and reset his Adrenaline Rush, which I think he already did. So with no Trinket, they could also swap Mistweaver on this map. JT in a song, Bank is playing with confidence. He's actually getting crowd control, even being behind on his medallion. So it's a bit reckless, but maybe you got to take some risks here if you're going to be able to beat Echo. Here come the stuns. Cassidy. Oh, well, Raiku's actually the one on the receiving end of Smite's engagement. Waz going to immediately shut down the Dragon with a kidney shot and then blast him down to like 20%. Maybe he's just dead.
Oh my god,
Oh my god, it's match point. His healer's in crowd control. He walls. It doesn't even matter. He's dying through Obsidian Scales. He needs a couple more seconds. Bank is finally free. Woo. They stabilize. They stay alive. They avoid the lower bracket for now. They're swinging momentum onto Raikou. Does he block? He's going to trade the block. He's not gambling it too much. JT into another sleepwalk. They Cyclone Waz. They're repositioning. They stun JT. They're getting back on top of Raikou, getting to reload their bleeds. Disintegrate, double sweep. JT Trinkets. They got a lot of cooldowns in that pull. Now they just got to play back here and prepare for the next kidney shot from Waz.
All right, Raikou still has another block available, but no Cocoon for available on JT. The double disorient into the full sleep. This could be big damage on Raikou, and he knows it. He's dipping out of there. There's his big barrier, and he's going to be out of line of sight, and they will not chase. They will not overlap. Song of Chi-Ji hits onto Bank out of that, and that is going to be the Cocoon from him. Actually, I think it got broken.
Triple.
But it looks like looks like Smite's going to be okay, but he's got to get aggressive on the Raikou yet again. The in-cap does not get followed up out onto JT, and Raikou should be okay with that Cocoon backing him up if need be. The question is, how is Raikou going to get aggressive? Cassidy, in a little bit of trouble here at half health here, is just going in. He has no fear. Bank backing him up as well as they force the Cocoon out of JT. Another very important cooldown, but here's the Adrenaline Rush. Here's the kidney shot. Here's the setup out onto Cassidy. Full polymorph on to Bank into the Song of GG. Cassidy's got to be in trouble, but he does not care. He's in cat form. He's going to pop that bark skin and get back into bear form as he dips down a little bit lower, but the onslaught continues on the Raikou. Cassidy, in the face of death, is pushing in.
All right, let's see if they can pull this off here. They get a paralyze on JT. No medallion. They get Song. Will available in one. He wills it right away. The Song actually, it hit all targets. It removed bleeds.
Oh my
no,
god.
That's going to slow down momentum on Raikou. Cassidy has to reload, and if he had snapshotted bleeds with Tiger's Fury, that's going to be a huge damage loss. Really unfortunate there. Now Cassidy's getting destroyed. Bank had to Trinket again, and Life Cocoon, they switch immediately to Smite. He anticipates that, uses Obsidian Scales before the kidney shot to reduce damage. Great anticipation by Smite to reduce damage with that cooldown. Now he's hovering towards the center of the map. He gets counterspelled by Raikou, but he's doing a lot of damage with the paralyzed Raikou.
Oh! Down goes Raikou. Stop, Nerf, Mistweaver. They are alive, Supatees. I thought this was surely going to be it. They were going to drop down to face Burger King, but all of a sudden, they are keeping their tournament lives alive. I need to see that replay. I don't even understand what just happened. Big bites or something.
Raikou thought he was safe. He thought he counterspelled the Sleepwalk. But Cassidy and Smite did way more damage this game, and they were actually able to win. And I mean, earlier on in this game, we watched Smite almost die in like not even a minute into the game. It could have literally been over for them. They kept playing it out. They kept playing aggressive. They kept playing to the strengths. We had that breakdown of the Devastation Evoker at the beginning of the stream. It's focused on like very short, close combat. So they're picking these small maps, playing into the advantages of staying on top of their opponents. And here, Raikou thought he was safe. He counterspelled the sleep, but then JT just gets paralyzed and he gets absolutely toasted there. We're going to have to see that in the death log. A very close call, though, back and forth. And Stop Nerf Mistweaver are now going to have to face that disadvantage, though, because Echo almost certainly are going to go to larger maps where they're going to be able to expose their target and isolate it, which is what they want. Whereas on these small maps, when they can stay together like this, it's hard for them to actually isolate their target and burst it down with a Ray of Frost successfully. Obviously, big blunders here on Echo's part. They did have cooldowns. It was a lot of damage. He didn't anticipate this Eternity Surge, I think, to hit so hard. And Bank was there too for the touch of death, I think. Yeah.
Yep,
So
touch of death.
Is Evoker into touch of death. So Bank, really important player at that moment in time, because that paralyzed was going to get instant trinketed and healed by JT. Otherwise, he thought he had more time.
Right.
But they got a win, which is an improvement. Last week they just got clean swept. It was like, okay, maybe they can't do this, but now they're better. They're stronger. They're faster.
This is
They might
something
be able to pull this off.
I do want to point this out because it even happens in AWC, right? When burst is this high in the game, the smallest CC can really be all you need. A well-timed in cap when you're bursting could be either an overreaction of forcing defensive cooldowns or even a kill. And so, you know, as someone who also plays a lot of solo shuffle, it's something that I do want to point out. I think there's a lot of emphasis, especially from the past, of like these long CC chains or like these goes that require like CC. But I mean, if you're a Windwalker monk right now, or even like a combustion fire mage, you don't need the longest CC in the world. You have burst. It's just a well-timed, maybe an interrupt on a cast, because once all these healers are done with their instant cast, whether that's Serenity or Holy Shock or what have you, they're gonna have to start casting to catch up. And if they're in that situation, one little in cap could be all it takes. But Raikou, you know that guy's smashing that block button after he's dead, you know, kind of shrugging that off as he's still up 2-1 here, bringing it to Empyrean Domain, a nice big map to potentially capitalize on some overextension of the Feral Druid, perhaps.
Maybe I'm just imagining Chanimal cackle when Raikou dies in that block. I wonder if that's like ingrained in anyone's ear, if it's ingrained in Raikou's ears or not. If he ever watches the VOD back of Chan just cackling maniacally whenever he dies without blocking. But Stop Nerf Mistweaver stay alive, obviously off the blunders of Echo. But hey, if it happened once, it might happen again. Can they do it though on this map, Empyrean Domain? You can see how big it is. Look how much open space it is, and look how tiny the pillars are. So this Mage and Rogue are going to be able to have a field day with crowd control, lockdown, and isolation. So this will be the hardest map for Stop Nerf Mistweaver in the series. If they can win this, they can do it. They can run this back 3 in a row against Echo. No one's been able to do it. Will they be the first?
And they need to, man. If they lose to this at Echo, they drop down to face Burger King. And they lost to Burger King 3-0 as well. They also have a huge answer to this composition. So Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they know it's Mom Spaghetti's time right now. Smite pushing in, trying to get that sleep right away. But Cassidy's the one who's kind of on the back foot. He's got the incarnation going. For a second I thought Raikou was on a Demon Hunter because of the purple nameplate. I'm sorry. But Cassidy still...
he blinked out of the cloud.
double
he
sleep!
Got the bleeds off.
Oh, huge.
You're excited, but it's bad, actually. It's bad for the Feral because he reset all his bleeds. Oh, but a triple leg sweep. Great momentum. I can't believe this.
Okay.
They're keeping it up. They're pushing the pace. But Raikou understands that he's going to be blinking into those clouds.
Cocoon.
Another setup on Cassidy is an instant crowd control break from Bank as he's going to activate Life Cocoon. That white bar on Cassidy, that's an absorption. It's going to keep him alive and give time for Bank to top off. And they're just keeping their aggression. They're keeping the train going. They paralyze JT. They get him locked in a song. They stun Raikou. Waz is rooted. They have good control, but damage is not there. They get another sleep, a couple more seconds to get damage out, but it's not happening. Now Bank in a stun. Cassidy pre-bear forms. Good read by Cassidy. He should live here with Barkskin easily. They land multiple interrupts. They got great lockdown on JT and Raikou at the moment, forcing Life Cocoon from JT.
The kiting on this map is just night and day, man. I mean, look at Cassidy's damage. It's just every single time they try. Oh, big swap onto JT, the Cocoon. However, it was traded out as well as the Fortified Brew. So he's going to be okay, but he's caught into a full sleep now. They're trying to swap it over, but that's going to be the bomb going to be dropped, and it's going to get knocked out. Great job by Cassidy getting out of that smoke bomb right away. And now desperately trying to reconnect onto Raikou. Raikou sees it and is just blinking out of there. Waz keeping Cassidy slowed, constantly trying to get out of form. He catches the Cocoon in that bear form. He should be okay for now. Leg sweep onto JT. If there's any follow-up, this could be big damage onto Raikou. He's going to use his own shield, his mage shield, but it gets ripped right through as Cassidy reconnects. Raikou pulling him behind the pillar. Cassidy's got to be careful not to overextend, but he's caught into a leg sweep. And I think that might have been an overlap with a kidney shot. But the leg sweep goes out, and the polymorph onto Bank into another polymorph. Cassidy's in trouble. He's still in cat form. He's trying to get aggressive, but I don't think he can. Huge push for Smite trying to get in there as well. They're swapping the damage over on the Mistweaver Monk more and more, Supatees. Is it going to pay off? That's another Cocoon forced. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Has they found it? Have they found the strat?
I mean, I think it's a risky one if they want to keep doing this. Raikou will be left open, and you can already see he's capitalizing on this with a polymorph on Bank. But Cassidy's just a bear. Big, powerful bear, double in-cap roar, getting bleeds back up now. And we can see Smite spamming in disintegrates. He's looking for sleep. JT's right next to him. Does he have a port to avoid the sleep? He's sleeping the rogue on the kidney shot. I think it's really good from Smite. And they're swapping on JT again. No trinket. I can't believe it. They caught him out in the open. He revivals. They gouge Smite desperately to protect him. And he manages to recover. And JT needs to not be doing that. He's standing right next to them and getting caught a lot. They're trying to punish him. And I don't know if he'll get away with it again if that happens. They have Incarnation in 2. They have Deep Breath available. They're ready to go. They get a sleep on the Mister. They're switching back on the Mage, trying to force him into a block. Raiku's far away from his healer behind the pillar here. And JT's caught in the middle of the map. Can they actually get him? Big burst is following through on Raikou, but JT is free. He gets a double. They sheep up Bank. Waz is trying to re-stealth, it looks like, to get a cheap shot possibly. Building up combo points here. No trigger for Cassidy, but the pre-time stop is going to protect him for a moment. Here's Incarnation. Here's Deep Breath. This is their chance. This is their moment. Can Stop Nerf Mistweaver actually do it? Can they take it to a Game 5? JT denies it with a Trinket Life Cocoon, and now Cassidy on the back foot once again.
Oh, man, this is intense. JT's going to get interrupted on that. They could easily swap over to him, but he is DR, I believe, on stuns for now. When Smite's like, I don't need a stun. I'm just going to light you up, bro. Cassidy going to go ahead and trade out that Barskin as Banks caught into a full song out of that polymorph. The cross CC onto Smite. Cassidy's completely alone here. He's going to roar and disorient both the DPS onto Echo to stay alive. He's swapping the damage over onto JT. Full maim. The sleep on the Raikou. The leg sweep onto Waz. JT is all alone. Can he keep himself alive? Cassidy catching the cocoon himself to stay aggressive. They're going to swap the pressure over out in the Raikou as the momentum seems to fade onto JT.
They paralyze JT, but that's going to reset the bleeds again. It's so tragic. The Monk CC. Raikou gets just destroyed. Oh my god. I thought he was going to die with that block again. And Cassidy's behind the pillar. He's a bear. He's hugging that pillar for his life right now.
He's a bear.
While his healer is in crowd control. He's trying to re-stealth, I think. He's sprinting. Raiku's getting soloed by the dragon while Cassidy's behind the pillar. He jumps in, but he bears the stun. Smite walls. They're going to make a push here. JT still has no trinket. I think they want to swap again. JT knows it. He's at the pillar. You see him peeking left to right behind that pillar. Manatine, Soothing, Misting, trying to avoid the Feral Druid at all costs. They paralyze him. They decide to go Mage instead. However, Bank is likely to be polymorphed pretty soon here if Raikou can fake an interrupt. He's trying to go for it. JT has to use Will out of the sleep there. Double Dragon's Breath for disruption. Kidney Shot will come through. Paralyzed from JT. Smite in trouble on match point. Rescue, but that's it. He has no trinket. Echo do it. 3-1. Cassidy in a 2v3 trying to reverse it on JT, but I'm doubting he's going to. JT's just instantly life cocooning. He's not like, there's no shenanigans happening right now here for them. So unfortunate to stop Nerf Mistweaver. There was definitive improvements in the matchup for them.
For sure.
They do have a second chance in the lower bracket. And they have a lot of other teams that play the same comp to practice on. So it's possible, you know, with a lower bracket run that they could come back even stronger. And they really need to, because Mistweaver nerfs are coming. And we've not seen Bank really branch out off of that class. So like this could be their last week to secure a lot of points to qualify for the finals.
Stop Nerf Mistweaver Aya is one of those teams where they just look absolutely dominant in the right matchups, but in other matchups, it just seems so difficult. So they lost to Echo 3-0. Now they're losing them to a 3-1. A lot closer series than a 3-1 might, but Burger King beat them with their Thundercleave 3-0 in Cup number 1, and that's who they're dropping down to face. I'm scared for this team, Aya.
I am too, and you're absolutely right. I feel like that 3-1 score doesn't quite tell the entire story. They really held strong throughout that series, but just such a difficult matchup for them. And then, like you said, they are going to be having another chance. And Supatis, you mentioned improvements that are possible from this team. What do you want to see them capitalize from this matchup as they move forward?
I mean, right here at the end, it's just Mistweaver has no medallion. How long ago was that? We jumped back in the replay. I just want to know what he trinketed, because usually as a healer, when you use your trinket, it's to do something. So it's like trinket, life cocoon. So what did he ultimately end up trinketing that he didn't have? Did he will something before it?
Yeah,
I'm trying to see here.
Desynced that way.
Exactly, because it's so important. And did they have time stuff? So like, oh, we didn't catch it. So he's Dragon's Breath here with no trinket. And he's not on Poly or Fear DR. So I don't know what he trinketed. It must have been a stun. I think it had to have been a stun for him to be on DB and Sheep DR. I need to see that like fully replayed there. But I mean, basically, they just need to do more of what they're doing. But little catches like that where they don't have CC or cooldowns. Also, I feel like Cassidy was a bit greedy. Is one thing I'd note from the first couple of games is that he was greeting stuff a little bit at low health. I think if Cassidy's a little bit less greedy, then they might get better opportunities later in the game. So it's unfortunate for them, but they can win, which is a good sign. And they have beaten other rogue mages in the tournament. So in that lower side, they are going to be a serious threat. You don't want to be writing them off by any means. They've been practicing this composition for so long. Smite is so flashy on this Devastation Evoker. They're a really well-coordinated team playing a non-meta comp for like the past couple of years. This is their chance. This is their chance. They don't want to lose it. They do lose here, but they still have one more in the lower bracket.
They certainly do. It might not be the end of them. They have more chances in the lower bracket, as you said. But definitely looking forward to seeing what they're capable of. Echo, of course, they're going to be staying in the upper bracket, and they're going to be waiting on an opponent from this next up series. We've got Streamer Zone versus Specialty coming up next, and then also just so many more competitive series. I feel like, David, this region has just been so fun to watch so far.
Oh, it has been. I mean, we see all the fan favorites come back and show us exactly what they got. BlizzCon on the line, the gameplay reflects it. However, Specialty is brand spanking new. I had a chance to talk to a couple of people from this team, specifically what was their DC Ben. Sorry, these are new folks that I'm not as familiar with, which is so exciting. And they weren't actually able to make it a competition for top 8 because one of them actually works in a hospital, and another player on this team is a pilot. So a couple of like real adult professionals competing in AWC. Oh my gosh, it gives me hope as a done dad myself. This is a team that I have to root for, right? I mean, they have other responsibilities and they're still making it to top 6. That's unreal. That's unheard of. I have to root for them, but they got their work cut out for them against a team like Streamer Zone GG, Jamie, Nex, Brunhitty, and P-Make. I mean, that's a roster that has just about every meta comp available to them. So
Definitely very excited. But before we do go to a break, we've got a Front Door Friday that we're going to be doing. As you guys know, if you saw this last weekend, we have been receiving your guys' submissions all week. And here is today's Front Door Friday. You can go to the Warcraft Twitter page, # Front Door Friday, and submit yours if you want to be featured next week. But David, talk to me about this. This is beautiful. This is so nice. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, I would love to be there. Look at the little bar, as well as the little Mechagon style lights above the bar. You know, some ambiance. This gives me some like Nagrand vibes. So a lot of people don't know this, but I did for a little stint there do some world building for Blizzard, and I got a chance to actually make stuff just like this, and it is so humbling since housing have come out of just how many people have showed what they could do with just like a little bit of assets, and they're just able to make a beautiful, you know, treehouse getaway as you're seeing right here.
Yeah. Oh, canopy. That looks like a nice.
Might need a railing or two. I definitely would fall off
I don't
that.
know if it's up to this code. You know, what's their insurance cost per year?
Listen. There's no insurance in Azeroth. Azeroth is just good, fun stuff. No insurance.
Not after Deathwing. No insurance company wants to. Liability.
It's everything.
Dude, I really want somebody to show up to BlizzCon cosplaying like HOA, like Azeroth HOA or something like that, and giving people like citations like your grass is too long, you know, you have too much stuff on your front lawn, something like that. I think it'd be a good fit if anybody wants to take that idea. But Super Tease, what does your house look like?
I did my house in the first 2 days. I made a Warsong Gulch war room. And then I have like a cafeteria style thing for the gladiators to eat, and it's not very like extravagant because they're gladiators, so they just need the fuel and then they need the room to fight. That's it.
Yeah,
that's
that
right.
Sounds cool. D-Machine, do you have a house?
No. As a true millennial inside the game and out, my house is not existent, unfortunately. But with that being said, I did create a Silver Moon library for one of the I think it was Gamescom's kind of like showcase.
Ooh.
So I did something.
I'm seeing photos of that.
Yeah, see, I did stuff one time.
Cool. All right, we'll count that. All right, well, we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, we got more series coming up next. It is Streamer Zone GG versus Specialty coming up next. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We've got another series for you guys. It is Streamer Zone GG versus Specialty. Specialty, we unfortunately didn't get to see play last week, even though they did qualify to the top 8. They had an IRL emergency. We were kind of talking about it a little bit before we head into the break, but there's a doctor on this team. There's a pilot on this team. So they're just as serious outside of the game as they are on the inside, Supatees. And then Streamer Zone GG. Maybe didn't have quite as good of a weekend last week as they wanted to. They started off in the upper bracket, fell down, and got knocked off pretty quickly, unfortunately. And now here they are facing off against each other in the lower bracket.
Yep, I'm excited to see what Specialty bring to the table, given the story and the circumstances that they had to undergo last week, and now they're actually able to play, and they're very excited for their first AWC debut, and they're fighting and taking out some of the biggest names in the competition. So a very impressive showing from them in this initial stage here between Cup 1 and Cup 2, and obvious improvements there. So I'm very excited for them. They've got a strong rogue mage on their roster, and they like playing the subtlety rogue more than the outlaw. So a bit more fast-paced, setup-oriented, similar to what we've seen from Hansel's team in North America. And then on the side of Streamer Zone GG, they have a very similar roster to BORGIR as far as compositions and options. Although I feel like their outlaw rogue is going to be a bit more of an edge there. So we might see a similar kind of mirror between these two teams for game number 1. But I think Streamer Zone does have more flexibility, so there is more room for surprise.
Yeah, definitely could be. Also, something surprising to me, then, Specialty 48% with chat, which I feel like for kind of an unknown team, that seems like a very high number with how many people do think that they're able to beat Streamer Zone GG.
Yeah, Streamer Zone GG, they definitely have that name recognition, so I'm a bit surprised by that as well. Specialty, kind of a newcomer team here. Don't know too much about them. The only thing I know is that they beat Burger King. So, I mean, and that's enough for me, quite honestly. I mean, that's a huge upset there. Specialty, their RMP look phenomenal. And we do know that rogues and mages are quite good right now, but they are going to be going up against some big names of Streamer Zone, like Supatees already kind of highlighted. So I wonder if this matchup does come down to like a rogue mage mirror, and who will come out ahead there. But Specialty, even though we don't know the most about them, they're definitely a phenomenal roster.
Yeah, they certainly are. All right, Supatees, Ven, who wants to go first for predictions?
Oh man, this is I think this is the hardest prediction of the day. Maybe the lower bracket looks pretty tough too. This is the first, I think, most challenging one that we've seen so far to make a prediction. I'm gonna give it to the newcomers. I'm going on Specialty. I think it's gonna be a Game 5 series either way. So I think it's gonna be 3-2 for Specialty. They seem to be really raring and ready to go. They're feeling confident. They feel like the fact that they beat Burger King, that they'll be able to beat Streamer Zone as well. So I'm giving the new blood a chance here.
Okay, Ben, what about you?
It's been hard. I've been going against my instinct today. I actually have a perfect prediction. I mean, a lot of us do, but like, this is one that's difficult. Like, I'm kind of thinking the same way as Supatees, but at the same time, like, P-Make is one of those players that I feel like when he shows up, he's a phenomenal. He's like Hansel, you know, like absolutely phenomenal when he shows up to play. So I'm actually gonna go in a different direction. I'm gonna say Streamer Zone steps up for this one, and they win this series 3-1.
All right, I'm curious to see what Zico and D Machine predicted. Looks like, wow, okay, this is the most split we've been down the middle. I think I'm also gonna go with the newcomers. I feel like we haven't seen them play in a broadcast setting, so I do wonder if like there might be a little bit of nerves involved. I'm a little bit nervous in that regard, but on paper, I feel like
could be.
It depends.
Working in the emergency room, being a pilot. Like, I feel like
actually, good point. Those are pretty high stress.
They're gonna rise to the occasion. I think.
What's higher stress? We need to ask them if they win in the interview. What's higher stress?
That's a great question.
Playing against Echo or or flying the plane?
I think this is like a for fun thing for them, just to see what they can do. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I think their nerves are going to be good.
I think that's a really good point. All right, you've locked in my decision. I'm going Specialty 3-2. I feel like it's the newcomers' time to shine here. We didn't get to see them last week in the top 8. Now they are straight into top 6 against a legendary team such as Streamer Zone. Sounds like the QS Pop teams are ready to go, and this is the most split we have been on the desk all day. This is anyone's game here. We're playing for in the upper bracket as well, so both of these teams have another chance. Also, we won't be seeing the end of them depending on who loses, but let's not talk about that. It's game number 1 starting now, Ben.
Okay, so it is a mirror match, except Brunhilde will be playing Outlaw, so I am curious to see how this matchup goes. We've seen in the past the Subtlety Rogue being able to target down the Outlaw Rogue. They had a sap early on, but won't matter too much. I mean, for the Subtlety Rogue, you're basically... Your goes are more centered around dance. A big setup here on Brunhilde early on, but I think he feinted it. So, should be able to shrug off most of that damage. Cloak of Shadows will end up trading here. And now who are they going to go after? I think for Brunhilde, it's going to be mostly a mage race. And on the opposite side, it's going to be Brunhilde under fire.
All right, next into a cheap shot. They life cocoon before they use Trinket life cocoon. They're trying to swap Mistweaver. We saw that against Lone Tar. Finn in trouble, though. They've traded almost everything there between the Rogue personal defensives and the life cocoon from the Mistweaver. Specialty are playing from behind here in the initial stage. Is only a minute in. Is the pressure of a live broadcast getting to them? A full blind with no trinket, racing down the mage DC Ben, but a Dragon's Breath disrupts the push. A Frost Nova, can he get away from the attacks? The barriers, they reposition. They're going Mistweaver. They catch him at the pillar, but he is able to portal behind out of LOS and heal himself to full. And if he's aware of those Mistweaver swaps, I think it will be very difficult for Specialty to overcome this.
Yeah, DC Ben goes for a Ring of Frost, gets interrupted on it, no access to Ice Block, but should be A-okay. Takes a big hit of damage there from Brunhilde, whose damage is sky high in this match, and that's the big difference between the Subtlety and the Outlaw Rogue. And you can see the Outlaw Rogue literally doing double the damage, so it should be a massive mana lead in favor of Streamer Zone, but it actually is not playing out that way. Right now, Nex is a little bit behind, which is surprising, maybe just pre-healing, trying to stay ahead of these swaps, but I'm curious to see how that ends up mattering later on in the match. DC Ben, though, under fire, could be the first Ice Block. At the same time, Nex is getting low. Portal's behind the pillar. Big heals on DC Ben, and it looks like he will stabilize.
All right, DC Ben in the middle of the map taking huge pressure. He blinks back to the pillar, blazing barriers. He alter times. They get a double song. Finn is moving towards next, getting ready for the next attack. But if they just keep sending Mistweaver over and over, he's going to anticipate the attacks. He Fort Brews. They blind him instead, but DC Ben's in the back foot. Can they restabilize? They're going after the Rogue, trying to find an opening on Brunhilde. Next is finally free from the blind and should be able to restabilize the team. P-Make is moving forward. They paralyze Myler. They're going after DC Ben. Can they proc his Cauterize? Not enough damage to do so. He's back to full. He gets a Ring of Frost on 2. He's ready to go. Here's the Combustion. Phoenix is in. Can they drop next here? Massive damage incoming. He immediately life cocoons as a gap was left between the stun lock. Finn now into a Polymorph. Finn used his Trinket there to do that setup, which means he could be stunned by Brunhilde in a moment. They use Kidney Shot instead on Mistweaver, forcing Revival to deny the Polymorph and also heal the team. Myler Trinkets out of blind, so Revival, Trinket, and Cocoon in one setup. Forced out on the side of Specialty. They're trying to get aggressive again on Brunhilde. They force his evasion. He might die through it if he's not careful. He vanishes. He's going to get pulled out by Ignite Ticks, though. He's trying to get Dragon's Breath in a setup on DC Ben here. I will say that the Mistweaver and Rogue swaps, I feel like that is the strategy. You can't stun the mage, so going after the two other targets, rotating between them, is the only way to really maximize the effectiveness of the Subtlety Rogue.
And DC Ben gets gouged up. Double Dragon's Breath comes in. Cheap shot on P-Make, but a triple leg sweep goes out onto Specialty. Nicely done there by Nex, and it is going to be DC Ben once again on the back foot. Polymorph on Myler. This could be the first Ice Block. Getting lower on health, but a big Blazing Barrier seems to stabilize him. Interrupt coming in from P-Make, spamming out fireballs. Combustion rips out, though, and Nex just portals around the pillar once again. Nex doing an excellent job shutting down these setups with his Transcendence. Boom. And DC Ben at the same time, though, getting completely smoked in the middle of the map. There's the Cauterize, overlapped with the Life Cocoon. He will survive, but that's a big push getting through that cheat death effect.
They need to have the element of surprise here, but Streamer Zone GG, they hold on to 2 medallions on Rogue and Mistweaver, which are the main win conditions for Specialty. They have to force those. They're using Blind to try and get one right now. They get a Polymorph, and they get it. They get Rogue, Trinket, Cloak of Shadows. However, it did cost the Smoke Bomb in order to get that. Finn now into a Kidney Shot. They're setting up pressure onto the Mage once again. Just that consistent Outlaw Rogue damage, trying to overwhelm DC Ben. Ring of Frost casted here. Kidney Shot on next. They're switching to him again. They catch him in the middle of the map. He will pop Revival. Now DC Ben on the back foot with nothing. Can Myler save him? He's full blind on his Trinket. He pops Barrier. He needs to stay alive for a few more seconds. They have Life Cocoon. They're desperately stalling, spamming out their crowd controls, mass invisibility. Just Life Cocoon. He's so greedy. Why is he not doing it? He's not doing it. Just do it, man. Just do it. Why is he not doing it? He gets sheep now with no Trinket. And Specialty will get dunked in game number 1.
Wow. I mean, great attempts there by Specialty, but overall, I mean, the damage meters... You look at Brunhilde, he did more damage than DC Ben and Finn combined. in that match, which is absolutely insane. So bringing a ton of pressure on that Outlaw Rogue. And I do wonder, like, was the cooldown tracker wrong? Like, there's just no way he's not going to life cocoon in that situation. He had mana. That is the ultimate level greed. Maybe he didn't realize he had it. I don't know. You can see here in these final moments, we've got a few short seconds here on the life cocoon. He trinkets out into the full blind. DC Ben survives. He gets a big blazing bear. And at this point, like, I'm just not sure what's going on. That just seems like a lot of greed coming in. Myler ended up getting polymorphed. And that'll be game number 1.
Unlucky. Not really unlucky though. Brun hitting and
yeah,
like you say, just doing a huge amount of damage and had a lot of time. Just the plane did not land safely here for game number 1. They do get more opportunities here, but I feel like map selection is going to be very integral to either team with the distinction between them. One wanting to swap to Mistweaver, the other one wanting consistent damage and to just kind of play a safe game and spread out. So this could be vital in terms of Streamer Zone's ability to win this entire series, but they look really good on this Outlaw Rogue Mage, and I think it's important for leveling up from week 1 to week 2 if they really want to show that they're a top 3 contender, as we anticipate they would be with the names on their roster. Brunhitty's been a long-standing household name in the AWC. He's had to find a new roster here with this team, with Next, and then PMake coming in on the roster. PMake's played in North America. He's played in both regions. And he's always a really big playmaker when it comes to that mage. So it's nice to see him nice to see him get a roster here that is able to maximize his effectiveness. And then they have Jamie on the bench as well, which can be substituted in as an elemental shaman if they run into any types of shenanigans, should that be needed to answer the call. But they look really good. That just looked like a very solid team. Good overall damage, great pressure, great defense, good positioning, no holes. Solid roster here if they do make it through to fight Echo. But now we're going to go to Tolvaron. So interesting that Specialty actually are opting for the larger maps as opposed to the smaller ones. I was expecting the Rogue with more stuns to want smaller maps, but instead going the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, when I think about the Subtlety Rogue versus the Outlaw Rogue, Specialty, to me, they're trying to capitalize on mistakes. Have that burst damage, try to force overlaps, and maybe pull out a win that way. Whereas it does feel like if the game just kind of plays out and nobody makes mistakes, the Outlaw Rogue, I think, should end up winning in the long run. You can see DC Ben, how he's going to be building his character, playing the Fire Mage, really, really high on versatility. It seems to be what most of the mages are doing here. Using that on-use trinket as well to really just further boost the combustion. And then, of course, that Voidstone Barrier, which seems to be a very popular pick. One of those things a lot of players don't have on the actual ladder right now, but on the tournament realms, seems to be very popular.
They're not running their keystones. They don't have enough mythic crests to upgrade it on the leaderboard, because that thing functions as a second life cocoon. It's really strong. You see it a lot in these matchups. So if it is something that you go after, you just craft it. You just need mythic crests and you craft it. I think I could make it. I just don't want to make it for my PvE set and use my crests on that. So that's my problem for it. But if you do get a couple mythic crests, you can just craft that right away. What's interesting too in this matchup for me is just watching like the mage play and seeing how they shut each other down. If they're just camping on top of each other to Dragon's Breath their combusts, how they're using their mass invisibilities to stop crowd control. I was just playing the Shuffle Ladder last night, and I realized firsthand how annoying mass invis can be at stopping cyclones out of root beams and things like that. So I'm very curious to see how they navigate this. They get an opener just on the Mistweaver right away. He's going to port back behind the pillar. They're swapping on Brunhitty immediately. DC Ben's there for a polymorph. Great clutch from DC Ben to preemptively be on the port to get that polymorph. They switch back on Rogue. DC Ben gets life cocooned by Mythe. And now they're swapping on PMake. They didn't target Mage at all in game number 1. Do you think that that's going to be the right move?
I don't know. It's really difficult as a Subtlety Rogue to kill a Mage, especially since all of them are just playing Blink to get themselves out of stuns. But we'll see. Maybe they need to put more pressure on PMake. But oh, Brunhitty! He's in trouble! Trinket Life Cocoon comes in from Next. They stun the Trinket. Push there.
They stun the Trinket.
Done. They're going after Next. He's got Restoral. And it looks like he will be fine. One Shaylin is just topping him off, throwing out the Celestial Conduit just to reset the cooldown on that Life Cocoon with the Heart of the Jade Serpent. Next right now goes for the leg sweep onto Myler. And I do like these pushes onto Next. I want to see another one. He's got no Trinket, no Life Cocoon. If Specialty can keep this up, Next could be in danger.
Oh, another setup here. They paralyze the mage to stop the peels for a moment. Not enough damage to dunk him. One Shaylun's gift, and he's back to full health here. Big pressure on DC Ben. He's caught out in the open. Life Cocoon just going to trade for that. It wasn't combustion, though, so PMake is sitting on a powerhouse of damage right now to launch towards DC Ben at any moment. And Finn is the target for now, though. It seems they're just building up momentum. Kidney shot. Here comes the push with combustion. Are they just going to flop? He barriers. They're crushing through it. He alters back, but they just killed him through a full altar. Myler's trying to heal through the remaining damage as his team is setting up a swap. They pop that void barrier. They kill him through it. They proc his caught. They get his block. They are so far ahead. I really feel like if your specialty right now, your only option is one-shotting the Mistweaver in the next 20 seconds or you lose.
Look at PMake's damage, man. I'm telling you, when this guy is playing well, like he's playing at his best, it is a hard pace to keep up with. PMake phenomenal right now, putting pressure on DC Ben, on Finn, right, denying them. They could get the win. Paralyze comes in. Kidney shot on to Next. It looks like Streamer Zone should be able to survive. They have a little bit more damage here, but Next going to be A-OK. And now it's DC Ben that I am worried about. A full kidney shot on Myler. Next is there for the potential Song of GG. Myler gets paralyzed. Do they have the Song of GG? Doesn't look like they do. And at the meantime, DC Ben will be able to survive, but still, no cauterize, no ice block for another 2 minutes. This is very scary with that combustion rotating back up.
Yeah, we're following DC Ben. He has no defensive cooldowns here. Now we're switching back onto Next as he's getting swapped to. Finn is chasing him down, but without stuns, they are not going to hurt him. He's got his way of the crane up. He gets paralyzed on it. That's good compensation. Can they chain it? They can't. They're trying to set up damage on Brunhilde. They're trying to stay alive here with the combustion, but they don't even force a life cocoon. If they can't get a life cocoon here, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Next is greeting it. Now he's in a stun. He may have to trinket life cocoon towards the tail end of this as Brunhilde's getting low, full blind. Smoke bomb comes down as well. I can't believe Next isn't trinketing. How he's sitting this? Okay, what? Finally. Now DC Ben is toast, maybe. It's so much damage incoming. He alters, he barriers. Will he be able to escape? He frost novas, he blinks the bomb, but it's lights out. Brunhilde is on his tail. He cannot get away. And Streamer Zone, just calm, cool, calculated, just raw throughput on their side.
Yeah, I'm liking the Outlaw Rogue in this matchup. It just feels like... Here's my problem with the Subtlety Rogue. Is everyone is so difficult to kill, right? Like, you go after the mage, he's blinking your stuns, he's invising your setups, he's using Blazing Barrier on your dances. You try to go after the Mistweaver Monk, he's got Restoral, he can portal in stuns, he's got Mass Invis from the mage can shut it down with Dragon's Breath. And if you go after Brunhilde, his character is literally a tank. He's an orc, he's got like 1500 versatility on right now, and he's getting backed up by the mage as well as the monk. So it just feels like finding these like really clean setups as specialty is so difficult to do. Whereas for Streamer Zone, it's just such a consistent onslaught, so much pressure, literally doubling the damage of specialty. And for Myler, you got to feel for him because that is a lot of pressure to keep up with.
So tough, man. So tough. They tried to send it a Hail Mary, and Next is just cold as ice. Sitting in all this crowd control, like, I don't need to trinket. You're going to have to make me trinket. And he sits through all of it and commits towards the last crowd control, which is their only chance to win. They pull every emergency lever they have left to try and stay alive, and it is just not enough to survive. Brunhilde and PMake look so good. It's making me excited for them against Echo. You know, like, I wish Specialty could live up to what their potential that we saw in the open bracket, but at the same time, I'm like, Streamer Zone might be able to beat Echo if they play like this.
Yeah, Streamer Zone is an incredible team. Brunhilde, pretty sure he won the solo shuffle tournament, right? That's kind of his claim to fame. What got him into the scene is winning on, I believe it was actually Outlaw Rogue. So, phenomenal player. PMake, like we've talked about, every single season we feel like PMake is going to be one of those mages who steps up just because he is so good on the ladder. And I feel like on his best day, he's as good as any mage in Europe. I'll just say that right now. He's a phenomenal player. And then, of course, Next, so much consistency there. They've got Jamie on the bench to bring in a bunch of different rosters. And I feel like Streamer Zone GG, even though they haven't had the best performances, this is the team that could win it all. And I do think that they can go toe-to-toe with any team.
All right, let's see what they can do here. It's Maldraxxus. They're going big map again, even despite... the swap's not working out too well. Tolvaron Pillar's very big. Next was able to portal through those. I feel like they should have gone for Empyrean if they were going to do a big map just because the smaller pillars. It seems like the Outlaw Rogue can't really go Mistweaver. So if you pick maps that are smaller pillars or easier to connection to the Mistweaver, maybe like Runes of Lordaeron may have been a bit better for them. But they want to keep going to the large maps. Hopefully, maybe these are just warm-up games, right? It's the first time we see them on broadcast. Maybe there's a little bit of nerves. I think it's also Streamer Zone. They understand the matchup. They know the win conditions. They've seen the strategies now. So as a subtlety rogue, when the enemy knows what you're trying to do, it becomes infinitely more challenging to actually pull off a win. Like if they know that you're going Mistweaver, he's just going to be 80 yards away. If they know you're going Outlaw Rogue, he's pre-feinting every time. So you have to be unpredictable in order to win this. So can Special Team mix up their strategies enough to become unpredictable and pull this off? They have to reverse sweep now. They have to win 3 games in a row against Streamer Zone if they want to qualify to face Echo on Championship Sunday. Otherwise, they got to face out in that brutal lower bracket.
Yeah, that's not the place you want to be. I feel like Streamer Zone, they got to be feeling pretty confident being up 2-0 in this matchup. They've been blowouts. There's only been a few close calls, but nothing that dicey. Specialty, like you said, they're really going to have to mix it up. Their offense is going to have to be basically perfect here if they want to find those openings. Otherwise, Streamer Zone, they just make the trades, they survive, and they do a lot of damage as well. So let's see what Streamer Zone can do here. 1 point away from sending Specialty to the lower bracket, and Specialty looking to stay alive in that upper bracket.
All right, can they do it here? P-Make, DC Ben trading, Rogue's ready to go, blind on Myler. They pull the trigger first, they paralyze the Rogue, preventing his assault. Mage is the target, a huge crushing amount of damage. Myler immediately trinket life cocoons. Now Specialty are flipping the script. They're opening on the Rogue here, committing a lot and getting his medallion. They got 2 medallions. They got Next and Brunhilde. This is the best opener we've seen from them. This is exactly what they need if they're going to be able to pull this series off. They leg sweep Next. They're poking him, but he's not going to panic. And now he's actually down his revival and down his trinket. DC Ben is taking huge damage. They disarm Brunhilde, trying to slow that momentum. But P-Make is doing so much damage. DC Ben is trying to match him this time. He's right on his tail. Finn struggling on overall, but it's not about overall when it comes to Subtlety Rogue. It's about hitting in that precise moment. But if that precise moment gets Dragon's Breath like it just did, your damage is going to be 0 by the end of the game.
Yeah, great denial there by P-Make. Gets the Dragon's Breath, gets the Polymorph. Finn actually trinkets. He trinkets aggressive, but they really had no pressure. I feel like that. Oh no, things are unraveling here for Specialty. And now there is an opening here onto Finn as well. Maybe it's a bait trinket though to like make them go after him just to relieve some pressure from DC Ben here. Myler moving forward, getting the Song of Chi-Ji. Who are they going after? Brunhilde just on the run, gets the counter cheap shot onto Finn, and Finn has just been denied. I mean, he's literally doing the damage of a healer in this match so far, so it has been really difficult for him.
Okay, so they swap on Brunhilde. They get Will and they get Life Cocoon. Way of the Crane is up for next. He's going to do a lot of damage here. He wants to get on top of DC Ben. He gets a double sleep. They want to race him down and get his cauterize here. Can they do it? 1 more second left. Myler comes free. Shaylun's gifting away. Double Dragon's Breath. Doesn't hit the double ring, though, so I can just dispel that. Next repositions and uses Conduit. He's anticipating the attack. You just watch Next. He's just kiting away from the Rogue. He's not making himself a target. He does get caught finally. Is Myler going to get there in time? They're going for Polymorph and Song. They get the Song, but it's on diminishing return. Maybe it doesn't matter. P-Make is taking a lot of damage there. He pops the barrier. They're going Mage, trying to become unpredictable. Can it actually work for them? They have him low, but not enough to force anything major. And in the meantime, Myler had to trinket in Life Cocoon. So now there's no trinket on their Rogue, no trinket on their Mistweaver. They get a double leg sweep. They're really pushing the pace. Is he just toast? Streamer Zone, close it 3-0 total domination. This is the team. If there was a team that could beat Echo right now, this is the team.
Yeah, Streamer Zone. P-Make basically just barbecued him there in those final moments of the match. Like, absolutely insane amount of damage coming in from that Fire Mage. Pretty sure Brunhilde was actually crowd controlled for most of that setup. We'll see it in the replay, but it's like you said, Streamer Zone, they're one of those rosters where when they come to play, absolutely phenomenal. And we saw it here in this series. DC Ben was targeted basically the entire game, non-stop. But I do like the fact that Streamer Zone is willing to mix it up, go after different targets, and really keep teams guessing here. This is where a lot of that pressure did come in. This isn't the final moments of the match. I think we're getting closer here. Finn gets caught into the double leg sweep, and it's a big combustion here from P-Make, and he's able to just get a ton of damage. Brunhilde actually trinkets out aggressively there at the end as well, just to seal the deal.
All right, excellent play here from Streamer Zone. Much improved as a roster. They're building their synergy. They're coming together for the competition. They did decently, I think, in the first cup, but this performance in the second cup is absolutely phenomenal, which is great for the region's competition because Burger King was one game away from beating Echo. We've seen Stop Nerf Mystery taking a game off of Echo now and getting very close, and now Streamer Zone is leveling up. So we can see that the competition is beginning to bubble. Specialty with their debut on broadcast here. It seemed like Streamer Zone just did their homework and didn't leave any openings for them to exploit. So hopefully in this lower bracket, they're going to be more warmed up now after this series. They're going to be able to put on the type of performance that they did in the open bracket. Otherwise, it's going to be the end of their run here for Cup number 2. There is still only one more Cup remaining, and I don't know if Myler's main healer is a Mistweaver. You know, first time we see him. So if that is the case, that might be trouble for them on the third Cup with the changes that are coming through. Now, changes aren't guaranteed to completely remove Mistweaver from play, but if it does, then you're gonna have to be careful. But the damage meter, just every game, Brune hitting and PMake, just top of the meter, keeping the pace, getting the setups, and just crushing it right now. These guys have been kind of like, Brunetti's been here for a while, but I feel like they're still kind of on the come up as far as like beating Echo. And now this is the best form I've seen a team, I feel like.
Yeah, could not agree more. Very solid series from them. I think they're going to have a fun rest of the weekend. They're setting themselves up very nicely in the standings as well. But I'm on your side, Super T's. I'm a little bit worried about Specialty for the rest of the weekend. They are going to have another chance since that was an upper bracket series. But I feel like we learned a lot. There's a lot of takeaways, Venricky, from this series.
Definitely. My main takeaway is Streamer Zone is looking hot, and you need to be very afraid of this roster. Cup number 1 didn't have the best performance, but they seem very warmed up, still in that upper bracket, and they're going to be on a collision course with Echo, which should be really, really exciting to see.
Definitely should. And it sounds like also we have a predictions update for the casters. Would you guys like to see that?
Yeah, sure.
I'm scared. I'm a little bit scared. It's going to be either me and you, and I think in last place. How do you feel about your...
me?
Yeah, me or you, because we were tied in the beginning of the day.
I fell off hard. I'm down with all you. Who's at the bottom right now? I'm down with you, I'm sure.
Well.
Oh. Super T's.
Hey, I wasn't even in the number 1 spot. We should all be against Zika. What do you mean? We're together in this.
I know. I need you to do better.
What? You didn't do any better either. What do you mean?
I need all of us to do better. Oh, we got to take down Zico. He's up there. That's 21, bro.
I have a 100% prediction today. Cup number 2, I'm 100%.
You're doing great. You're carrying the rest of us, Fen.
I'm not with you. I'm against you. Just to be honest.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gunning for Zico. I'm 8 on the perfects. Like when we play a game together, then we can. But this is its own thing. I'm locked in.
Okay. All right. Well, then I need at least chat to get up there. But yeah, he's been doing pretty well. I mean, I know then at the beginning of the day, you're kind of talking about predicting with either your heart or your brain. What has been your change in technique today?
I'm just using my brain. I'm just yeah. I'm just using my brain this time.
Not your heart.
No more.
See, I use my heart, and that's why I'm down bad.
Yeah,
so.
It's no more teamwork and friendship. I'm just gonna pull the Zico and just go for the obvious team, and I need to catch up to this guy.
I see. Okay. All right. Well, I respect it. We've got our bracket right here. As we can see, we're going to see Echo versus Streamer Zone facing off against each other in the semifinals. Winner of that will be moving on to the grand finals of Cup number 2 for the EU region, season 1 of Midnight. Then we've got the lower bracket left. There's 4 teams down there. Stop Nerf Mistweaver versus Burger King. And then Specialty, the team that we just saw drop down to the lower bracket via Streamer Zone GG, will be facing off against DOBOB. So a lot of exciting matchups left throughout the rest of the day here in the EU region. We're going to head to a break. And when we come back, it is Stop Nerf Mistweaver versus Burger King up next.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got another series on our hands. It is Stop Nerf Mistweaver versus Borger King. Now we know, Ben, just how competitive this bracket, this region is shaping out to be. We know that they want to get into the standings in the top 2 at least to make it into BlizzCon, and we can take a look at the standings and kind of where they are right now. But how do you feel like these teams are feeling?
I feel like both of them have to be nervous. They're both top teams. Like you said, it's a really stacked, a tournament right now. And they're basically tied. I mean, Burger King's slightly ahead on points here, but it is as close as it can get. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they want to pass Burger King. Obviously, they're going to have to win this one. It's a very important match for them. And at the same time, if Burger King wants to have any hope of catching Echo, they need to stay alive in this cup number 2. So very stressful situation for both teams.
Yeah, certainly is. And now they're facing off against each other. Zico here for cup number 2. I mean, we've seen both of these teams play already. How do you feel like they've been doing so far performance-wise?
I feel like Burger King looks slightly worse this week in terms of their play compared to last weekend. I feel like they were looking a little bit hotter last weekend. And for Stop Nerf Mistweaver, I actually think they've made some improvements. They're kind of still playing the same composition, but I feel like they looked a little bit better. They got that one game off of Echo and Burger King. I like that they're experimenting, trying to bring Zeepai in, but ultimately it's the Windwalker Mage. That is their bread and butter. They had that one first game loss against Laptop Gamers, but then they really cleaned it up with the Windwalker Mage. So I think for them, maybe a slow start with the open bracket and their first game today, and maybe now they're going to be looking to pick up some steam, whereas Stop Nerf Mistweaver, I think they just need to have a good mindset here. We have our very unique comp that we can run, and hopefully Burger King doesn't really know how to deal with that.
Hopefully. All right. Well, with that in mind, Ben, let's start off with you for predictions.
I think Burger King, I'm just going to straight up say it. I think Burger King's got this. I think it's going to be 3-0. At this point, I feel like I'm not convinced Stop Nerf Mistweaver has an answer for the Warrior Elemental Shaman. So that's why I'm heavily leaning in favor of Burger King.
Okay. All right. Zico, what about you?
I'm just going to copy Van's predictions here. That way he can never catch me. He said that's his goal this weekend. So my goal is just that. No, I'm just kidding. But I am going also for a 3-0, I think, for Burger King. I feel like last weekend when they met, it looked really, really tough. Blizz was tagged in, and he just did a phenomenal job. And I think probably that's going to happen again. And even if he doesn't get tagged in, their Windwalker Mage also looks really, really solid to beat. So, yeah.
Okay, I think it's going to be 3-1 Burger King. I hate doing that. I hate making it such like a wash. I feel like Stop Nerf Mistweaver could at least get one game. So it looks like we're all in agreement. A little bit different compared to last prediction.
D-Machine, come
we were
on,
split
D.
down the middle. I bet you he did Stop Nerf.
I don't know.
He likes being a contrarian. Let's see what he did. It sounds like we're still waiting on his prediction.
We don't have confirmation just yet, yeah.
We'll let him decide. But, I mean, in the meantime, then obviously Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they are going into this as underdogs. I mean, in your mind, what's it going to take? Like, what do you want to see them play? What do you want to see them capitalize on from their last series?
Yeah, one thing we were talking about a little bit is for Stop Nerf Mistweaver, sadly, Mistweavers are actually getting some nerfs. We do know that. They're getting a Life Cocoon nerf. I think their Life Cocoon Absorb is going down. The cooldown on Life Cocoon is going up. Their overall healing is getting nerfed by 5%. And I'm pretty sure Shaylun's Gift is getting a slight nerf. So this is their, they need to win this because I don't think they have the same flexibility on their roster as some of these other teams. So a Cup 2... if they get a first place finish in Cup 2, pick up those points, that'd be massive for this team.
All right, it's now or never for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Borger King, the overwhelming favorite in this matchup, but do they have it in them to beat just one more team? They want to stay alive in the lower bracket. Game number 1 starting now.
All right, they are going to be leading with the LA and Warrior, kind of what we expected. And Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they're going to be rocking that Dev Evoker Feral Druid once again. Let's see. Blizz are going in for early double fear here. going to be going after Smite on that Devastation Evoker. Zeepa is going to be the target for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Already taking a decent beating here in the opening stage, but so far both teams kind of recovering. No one had to use any life cocoons yet or any major defensives on the both sides, and so far pretty even opening. Last time these two comps faced, it was very deep dampening in most of the games, and I'm expecting to see the kind of the same this time around.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Zeepa, of course, is going to be playing Dwarf. Very powerful defensive cooldown with that stone form. He's already ripped it out on some of those empowered bleeds that Cassidy has available, but I think it's a great trade, and if Zeepa can use that later on in the game, especially during the incarnation, it's a great way to stay alive, so good pick there. Lone Tar going to be getting stunned up. Beautiful Vortex, massive damage incoming. And it's like you highlighted at the beginning of the day, Zico, that Devastation Evoker, a lot of AoE damage if everyone's clumped up from those mass disintegrates.
Yep. Those mass disintegrates definitely doing work for Smite, but right now Smite is the one getting worked. Stonekeeper loaded up for Zeepai, looking for the zaps here. Everybody on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver is taking a beating here. Zeepai just getting absolutely insane pressure onto everyone, but here comes the deep breath. Smite takes to the skies, and he's looking for the follow-up sleepwalk, not able to find it, but Bank extends the CC chain there with a paralyze and a knock onto Lontar. Smite going for another sleepwalk, does manage to find it. Tremor Totem available here for Zeepai, but he doesn't need to use it because they got so much pressure of their own with that Hex onto Bank. Nicely done there, forcing the Life Cocoon. Cassidy getting swapped to, also taking a tremendous beating. Bank is going to have to trade out the Life Cocoon and the Revival there in the same push.
Beautiful Stormbolt on Smite. That was a great rescue on Cassidy, right on top of Lone Tar, gets the stun, but good defense from Blizzo, shuts down the attempt with a Stormbolt onto Smite, and that's the kind of defense you can expect from an excellent warrior like Blizzo. Throws in the intimidating shout as well, just to slow it down. Now a leg sweep on Smite. Bank under a lot of pressure. Blizzo just swapping around, hitting multiple targets. Great time stop there by Smite. A Stormbolt onto Bank. The crowd control is just unrelenting here from Burger King, who seems to be greatly pulling ahead in this game.
Yeah, Burger King, so far so good. Lontar, though, getting swapped to, might just drop right now. Huge greed coming out from Lontar.
Greedy.
Not trinketing there. That is unbelievable. But he's going to get away with it. He does manage to get away with it. And Lontar is going to be happy about having his trinket a little bit later on in the match. Still dampening, about to start ramping now at the 3-minute mark. Lontar caught up in a paralyze. Nice defensive maneuvers there from Lontar to avoid the crowd control with that Ring of Peace. Now pushing in towards Bank's side here. Maybe looking for some crowd control. Blizzard's going to be there as well. Looking for potential pressure, but Smite's doing a good job keeping his distance here. The Ursul's Vortex as well on Blizzo, keeping him away from his target. Now a swap onto Blizzo. Double leg sweep as well onto Bank and Cassidy. Nice force there. Smite almost dropping there. Had to use the Life Cocoon. Cassidy used his trinket in that push. This is the incarnation. Cassidy is looking for big damage.
Yep, Bladestorm coming in from Blizzo to get himself out of the roots. Zeepai's getting low on health, though. Beautiful, intimidating shot once again. Completely shuts it down. Blizzo doing an excellent job denying that setup, keeping them all feared up, and now the pressure can reverse here. Burger King looking to get aggressive. Zeepai, of course, has the Ascendance coming up in about 30 seconds, so a huge offensive moment there for the Elemental Shaman. Cassidy and Bank are just all over him right now, but I am a little bit worried here for Smite. Burger King also has a mana lead at this point of the game, so if the game comes down to late dampening, that could end up being a big benefit for their roster, but the pressure's so high in this match, I'm kind of doubting it goes that way.
Yeah, right now, 18% dampening, and both healers are already feeling it. Leg sweep onto Cassidy. He's got no trinket. They're trying to punish. Oh, my God. Cassidy surviving by the skin of his teeth right there. Bank had to trade out the trinket, had to trade out the Life Cocoon, but that was about as close as it could possibly get. And that's the thing. Cassidy trinketed offensively earlier with his incarnation, and this is the kind of place that we love to see from Burger King, punishing that immediately. But here comes Stop Nerf Mistweaver onto Zeepai. Is he going to be able to survive? Zeepai still has the burrow, but that is his last offensive, and he's holding on to it, being very greedy right now. Lontar does have the Life Cocoon, finally just rotated back up, and he's going to immediately press that cooldown onto Zeepai. They actually just destroy it. So much damage coming out here from the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Can they actually just topple Zeepai with the raw pressure? Finally, a triple fear coming out from Blizzard.
Oh my gosh.
And that's going to slow down the damage quite a bit.
those fears from Blizzo are just working wonders for his team. Every single time Stop Nerf Mistweaver has pressure, he's able to just fear it up and try to reset. Zeepai finally getting topped off. Now it's actually going to be Smite in the leg sweep. The double leg sweep. Paralyze comes in. A great play by Lontar, but Bank manages to find the life cocoon. Smite will stay alive. A great push there from Lontar, though. I really like those aggressive plays.
Yeah, we'll see if they can continue to make those. But Zeepai, once again, on the back foot here. Cassidy looking for some Cyclone. Smite taking quite a beating as well. Double Shockwave coming out from Blizzo. Here's the Demolish. Big damage onto Smite. He's going to take out to the skies and try to reverse the pressure here. Smite with a beautiful circle there, hitting all three members with that deep breath. Now getting a Quell onto Lontar. Zeepai is taking so much damage. A low Cyclone coming out here from Cassidy. He gets interrupted. Now Smite is in trouble. If Blizzo can just get to his target, but it's making it very difficult for him. Just kiting away with the rescue around the corner, and now once again it's going to be Lontar in a Cyclone. Zeepai could be on the back foot. He's got no more defensives here. Lontar with the life cocoon, but this is the big push from Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They got the life cocoon, they got the trinket, they got everything they need. They just need to get that incarnation right now. Cassidy's got it ready, and he's going to pull the trigger any moment onto Zeepai, but Zeepai at the same time is blasting away here. Huge pressure from both sides, but here comes the incarnation then.
Uh-oh, it's a race to the finish. Cooldowns are fully loaded up for both these teams. Pressure is high, and how will these Mistweaver monks handle it? 33% dampening. It looks like recovery is possible. Zeepai low in health. A beautiful little ring of peace comes in. Smite using that deep breath to just get into the fight. Throw out some massive damage here on a Zeepai, who's just been glued to these pillars. Like, using Ghost Wolf, line of sighting as much as possible, trying to get the interrupt on the mass disintegrates. It's making it really difficult for Smite to connect those beams of death disintegrate consistently in the match. And now that the pressure has subsided, Zeepai can look to get aggressive once again, looking for a potential hex here, but still taking quite a beating here, and might just fall. Burrows underground. What a close call that was, Zico.
That was incredibly close, and it still is, with Lontar behind the corner trying to manage to get some heals onto Zeepai. He does find it, and here comes the leg sweep from Lontar. They're reversing the pressure back onto Stop Nerf Mistweaver. This is still anybody's game. Zeepai has stalled long enough to get his Astral Shift. He's got the Bloodlust. He needs to get something going here offensively. They need to push Bank away from the team, but Bank still has Life Cocoon. Bank still has options here. Can they take Cassidy down? There's the Life Cocoon onto Cassidy. Now Zeepai with nothing left. Lontar's got no cooldowns for him. He's got the Celestial Conduit, but that is the final cooldown that they have available. Deep Breath Connect. I think that is going to be it for Zeepai. He is taking so much damage, but healing surging himself right now. Nice shockwave from Blizzo to give them one last sliver of health, and they're turning onto Cassidy. Blizzo might have done it. The MVP push finds the shockwave, finds the reversal of the pressure with that demolish, saves Zeepai, and takes the game to a W for Burger King.
I mean, that's a little too close for comfort. I feel like Zeepai really, defying death there. But let's not forget, Cassidy survived at 1% health like 5 minutes earlier in the match. So this game could have been ended a lot faster. Very back and forth. Close game here on a Grand Arena, but ultimately it will be Burger King who does pull out ahead. Some great defensive plays from their team to stay alive.
Yeah, that's the moment that you were talking about right there. That is insane greed from Bank to greed the trinket in that position. We saw the same greed happen from Lontar too, but this was right at the end here. Zeepai really just keeping himself alive. And then look at that counter coming out here from Blizzo. The double shockwave. He gets the demolish back onto Cassidy, and he manages to finish the job. They stall long enough to get that life cocoon there. Really nice stuff there from Blizzo. And it's always a joy watching Blizzo on the warrior. But look at Cassidy here. Look how low he got. There. Oh my God. He was actually 1%.
Yeah, that was actually insane. So lucky for Cassidy. Definitely burned through one of his 9 lives there in that kitty cat on that Pharaoh Druid. So nicely done. But I feel like this is still anyone's game. Even if we see this exact matchup play out over and over, I get the feeling that this is not an easy matchup for Burger King.
Yeah, I feel like Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they're a tough team. They're a tough team. I mean, even their series against Echo, it was like, if you look at the scoreboard, a stomp. But if you looked at the actual individual games like that, especially that last game was really close. Could have easily gone all the way to Game 5. And now this could have easily been their win, It's just Blizzo finding the shockwave at the right time, finding the damage that they needed with the demolish. And also Zeepai, he's so good at surviving on that Ellie Shaman, going for those heals there, the healing surges, just to buy himself a little bit more time. And a little bit more time is all they needed to actually be able to close it out. So I'm expecting a really competitive series, actually. Yeah, I think based on how the teams are playing right now, this is anyone's game.
Definitely. We're going to Ruins of Lordaeron, so this should be even more explosive than the last game. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They don't want to allow Zeepai to pillar as much as he was. Let's be honest. He was pillaring a lot. I'm pretty sure Morrow isn't healing and it is going to be Lontar healing. I think that's just a graphical error there for anyone wondering. But yeah, same composition locked in for Burger King. And Blizzo really bringing the heat there in those final moments. He had a huge Mortal Strike after his demolish. I think it was like 160k we saw there. And then on the flip side, Stop Nerf Mistweaver. It's all about, to me, it's all about Smite. Like Smite on the Devastation Evoker. It's really important to shut him down after he uses his empowered spells, and I think that's one thing Zeepai is doing a really good job of, is just denying him the chain disintegrates that cause so much pressure, and also just finding those wind shears on those mass disintegrates to really just slow down the pressure that he has available.
Yeah, it's very, very important to shut him down because we saw, I mean, when he gets those triple deep refs and he gets to pop off, it is very, very scary. Anyone's HP can be erased, as we saw. I feel like Lontar is very lucky to have survived that one swap. He was extremely lucky to survive with that greed there, but it worked out for him. And now we are gonna see just, I think, the same two comps all the way through. I don't think we're gonna see Morrow tagged in. I like seeing Zeepai tagged in on the Ellie Shaman. I feel like that's one of the key differences between EU and NA. EU has a lot of Ellie mains that still try to find comps and make it work, whereas NA, they've got Saul, but he's an enhanced main. I feel like Saul is he's flexing to the Ellie Shaman and he looks good on it, but aside from that, don't really have too many people representing the DPS Shaman specs. So a bit of a key difference there between the regions. Bank on the Mistweaver. Needs to make it count this weekend. Like we mentioned, Mistweaver's
Great
getting
transmog.
nerfed.
Great transmog, though. I mean, getting nerfed, but still, transmog's on point. This is one that he used last season as well. And I rate it very high. I feel like it just looks super good for that undead. Like, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it. The chainsaw with the rogue tier 3. It's, I mean, it fits his playstyle because Bank is so aggressive on that Mistweaver. He's always in your face, especially when fist weaving was the meta. He was so annoying to play against. So I think it kind of fits his style. He's a DPS trapped in a healer's body, but we'll see.
Should we call him the Buzzsaw? Bank, aka the Buzzsaw. Certain nicknaming these players, I swear. All right, game
we had
underway.
some nicknames. Do you remember the Harvester?
Yeah, Soralium, non-enhancement shaman. Zeepai popping off early on here with the Ascendants, looking for a Stormkeeper. Where is the damage going to go? But at the same time, it's Zeepai under pressure. He's going to use that Fireblood racial early on in the match, not only buffing his damage, but removing all those crucial bleeds Cassidy just put up.
Yeah, and we see Smite also looking to get very aggressive here with the Fire Breath, but Blizzo is going to catch him first. He rooted him there on his rescue, and now Smite could be in trouble because Blizzo is going to get good.
Oh, what?
What?
What happened? What happened? Wait, we need a replay. I can't believe that. Like, we just saw a game play out for 10 minutes and Zeepai seemed immortal. Was there like a disconnect or something? Like, what even happened there? I'm so confused. We're definitely going to need to. All right, well, game's over. Tied up.
They had cooldowns to press here.
Yeah, like what happens here? Lontar? Okay, deep breath comes in. Zeepai's totally fine. And there's a Ring of Peace. Lontar gets quelled, so he does get interrupted, and during that interrupt, he just dies. Like,
okay.
Just a quick little 4-second quell, and Zeepai just falls over. That's wild.
Dev Evoker, bro.
What if that was Cassidy? Was that Cassidy's big chomps, or like I don't even know what that was. What? Wait, what did the damage here? Okay, big Eternity Surge with the kick. No masses. Bank's there too. Bank rolls in, dude. He touched death some.
Yep.
I think.
It was Eternity Surge and Touch of Death, and I think it looked like Cassidy used his trinket and bit him.
That is so unbelievable. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that is just, I can't believe that just happened. I think that if you're Burger King, you just go next. You're like, all right, whatever, shrug it off. It happens. Like, it's just one of those rare situations. Like, look at the timing on this death. It was so close for Lone Tar to actually close it out. I feel like that was that Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They stole that off the back of a good play. It was a good play, but that was a stolen game.
He definitely stole that. That's crazy, actually. That is crazy. Just dying in a kick like that. Smite, man. It's popping off. And Bank.
Was it
the
Smite?
chainsaw, bro. The buzz.
Yeah, the buzz just went in and took him down. I think it was a big rushing wind kick. Maybe it was a touch of death. Let's see who did the most damage in the final moments, because it was like the last 4 seconds for the kill were the most important, and it was mostly Smite. This is 20 seconds out. We need to hyper focus in. There we go. 4 seconds. Thank you, production. Look at that. Smite 250, Cassidy 150, and Bank just 90.
Yeah, just a touch of death.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and it was a rushing wind kick too. Look at that. 50k rushing wind kick.
Yep. Eternity Sweep, or Azure Sweep. Sorry. I have to use Eternity Surge at like, it empowers your, what is it called? It empowers your, it's like your blue claw attack that AoEs. Yeah, your Essence Sweep. So it makes it into an Azure Sweep, and then it does super damage, as you can see there. It's like 100k instant that AoEs. It's really powerful.
I hit him twice with that.
The claws.
Okay. And yeah, Cassidy just trinket and bit him. I think Zeepai thought he was safe there because he used that stun from his fire rally on Cassidy. So it looked
I think
like,
everyone thought they were safe. Like,
yeah.
That's one of those games where you actually just have to forget it even happened. Just go next. You know, you just have those losses sometimes where it's like, okay, the stars kind of aligned. It was a good play by them. We got caught off guard. Next. And just not even think about it. It's the only attitude to have, I think.
At least it happened on Stop Nerf Mistweaver's map pick. So if you're going to throw a game, at least doing it on the enemy team's map pick is probably the best time to do it. So at least they can just lock in and go again. But it is scary, though, because Stop Nerf Mistweaver wins this, then they're going to have the map advantage. And I feel like Zeepai for sure needs the larger maps. Like, I think Blizzo can pin down Smite a bit more. I feel like the Feral Druid has less lockdown than Blizzo does. Blizzo's got the spear, he's got, you know, a lot of stuns, the shockwave, the stormbolt. He's got a lot of ways to actually pin his target down. But I feel like Cassidy doesn't have the same, especially when he gets swapped to. Whereas Blizzo is a bit more beefy, so not as scared of that happening. But yeah, game 3, Asherman's Fall. Burger King versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver. These teams are basically tied on points. Only 20 points separate them. They're both in the top point earning bracket of the AWC here. And one of them is going to go home at the end of this series, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, a very important game for both of these teams. I would say these two teams are kind of the main competition right now for Echo. And we're still deciding, you know, who's kind of in that second place position in the region for the time being. And Smite right now will be under fire. Keep in mind, the game can go long. Like, these teams, if they make great defensive plays, they can extend this game. But just like we saw in that last game, you blink and the game is over. So you really have to be careful. Make sure you're on point with your rotations of defensive cooldowns, making sure you're not getting interrupted when the enemy has a bunch of burst. It's one of those games that requires like a lot of focus to play in. And Zeepai, that was a panic. That was a scaredy cat moment where he just burrowed under that. I think he was okay, and he just decides to burrow at like 90% health.
That's the thing. You get one shot like that, one game, and then all of a sudden it kind of creeps into you in the following games. You're like, okay, I have to be really quick with my cooldown usage here, or I might just die pre-CDs again. And that's the mental game going in favor of Stop Nerf Mistweaver here. They're going to have that going for them. moving forward in the rest of the series. So Zeepai definitely going to be a little bit more scared. We saw the greed in game number 1, and we're not going to be seeing that same level of greed, I don't think, in this one. But here comes the demolish onto Cassidy. It's taking a lot of damage there, dropping to half HP, but they're turning it around onto Zeepai. Cassidy not scared at all in this position. Deep Rev coming in as well from downtown. Smite getting the disintegrates. Zeepai looking for a Hex. He's able to find it. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to in this position. And now double cap totem coming out, hitting Smite and Cassidy. Zeepai just doing what he can to get some distance from Cassidy, but Cassidy's all over him. This is the incarnation. Here comes the stun. Are they ready? Lontar gets kicked again. They might just be able to repeat what we just saw. And Zeepai is taking no chances this time. Astral Shift is going to get instantly traded.
Yeah, good trade there by Zeepai. At the same time, Smite and Cassidy taking some pressure. Bozo just doing what he can to play defensive. He's basically the goalie for their team. He needs to come in when everybody's afraid, get the intimidating shouts, get key stuns, key intervenes, and just put out that consistent damage. And Blizzo is so good in that position. Like, his defense is absolutely perfect, really good game sense, and it's a difficult thing to kind of push through, but Smite continues to just move forward, looking for the Eternity Surge. The Mass Disintegrates. He's got those Azure Sweeps ready to go on to Zeepai, but it looks like Lontar should be able to heal through it. At the same time, Cassidy taking pressure. Big, deep breath coming in from Smite, who's getting aggressive. Cassidy, though, almost going down, goes into bear form. Looks like he will hold on to the survival instinct, so should be just fine for the time being. Life Cocoon available as well, but stop nerf. Their pressure looks great in this game.
Yeah, they had to use the revival there in that position. Managed to keep him alive, but here comes the double leg sweep. Big damage onto Zeepai, but looks like Blizzo is going to save the day once again. That double fear is so key for Blizzo. Zeepai definitely was in big trouble there. Triple shockwave now coming out from Blizzo. Here's the Bloodlust as well. Blizzo is really just putting on a show right now on the Warrior, but sitting in that root on the other side of the map, finally does manage to get out of it. Reconnecting onto his target, going for Bank here for a second. Ring of Peace is going to bounce Zeepai away from his healer. Lontar's in a full stun. Zeepai loading up the Stormkeeper. Astral Shift connects for Zeepai. Deep Breath coming through as well. Full Cyclone onto Lontar. They're trying to push through the Astral Shift, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Smite looking for the Sleepwalk, but Blizzo shuts it down. Shockwave onto Bank. Stormbolt onto Smite. Full double leg sweep coming out here onto Smite and Cassidy. And so far, great defense coming out from Burger King, but it's not looking too good. Full paralyze, full leg sweep. Bank is looking for the touch of death. Can he find it onto Zeepai? He's so low. Can they manage to actually push through here? Doesn't look like it. The Crackling Jade Lightning is going to apply a little bit of extra damage there onto Zeepai, but he will get topped here. And these pushes from Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they might prove us all wrong.
They definitely might. Bank is playing with so much confidence in this game. He's just playing on top of Zeepai, throwing in as much damage as possible. And look at the damage differential here between Bank and Lontar. Now, they are playing different builds, but that extra damage that Bank is able to bring to his roster is putting a ton of pressure onto the Shaman. Zeepai now with no defensive cooldowns. Lontar will be forced to make the trade. He trades out his Trinket as well as the Life Cocoon, and Zeepai ultimately will survive, as he's still just having to play so passive in this match. And I don't know, I'm really worried here for the side of BORGIR, the pressure Stop Nerf Mistweaver has been able to bring and how confidently they're playing. Like, you get the sense that Zeepai is going to almost inevitably fall in this match.
Yeah, this doesn't look good at all for Burger King. And I am afraid for them. Zeepai had to turn out his Trinket. He gets stunned on his Trinket. Celestial Conduit coming out from Bank here, keeping his team nice and aggressive. And I don't know what's going on, but Bank is just doing the same damage as a DPS at this point. And at this point, I don't think this matchup even looks good here for Burger King. But but as I say that, whoa. Cassidy, oh, cast a curse, watch out. It looks like we don't want that happening again, but it looks like Stop Nerf Mistweaver will recover here. Banks behind the pillar, manages to pick himself back up, manages to pick his team back up, and now once again getting aggressive onto Zeepai, and Smite still getting very aggressive here with the Disintegrates as well. The Eternity Surge is flying in as well. Big damage, Sleepwalk, not going to be able to connect. Nice grounding totem there from Zeepai. He's going to be able to keep himself alive for now, and here comes finally some pressure from Blizz onto Smite.
Yeah, Cassidy down to half. I mean, in game number 1, BORGIR also seemed like they were on the back foot until Cassidy kind of fell over. So still opportunities here for BORGIR, but this offensive pressure onto Zeepai is immense. We'll use the Fireblood Racial. Can he get any offense off that bonus damage he gets for removing all those bleeds? Doesn't seem like it for the time being. Smite gets pinned down here by Blizzo. Windshear onto Smite as well. Good pressure and defense on the side of BORGIR King. Zeepai finally recovers. Mana heavily in favor of Lontar. Like, it's not even close. So if BORGIR King can stay alive, I feel like I would give them the late game advantage just in terms of that. But I don't know. It becomes increasingly more difficult to heal for Lontar as Bank is playing this just so dang aggressive on that Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah, Zeepai still not feeling too comfortable here. Triple shockwave coming out. Blizzo with the demolish here. Oh my god, he's going after Bank actually. Almost made a big deposit there, but it looks like Bank is going to be able to stabilize around the corner. And that was a great push though. Triple shockwave coming out there from Blizzo once again. They got to be careful with stacking like this, but at the same time, look at Zeepai. He is taking a tremendous amount of pressure here. Full sleepwalk from onto Lontar as well. Lontar had to trade out his trinket, and he gets cloned on his trinket there as well as an overlap with the burrow. So now there's a huge advantage for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. There's a huge opening here. They have Life Cocoon, they have Revival, they have everything on Bank. They could easily and confidently make the next push.
Yeah, deep breath once again. Sleepwalk here on Lontar. I don't think there's any way out. Tremor Totem available in just 5 seconds. Smite looking for a play, gets interrupted. Good denial there by Zeepai. Zeepai just really trying to LOS and prevent damage, allow Blizzo to get that warrior pressure out in the match. But Cassidy looking for a Cyclone. Good denial once again from Zeepai. His interrupts have been on point in this game. Great positioning from Zeepai. Great interrupts to deny crowd control onto Lontar. And once again, we'll just leap away on the spear as Cassidy and Bank are both kind of stuck there. Big demolish coming in from Blizzo. And finally, the pressure of BORGIR King is starting to mount.
Yeah, but they're going to need a lot of it because Zeepai is stunned.
Nice knock.
No defensive cooldowns. Huge knock coming out there. Zeepai repositioning here next to Lontar, but Lontar is rooted over there, so Zeepai can't go behind that corner, which means he's stuck in Smite's line of sight. Nice knock again on the Cyclone of Cassidy. Cassidy does find it. They have no trinket onto Lontar. They could be pushing for the win. Smite gets the deep breath. Huge damage coming in. The Dragon Rage is active for Smite, but it is going to be traded. The Life Cocoon is back for Lontar and will save the day. Smite now, in the meantime, also taking a huge amount of damage, had to trinket out aggressively and defensively on his own Dragon Rage. Lontar now caught up in a paralyzed. They're pushing the gas pedal onto Zeepai. Zeepai has no defensive cooldowns left whatsoever. All they need is just big damage. The leftovers here from the Dragon Rage is doing work onto Zeepai. Do they have the damage? Do they have everything they need? The Ascendance, the Stormkeeper as well now from Zeepai. Counter pressure coming out. Blizzo needs to save the day here. He's getting aggressive onto Cassidy. This could be it on Cassidy. He's taking so much damage. 1% HP there for just a second, but he does manage to recover, but Bank is running out of mana.
Yeah, it is coming down to the wire here. Zeepai needs to survive a little bit longer. Full stun on Lontar. Zeepai is going to hide. He's going underground, mole mode, just to keep himself up and avoid that incoming damage, but a big, deep breath comes in once again. But at this point, Cassidy's actually a little bit afraid to chase Zeepai behind the pillar. Blizzo, though, getting pressure onto Smite. It is a race once again. Lontar has the Life Cocoon, will end up making the trade, and it might be Smite that falls. Big pressure incoming. Bank tops him off, gets that Life Cocoon rolling, and both these teams under pressure. Lontar gets interrupted, but it's Cassidy and Bank that are in trouble. A beautiful fear coming in from Blizzo, that intimidating shout, and now a pin onto Cassidy. He's stuck in that spear, and Blizzo is just trying to get there. Gets Vortex back, immediately charges over, and it is once again just such a dire situation. Incarm comes in, and Zeepai's in trouble, but he pops the Astral Shift, and I think we'll be able to survive.
Yeah, but if Cassidy can just stay alive for a little bit longer here, he's going to be able to maybe take him down with the leftovers of that incarnation. It lasts longer than the Astral Shift. Can he do it right now? Cassidy's running around the corner trying to stay alive, but Lontar has the Life Cocoon rotated back up. Bank does not. This is a big advantage right now for BORGIR King. They might have done it. They might have weathered the storm, but here comes Smite. Deep breath coming through. Smite 3 seconds on that Dragon Rage. He needs to make something happen. He's all over Zeepai. Zeepai gets quelled. Here comes the Dragon Rage. Full Fire Breath channeled up onto Zeepai. Can they take him down? Beautiful leg sweep though coming out, slowing them down for a second. Eternity Surge gets 0.1 pummeled by Blizzo. Smite could fall. Zeepai could fall. Who is it going to be here? Lontar has 5 seconds on the revival. Nice Ring of Peace. Smite is going for the win. Lontar just channeling out the Soothing Mist, trying to keep him alive, but the Sleepwalk gets tremored there by Zeepai. 0.1, and now they're going after Cassidy once again. He's running around the corner. I think they might have done it. They might have survived long enough. The Bloodlust though. Zeepai gets caught up in the leg sweep. Can they do it? Full incap on Lontar. Can they take him down? But Smite pushes in on 1% HP. Time stop cancels it, and Smite might just fall right here. Blizzo Blade Storms for the win. BORGIR King is up 2-1 in the series. They're trying to go for the cross kill though. It's not over just yet. Cassidy looking for the chomp, but Cassidy is going to fall. Burger King do it. 60% dampening and flawless defensive gameplay is what it took.
And they still almost died like every second of the game. So, I mean, I don't feel super confident in this matchup, but maybe I think this is just one of those matchups that's just crazy. Like, it's just going to be a close call either way. Zipai, though, like, his defensive play, he's just so consistent. I mean, he's been a consistent shaman in the scene for such a long time, but when the pressure's high, he's always nailing the wind shears, always getting the good grounding totems. He's getting good knocks. Like, he's just such a key player for this roster, and that's how Burger King is able to survive. I feel like almost any other team that was running this composition would have been dead like 10 times over in this match, you know? But they're just so annoying. They just won't die. Such good positioning, and crowd control denial ends up winning them this game.
Yeah, it's also the interrupts on Smite, right? Like every single time, like look, this interrupt right there with the wind shear, and then also on the Eternity Surges, Blizzo's there always with the kicks, and then here they get the time stop. He cancels it, he rescues Cassidy to get a little bit of distance from Blizzo, but it is too little, too late. He gets rooted, and then he gets absolutely sent by Blizzo. But yeah, great game, honestly. I feel like this series could go the distance. Both teams. Playing their A game here. You can tell both teams really want it, and it really is just going to come down to these micro outplays. And I really thought Zipai was dead on that incarnation. Like the incarnation that was 1.5 minutes ago before this point, I almost got another incarnation, you know. And then when he survived that, I was like, okay, well, he's dead to the Dragon Rage for sure. And then he lives the Dragon Rage as well. And I was like, okay, well, now maybe Cassidy's dead, but then Cassidy's playing really good defensively as well and surviving. And then ultimately it was Smite that died. So I don't know.
What's going on, man? This is crazy. We are going to hook point though, so a little bit more difficult, I'd say. We saw what happened on the last small map for Burger King. Yep. It was a really, really quick game, so definitely cannot count Stop Nerf MW out. Honestly, multiple times in the game, we're just a little bit more damage, and Zipai is going to completely flop. So, such a close matchup here. I do think we're just going to see the exact same thing once again because of how close it's been. It's basically just these teams need to try to outplay each other, and it's great. It's great when there's a matchup that has so much variety in it in terms of classes, and it is just so even in terms of who can win.
Absolutely. Ben, as somebody who does play the Mistweaver yourself, how is Bank doing so much more damage? What's going on here?
They're playing completely different builds. So the build that Lontar is playing is way more about longevity and casted range healing. So he's playing more of like a mana game. It's not going to be nearly as much damage because you're not even playing the rushing wind kick. But you are going to have a little bit more longevity in the long game, and that was a huge factor there for Lontar. So you can see he's opted out of a lot of damage, just going to pure casted heals. Whereas Bank, like you said, he's known for aggression, right? He's going to be playing the rushing wind kick. He's going to be in your face, doing way more damage. The healing isn't going to be as convincing, but that extra pressure can really just put the damage over the top. So it's mostly just a build difference, and this is something we saw Meep utilize as well. Like in some games, he's playing more of like a the hybrid build where you're throwing in extra damage, and then some games you're basically trying to be like the one that can essentially never go out of mana, and it ended up working out for Lontar in that last one. But it's just a total different play style.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I feel like for the comp that they're running on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver, I think Bank's build makes a lot of sense. And it did get them that kind of surprise win, or maybe not the only reason, but definitely a contributing factor to why they got the surprise kill on Ruins. Let's see if it can be enough here. Hook point. A map with pillars though, even though they're kind of small and there's not a lot of room to run around, Zipai at least is going to have something to work with here. But if Cassidy can get enough uptime, if he can do what he needs to do, this could easily go all the way to a game number 5, which is not something I was expecting. I was expecting Burger King to just clean sweep this 3-0 quickly and move on to the next one, but Stop Nerf Mistweaver really pushing, really putting on a fight and really pushing their comp to the limit here. Let's see what's gonna happen. Hook point, elimination series, Burger King, Stop Nerf Mistweaver.
Yeah, Zeepai immediately going with that Ascendance, and Ascendance has been a huge part of his overall damage. Like, this is Zeepai's moment. This is when he is kind of the scariest person in the match. Once that cooldown fades, it's mostly going to be line of sighting and running away for the Elemental Shaman. But Zeepai is going to eat a big deep breath there. Smite gets some Mass Disintegrates out once again. Lontar burning through some mana. Cassidy going for a potential Cyclone. Is he going to be able to find it? Looks like he is not. Good denial there by Zeepai. Life Sweep out onto Cassidy as the early stages of the matches are still playing out. And looks like everyone is nice and healthy for now.
Yeah, Zeepai still feeling a little bit of pressure there to the Life Cocoon just to save the situation. Lontar also stuck in a Sleepwalk, so Zeepai had to use the Tremor Totem. And I think a big reason for this Elemental Shaman pick is to have the Tremor Totem in response to the Sleepwalks here. I think if you have the Will of Forsaken, you have the Trinket, and you have the Tremor Totem for all the Sleepwalks, the only way they can really get a kill is with maybe a Cyclone or an Incap into Stun. So definitely a very, very defensive option here that the Elite Shaman brings, but Leg Sweep is going to be a little bit deadly here. Lontar had to trade out his Will of Forsaken. They already got the Tremor Totem as well. Smite may be looking for another CC here, but Lontar repositioned well around the corner. Smite is still trying to dance with Lontar. Goes for the kick there, but Lontar fake casts it. You can see the precog animation there in the back line. Nice rescue though on Bank. He was about to get a Incap into a Leg Sweep potentially, or an Incap into Sleepwalk. Smite just rescues him out of there. Full stun onto Lontar. Are they going to be able to land the Sleepwalk? They do manage to get it, and Zeepai with the Tremor Totem is going to deny it.
Yeah, nicely done there by Zeepai. Blizzo, though, taking a lot of pressure, and maybe they put more pressure onto Blizzo in this game. He did swap over to a Gnome, so in the first couple of games, he was playing Dwarf to deal with some of those bleeds. Now getting a little bit greedy in terms of offense, wanting that root break, but it does open him up to being more of a target in the match, and maybe that's something that Cassidy and Smite decide to try out in this game. Just more damage onto the Warrior, especially in these situations where Zeepai gets a Life Cocoon. There's no real reason to not attack Blizzo.
Yeah. See, I kind of want to see them maybe go after Lontar a little bit too. I liked when they did that in game number 1. Didn't net them the kill, but it was close on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They can do that, maybe mix it up a little bit. That's another way that they could maybe find a quick win condition. But right now, Zeepai is blasting off here. Huge damage coming out, but also taking quite a bit of damage as well in return. Smite gets stunned. They're swapping to Smite. Big damage from Blizzo. He's getting good uptime onto Smite. Nice kick landing there onto Smite as well. But Cassidy's going to slow it down with a defensive maim stun there onto Blizzo. Gets paralyzed though on the follow-up Cyclone. So Blizzo's going to have some uptime. And that is going to result in a Life Cocoon from Bank.
Yeah, nicely done there. Big trades coming up from both of these teams. We'll see how Bank's able to manage his mana in this game. I don't think they've lost because of going out of mana at all so far, so hasn't really been that big of a deal. Zeepai is just going to go for a quick burrow. They make a swap on Smite, though. Blizzo just going on a solo mission on that Warrior. Zeepai's literally underground as Smite almost went down there. Big Mass Disintegrates potentially coming in. Zeepai, if he can land the Wind Shear, just a few short seconds, that will shut down the damage. There it is. And that's the most crucial thing is after an Evoker, especially a Devastation Evoker, uses an Empowered spell, that's when his Disintegrates are going to be Mass Disintegrates, putting out a lot of damage. So if you can pummel that, Stormbolt that, Wind Shear that, ground that, you're going to be denying a lot of damage.
Yeah, and so far, Smite is keeping up, though, with Blizzo at the top of the leaderboard. Honestly, damage in general is looking very, very even across the board. But Blizzo, of course, is reigning supreme at the top right now. And I do feel like that is a huge win condition for Burger King. If Blizzo's damage does not get limited, I think they're just going to win with raw pressure like we saw in the previous game. And Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they need to do something before that. They need to get some kind of kill pressure prior to that, because the game is going to slip away from their grasp. If not, right now everybody has pretty much all their defensives. Actually, Zeepai just had to use his Astral Shift there, so nice window of opportunity after that one has subsided. Maybe they can get Lontar's Trinket here and go for the deep breath onto Lontar, and not able to get any follow-up crowd control or follow-up damage. Lontar is going to be able to shrug that off. Leg Sweep coming out in response as well on Cassidy and Smite, and they're just doing a great job here, just staying alive, playing defensively, and playing to their comp's win condition on the side of Burger King.
Yeah. Life Cocoon will trade once again here for Lontar as the Sleepwalks do come in. Damage onto Blizzo, though, and they are putting more pressure onto the Warrior in this game. It's like you said, everyone's basically doing the same damage in this match, so it's about those setups, about that denial, and how you react to the setups. What are they going to be able to do? Cassidy and Smite are both low on health, and it doesn't seem like the small map is really benefiting too much at this particular time. I feel like Burger King, the way they're playing it, I really like the fact that Blizzo went over to Gnome, going to give him a little bit more uptime in this match. It seems to be paying off as Cassie and Smite are just under so much pressure. But at the same time, Zeepai goes low, catches the huge heal at the same time, decides to burrow underground. And Zeepai in the last couple of games just been a lot more willing to just use that burrow to avoid incoming damage and maybe save some mana and cooldowns on Lontar's side, which I totally don't mind.
Yeah. And Lontar's mana is still quite even. Smite, though, is taking a lot of damage here. Obsidian Scales will trade. Zeepai now in response, also dropping quite low, but does manage to get the Life Cocoon. And Blizzo actually getting swapped through here with no Life Cocoon. This could be a big opportunity. Stop Nerf Mistweaver pushing for the win. Die by the sword activated by Blizzo. And Blizzo gets knocked away from Smite here. Smite still blasting away on the Dev Evoker. That was actually no cooldowns used as well on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Big opportunity knocking on their door. They have Dragon Rage in just 5 seconds. Smite is going to surely pull the trigger here. He's got Deep Breath ready as well. And as soon as Smite just recovers here a little bit, he's going to pull the trigger on that and look to get very aggressive. Banks hitting through a leg sweep right now. Smite still not feeling too safe, but there's the Deep Breath. Here comes the Dragon Rage. Here comes the damage. Disintegrate is going to get interrupted. Smite gets feared on all his cooldowns. Beautiful triple fear by Blizzo. Then they turn him into a frog. Then they stun him. Smite trinkets out, and now Zeepai is behind the pillar. They shut that Dragon Rage down beautifully on the side of Burger King.
Oh, big leg sweep on Blizzo once again. No dive at the sword and no trinket. But at the same time, Cassidy, Smite, and Bank are getting absolutely destroyed here. And Zeepai is getting a little bit more free reign in the match. Has a lot of damage available here. Are they going to go after Smite? What are they deciding to do? Big demolish here from Blizzo. But I am a little afraid for Blizzo. No defensive cooldowns. Not going to be playing that Fireblood Racial. Burger King is looking a little bit flimsy here right now. The Zeepais need to really get in on the mix as Blizzo is now the #1 target for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I want to see Zeepai play a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah. Let's see if they are going to be able to do just that. Blizzo sitting through a Cyclone. Half HP, actually. Blizzo's going to be the target here, it looks like. But he is getting some nice heals from Lontar. Lontar still has the Life Cocoon in his back pocket. Does not want to trade it too early. And I kind of like the strategy adaptation from Stop Nerf Mistweaver. He's going after Blizzo more in the match. Cassidy, though, caught up in a leg sweep. Bank in a paralyzed. Smite as well in big trouble. He's going to trade the Obsidian Scales. Should be fine with that. Goes for the Sleepwalk as well. Manages to connect it onto Lontar, but Tremor Totem from Zeepai will be traded in response. Leg sweep onto Blizzo. Stun onto Lontar. They're trying to take down Blizzo. Can they do it? Triple fear once again from Blizzo, and that is going to shut that down immediately. Now Cassidy is getting blasted. They're leaving Zeepai open, and they are feeling the pressure from that.
Yeah, definitely. Smite line of sighting the best he can, just trying to avoid Blizzo, but Blizzo is all over him. Ring of Peace comes down. Smite is stuck. Full Stormbolt will land. Disorienting Roar onto Zeepai. That slows him down. Smite still in trouble as Blizzo's making a push. Fully topped off on mana. Big Shockwave's going to connect as all three members are rotting down low. Bank has to make a choice. He does have Life Cocoon. Who is he going to use it on? At the same time, Blizzo taking some pressure. Paralyzed onto Lontar. Blizzo trades the dab of the sword to continue to make a push here onto Smite, who's getting lower and lower. And that will be the Life Cocoon. He still has the Obsidian Scales, but this is Dragon Rage. Huge opportunity here for Stop Nerf Mistweaver to get aggressive.
Yeah, Stormkeeper loaded up here for Zeepai. Who is he going to send it on? Looks like Cassidy's going to be the target of choice. No, they want Smite. Huge damage onto Smite. Are they ready? Smite, what are you going to do here? It doesn't have Obsidian Scales. Actually, it just popped the Obsidian Scales there, so he's going to be completely fine with that. And it's going to be Blizzo taking a little bit of damage as well. But Blizzo is not afraid at all whatsoever. Instead, he's getting aggressive. Huge damage coming out from Blizzo Avatar. Everything is being popped here. Smite is getting crushed. And Burger King getting a double kill on Stop Nerf Mistweaver there. Blizzo turning up the heat at the end.
We need to see the replay. That was really weird. Smite was super low on health and he ended up time stopping Bank. I wonder if he
what?
Yeah, he time stopped Bank when he was like 10% health, effectively crowd controlling him more. So just look at what happens here at the end of the game. I think this was a mistake from Smite, but we'll have to look in context at those final moments. But it was a close game once again. I did like that they were going after Blizzo, but let's see what happens with this time stop. It's when Cassidy and Smite are both incredibly low on health. This is a 9-minute mark, and the time stop comes in. Look, he gets paralyzed, and he trinkets into the time stop. So
that's brutal. he got CC'd on his trinket from his own teammate. That is actually brutal.
Bring it all, but Yeah, definitely an unfortunate situation there. But BORGIR King, they will walk away with a win, stay alive in the tournament. For Stop Nerf Mistweaver, it's going to go back to the drawing board. Like, do we think that this is... I mean, we could talk more high level about this later, but I do wonder, what they're going to do. We do know Mistweavers are getting nerfed. Maybe they'll still be the best healer. Who really knows? Maybe Bank will still be able to pull it off, but this is definitely going to get a little bit more challenging for them.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead, Matt.
I was just gonna ask, have we seen him play other healers? Did he play Paladin, Holy Paladin one
Never.
season?
I can't recall.
I'm getting confused with Brain.
Yeah.
Mind.
Brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Bank MW. He's pretty. I think he's
Yeah.
solidified in his branding at this point. Like, I don't know if he's gonna play anything else ever.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. We do, as these guys have said, have those changes coming out next week. So I will see. We'll have to see how they adapt, if they do adapt, or if they continue on to play this same composition. But you are absolutely right. They definitely got to go back to the drawing board. But BORGIR King moving forward in the lower bracket, and I am curious what they're going to be doing against either of these next up teams. Zeke, we've got Specialty or DOBOB. I mean, based on the series that we saw against Stop Nerf, how do you feel like they're going to do?
I mean, it's going to be an explosive match. I'm looking forward to it a lot. DC Ben versus Tessia. Maybe some RMP mirrors. Maybe we get to see Nala tagged in on the Outlaw Rogue. Maybe they go with the FMP versus RMP. Could be a lot of different things happening in that matchup. I'm excited to see it. Sub Rogue, of course. Definitely going to be a little bit interesting to see kind of how they adapted so far. They've been going after healers a lot and kind of switching between the healer and the melee DPS. So with that in mind, I don't think we get to see the FMP from DOBOB because I feel like it would be actually hard to survive that as a Feral Druid. So yeah, maybe some RMP mirrors.
Ooh, RMP mirrors. Okay, well, I'm excited. I'm excited for that series, and I feel like this region so far, Ben. Do you feel like it's been kind of a surprising day, or you kind of feel like the teams have played in the way that we expected them to?
For me, I don't think there's been that many surprises. The biggest surprise to me was they locked in. We saw BORGIR King lock in the Warrior Elemental Shaman. That was a weird one. But other than that, yeah, looking good. And I feel like for this next game, it's going to be the Feral Mage. I think Tessia's team is just a little bit more confident in that matchup. So that would be my guess. But yeah, it's been a good day. I was a little surprised with how Echo was able to take down Stop Nerf as well in that upper bracket. But yeah, definitely some really good games today.
Most definitely. Here is a look at our bracket right now. We've got BORGIR King up there waiting on an opponent from this next up series. It's the last one of the day also in the EU region before we head into tomorrow's games for North America, Specialty and DOBOB. Also, both of them facing elimination. DOBOB, we saw already today, 3-0ing Last Stand. Specialty, we didn't get to see them play in their series last weekend. They did have an unfortunate moment where they had to drop out, but we did get to see them play today. We got to see them play today, against BORGIR King. So excited to see how this is going to play out, but we've got one series left today, and before we do that, we're going to head to a break, and then we have a game before the break. Got a little mini game. You guys excited?
Oh, I am.
The game?
Best part of my day.
All right, we're going to play Picture This. I am as well. Let those teams get a little bit more time in to get ready for their last series of the day. Picture This. We're going to analyze the combination of emojis to decode the hidden message and figure out whether the word within represents an arena map, spec, team name, or something entirely different.
I love that last line. It could just be literally anything. Like,
it could just be anything.
Yeah.
We've had like items once, haven't we? I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm making that up.
I don't know. I don't
want to give them ideas.
All right. Picture this. This one's hard. It's a map.
Okay.
It's a map. So it's an arena map, maybe?
Okay. It's an arena map, maybe. Could be a zone. That looks like a hole.
Okay.
A hole. Is there any arena
It's a map. It's a map with a hole.
Dalaran Sewers, maybe?
Is
it a sewer? Oh, interesting.
Maybe.
Let's see what else. I mean, if we get a... Okay. Yeah. I was going to say if we get a toilet, then we'd really know, but...
Yeah. Some water, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A flush,
Let's see. Apparently, this was made by D Machine also, and we know he's kind of the map guy.
Okay, there's a
we've got
A door and a
and a
robot.
robots and a door.
What?
There's a, it could be Robodrome. It's a robot. It's a circular arena. What?
Oh, true.
Maybe. You know, it's like a.
But what's the door?
It has a door at the beginning. I don't know.
Does
Maybe
it?
maybe
Is
it's
it
supposed to represent the
just
gate. I
opens and you
It
just
has
jump
gates
down?
that open. Maybe it's maybe it's the gates.
feel like we need the last one to really solidify this.
Could be
Maybe it's not an
Robodrome.
arena map at all, though. Oh, okay.
You know what?
What is that?
A barrel?
Oh.
A trash can?
If it's
Oh.
Dalaran sewers, it has a door. It has the
feel like with the
water
robots,
thing in the
though-
middle.
Could it be the Cage of Carnage?
That,
I don't know. Because it.
I
Maybe.
feel like Robodrome is a good guess, just with the robots.
Yeah.
I feel like the
Robodromes.
robot doesn't belong anywhere else than Robodrome.
Yeah.
But what is that
So
barrel?
yeah.
Like that water barrel, that water tank, whatever that is. Like the.
That's what's making me think maybe the Cage of Carnage, because they have like the circular pillars on the sides, you know?
Yeah, I feel like it is the Cage of Carnage because it has a door that opens, then you fall through a hole, and it has those water tanks. I don't know what that robot is supposed to be.
There's like
feel it's Cage of
electricity and stuff
Carnage.
going on. I'm going to say Cage of Carnage as well.
Yeah, I'm going with Cage. I'm going with Cage of Carnage.
Okay.
I'm gonna stick Robodrome.
Okay. Let's go.
Let's go.
I like that. All right.
Oh,
I do like
is
it.
that-
I think it. Go ahead.
Is that the bot?
I don't know.
Maybe.
There's all kinds of electricity and robots and stuff going on here.
Maybe that.
I do wonder what the.
Okay.
No,
Barrels are in
okay.
the center of the line of sight.
Oh,
on
look at the
top.
barrels. Yeah,
Okay.
see?
Yeah.
But where's the.
What is the hole?
Is it a
then?
circle?
Is it
Is the
because
map
it's
a
like
circle?
in the hole?
Where's the circle? Like, what is that
Oval.
circle?
Yeah, it's where you drop in at the beginning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we've got one more. Maybe we can. Well, maybe you guys have all got it right, but I guess Robodrome. Okay. Oh, I made this
The
one.
Grand Arena. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, it's a tree.
It's a tree.
Okay, we need more than that, right?
No hints.
Like, okay, it's Elven Forest. Lock it in. I don't know.
A tree. It could be a broccoli
Okay.
It'd be broccoli.
trending upwards.
It's a stonks are going up.
Stonks
Tree
going up.
stonks. The
Tree
tree stonks
stonks.
are going up. Is the rest of the getting
Or it could be
buffed?
growth. What if it's growth, like overgrowth or something like that? You know, like it's like a broccoli ability, but that's not in the game anymore. So, but that's what I'm thinking, right? Like something's
I like your thinking.
growing.
I like your thinking.
What like math class? Well, no, I don't want to.
It's a healer.
Is
don't wanna
is
give
it
too
just
much.
Resto Druid?
I think it's Resto Druid.
Close.
What else would be a broccoli? You know?
Yeah, I
also be a
literally call it
tree.
broccoli
Maybe
form.
it's not so much the broccoli, but maybe it's who the broccoli is.
It's a competitor.
Was there like a
Ooh.
competitor that plays Druid and also is like an investor or something, like an investment
Here,
banker?
do you want a hint? Do you want a hint?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, pretend I'm a GIF right now.
Oh, Talbotry. Talbotry.
Okay. Healing stat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Beautiful.
Nice.
was pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
That gave it away entirely, by the way. The
Yeah.
banging.
As soon as you did this, I was like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I would have to like lift my keyboard or something up at least. All right.
Nope.
Okay. That was fun to
Yeah,
make.
nice. Yeah, I like that one. I want to make one. Wait,
Yeah.
I'm gonna make one.
Let's hear it now. Yeah, just
Yeah, I'm gonna send one in.
Honestly, I thought that was gonna be too easy when you saw like the stats and then the healing emoji and the tree, but yeah, just
Yeah, I'm gonna send one in.
honestly, I thought that was gonna be too easy when you saw like the stats and then the healing emoji and the tree, but maybe because it said I don't know. I'll have to revamp next time I do it.
I feel like if you ordered the healing, like if the second and third icon were switched, it would be different.
Yeah.
Because because it's like a
the
healing,
stats icon and the
stat
healing.
last, you
yeah.
know?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll take these notes down. I'll do another one. See if I can get a better one
Make
next
it
time.
easier
But
for us, Aya.
I thought it was gonna be so easy, but all right. Let us know in chat if you got that one. But we're gonna head to a break. We've got the last series of the day coming up next. It is Specialty versus DOBOB on the chopping block. Up next. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last series of the day here in the EU region. It is Specialty versus DOBOB. Both of these teams facing elimination. We didn't really know much about Specialty going into today, D-Machine, aside from kind of how they were playing in the open bracket earlier this week.
I'm muted.
Oh no! Happens to the best of us.
So what I was trying to say is we did see them in the open bracket for Cup number 2, and they were going up against some serious teams. One of the teams that in particular was BORGIR King. BORGIR King, as we've seen previously today, heavyweights, and they actually ended up beating them to get into that top six position, but they got knocked down. by Streamer Zone. Streamer Zone's Rogue Mage at that. And now they're going up against DOBOB, another heavyweight team. A team that also has Rogue Mage available to it. So Specialty, they're one of those rosters that are brand new, are super exciting, you know, and also a little bit older, which I'm excited about, you know, still representing that us old guys can still make something happen. But beating a team like BORGIR King is pretty unreal. It's quite an upset. So we have a lot of high hopes for Specialty, but they're going to have to prove it to us here in the lower bracket. Their tournament lives on the line. They weren't able to make a deep run in Cup number 1 because of, you know, those real life adult responsibilities. So they need these points if they ever want to really make it all the way to BlizzCon.
Yeah, they certainly do. So much is on the line, especially since, you know, by the end of the day, we're going to be about halfway through the second cup, halfway through the first 3 cups for like the qualifying season to get into BlizzCon for the EU region. So definitely a tough series here, Supatis, for both of these teams. And let's talk about compositions that we might see from either side. I know, especially with DOBOB, we've talked quite a lot today about how, you know, Thessia and Flappers are kind of like the dream team. Is that what you want to see, or do you want to see some more flexibility from DOBOB?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough call, because when you look at their match record, they can play Rogue Mage. They just don't do very well with it. And then when they play Pharaoh Mage, they do really well with it. So do they play the same comp that we just saw Streamer Zone play that looked, you know, pretty easy for them to be able to thwart out Specialty, or do they just stick to their mains? Because based on my vibes from watching them and the statistical data, it's not just vibes, it's vibes backed up by data. They should probably play Feral Mage.
According to my calculations.
But will it work? I don't know. Because we know Rogue Mage works. Outlaw Rogue, Fire Mage. But do we know that Feral Mage can win in that matchup?
That is the question.
Definitely. That is the question, D-Machine.
I mean, I love seeing Flappers enter the arena. Zico was saying it earlier. Whenever that dude gets locked in, I think that he makes shit happen. Oop, apologies. But Thessia also...
You're not wrong!
He does. We also have the Ice Wall from Thessia. I mean, this team has shown that they can kind of like make win opportunities occur even when it doesn't necessarily seem normal on paper. With that all being said, a Feral Druid does seem a bit more susceptible to like a Rogue Mage setup. So maybe that comfort pick could be an opportunity for Specialty to find a win. I don't know. I hope we just see main teams get locked in, because that seems like it could be a pretty close matchup.
Yeah, certainly could be. It looks like 95% of chat believes in DOBOB. So Specialty, they are up against a lot. They are the newcomers. They had a strong showing in both open brackets from last week and this week as well, but haven't quite found that success this time around this weekend. But this could very well be their chance. So given that, Supatis, do we want to do predictions?
I felt baited by Specialty. They beat BORGIR King, and I was like, oh my god, I'm going to bet on them. Oh, okay, now I lost. Now I'm sitting here and I'm like, DOBOB hasn't been looking too insane either, though. So, like, I feel like both teams not really having the best performance that we've seen them capable of. So when that goes head-to-head, who wins? That's kind of an evenly matched series then. So now it becomes really hard for me. I'm going to give it to DOBOB based on experience alone, I think.
Right.
I do think that experience is something. You brought it up in conversation before, and we were talking about how, you know, he's a pilot. How would he be stressed out about Arena? I think it might have got a little bit to him, or to the team in that last series, and I think it could here facing elimination now.
Okay. D-Machine, what about you?
I'm also in favor of, you know what? No. I'm going up against it. I feel like if I'm ever going to bring back the leaderboard, I'm going to have to go up against the grain. And not only that, but Specialty has a place in my heart. I really want this team to do well. I know DOBOB, they're already a favorite of mine, but Specialty, they're brand new. I want to see them more new blood and do better. I'm going to say 3-2 in favor of Specialty.
Wow. All right. I am dying to see Zico and Ben's predictions on this one. Yeah, I think especially.
I'm going to be alone. I'm going to be alone. No.
It's okay. You share with the other guests.
Yeah, Chan's always bringing me down.
Chan's going to hate you. Yeah. Chan's bringing you down. You can just hide behind that.
I can hear him now like, oh, D-Machine, that's a Despy pick, mate.
Chan's just like, what are you doing, man? We're just ruining our score.
Yeah, unfortunately. All right. Well, I listen. My heart wants Specialty to win. I love a good underdog story, but last time I voted for the underdog with my predictions. It didn't work out for me, so I'm gonna go with DOBOB here. I feel like you guys kind of already said, like they've got a lot of experience being in this position. They've got a lot of experience also facing elimination in top 8. So I feel like I'm gonna do 3-1 DOBOB. I feel like Specialty is not gonna give it up very easily, and they certainly could hold their own. So we'll have to see. I would love to be proven wrong. I would love D Machine to get that point on the board with the standings. So we will find out shortly. Looks like the game is ready. The queue is popped. We're going to see the blind pick, a very important choice for both of these teams. Game number 1, D Machine, starting now.
Yeah, I'm just saying, the 5% in chat that are putting their points in the line, if Specialty is able to take the W, that's quite the turnaround of points, you know. So sometimes
high risk investment.
That's right. That's right. So maybe it could be worth here, but we do see the Feral Druid getting locked in for DOBOB. Love to see a Flappers enter the arena, but the game is already underway as the sap goes out in the Thessia. The cheap shot on to Reels. They're actually going on to the Mistweaver Monk right away. I like that for Specialty.
Yeah, they really like going melee to healer, so they're probably going to bounce between the Feral Druid and the Mistweaver. But DOBOB, on the other hand, they seem to be focus firing the Rogue right now. We don't see a lot of Frost Mage in these Mage Mirror matchups, so I'm curious to see how Tessia performs in that specific case. Relza sapped up at the moment. Flapper's a target, but he's got bear form. He is looking A-okay. He faked an interrupt as well. Flapper's made a big outplay right there. Yeah. He's going to Cyclone the Rogue. Start getting pressure. He stuns him instantly with an ice wall. The classic Tessia setup onto Finn. And is he finished? Life Cocoon comes through from Myler with the trinket, but those are the plays. That's the DOBOB that we need to see if they're going to have a run in this tournament.
Oh my gosh, Thessia is so friggin' good on that Frost Mage. Flapper's taking a bit of the onslaught right now. Relza finally caught into a cheap shot. They're actually swapping the damage over out onto him. The Flapper's completely stopping that go with that clone, but he actually gets the pre-cocoon, pre-bear before that dropped bomb, and it just feels like DOBOB is able to just stop this team at every corner.
And let's see what they're going to do next here. Finn, evasion up, but Ray of Frost can go through that. Is he going to cloak or is he going to choke? Looks like Myler's got him. Now he's cycloned. Flappers is trying to switch, but he gets caught in a Dragon's Breath. Double Ring of Frost possibly? Can't get it. DC Ben misses it by an inch. And now Tessia might be able to peel this. No, they're going to polymorph from. They isolate Flappers. They get his Bark Skin. He pops Heart of the Wild here as well. It's a new version of Heart of the Wild.
They both got run on the swap.
But they make a big swap. That swap on Relza, is it going to be over for him? Huge Shayloon's gift, just looking like laying on hands there. Now he's getting an in cap into a Song of Chi-Ji on Myler, turning it around onto Finn. Cloak of Shadows about to run out here. Bleeds are loaded. Ring of Frost around the corner. Myler, he doesn't have options. Finn goes down. DOBOB do it. They look stylish. They look polished, and I think they're mad about what I had to say about them.
Unreal, dude. DOBOB just looks absolutely monstrositous. Like, it's Specialty, I just feel like they need to find like opportunities to, I don't know, really get DOBOB to like overreact. And that is the opposite of what happened. I felt like Specialty was popping into defensive cooldowns like immediately. Over and over and over again, every single go that DOBOB had, even when it wasn't a go. Like that ice wall, I hope is in this replay because I just love Thessia's ice wall so much. I did like that ring that DC Ben went for, and then he ended up missing it, but they both ran into it at the same time. A little bit of misplay, maybe some miscommunication, and then they did a swap on Relza. There was some, you know, possible opportunities to make something happen for Specialty, but DOBOB, they just seemed so strong, but specifically just so good at, you know, not overreacting, which is really key against a team like Specialty.
Yeah, Tessia out on that Frost Mage. The only one sticking to it, I think Hansel as well kind of prefers that Ray of Frost build for it. Maybe DOBOB can carve their own way into the meta with that pick specifically. It looked really good here. They actually looked like they were more aggressive than the Subtlety Rogue, which is not what I anticipated in this matchup. I thought the Subtlety Rogue would be kind of pushing the pace. I kind of feel like Specialty are falling into the trap of trying to kill the healer too much. Yeah. They got a couple of, you know, cheesy wins against Lontar, and now that's like, seems like it's their only strategy. And Lontar on Twitter actually made a tweet saying that he just made mistakes and that's why they lost. Right. So if that's the case, you know, this kind of going after the Mistweaver only, it might not actually work out for Specialty. Maybe they only got lucky there in that series, and they're going to have to figure out a different line to victory if they're going to be able to succeed in this series, because I just feel like they're too predictable. It's just they're constantly going Relza. It just seems very obvious, and as soon as you're obvious as a subtlety rogue,
Right.
it's game over. You need to be having them on their toes. Like, I don't know who's going to die next. Like, we could all die. Who are they attacking? I don't know. And kind of like rotating between targets. If you're just sending on one target over and over and over, it's just, you're not going to be able to push the pace. Tessia leading the damage meter here with this one. Great synergy also on DOBOB, just as a unit with the ring and the stun out of the clone, timing everything, lining everything up. I think that was really well done on their part. So they definitely have the synergy there. And I just feel like Special T, they've just got one strategy, it feels like. And if you know that playbook, then you're just never going to lose to it.
Hard agree on all fronts. I think that when it comes to healer swaps, the best way to, or I guess like the safest way to ensure that you're getting that value is to be able to give yourself more than one possible option to swap to. Like, for example, if you're hitting the melee DPS and then you want to swap off of Flappers, for example, onto the healer, but Flappers is low, that gives, not only is the go happening on the healer, it's also a CC chain, right? When you're stunning him and using those DRs for your go to try to kill a healer, you're also CCing him and preventing him from catching up on the DPS. But if it's like if everyone's kind of okay and you're almost like tunneling the healer, that scenario where the healer is behind just doesn't occur, not nearly as often. But Flappers, he is so good at predicting those goes. He's so good at having the awareness and understanding of where the win condition is and preemptively jumping in that bear form. He's been doing it expansion after expansion. Feral Druid is his main. And big fan of that pike. That pike brings me back, man, that weapon. I think I literally had that in the transition to Burning Crusade.
I think what is it? The Grand Marshal pig sticker. I think.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
looks really good with the Glorious Tyranny bloody weapon enchant. It's just massive. So definitely a good transmog there. But here we go. Game number 2 is starting. Both teams are facing elimination. There's only one cup left to qualify, and they're throwing it at Relza once again. They get completely shut down with an in cap and a Dragon's Breath. That setup gets nothing. They just immediately pounced on the Mistweaver. They get totally shut out. Flappers is now in bear form. They drop down the ice wall. They're going after Finn. He's going to vanish and disrupt the Ray from being channeled. That was a good use of that ability there. They commit the Life Cocoon as well, just to be safe. They set up damage on Flappers, but he's just immediately back into bear. He gets faked on his kick on that polymorph. Finn is trying to re-stealth, but Tessia is bullying him here around the corner. He just managed to wrap around, but there's water elemental on him. That water elemental is keeping him in combat. He's going to vanish instead. They want to go Relza. He's in stealth right next to him. Here comes the cheap shot. Where's the port? In cap roar. Every go. This is why Flappers is running that talent, is so that he can peel for Relza and then get a stun out of it, guaranteed. And with that incapacitating roar strategy, and they can't cover the Feral because he's a Feral, you can't polymorph him, it makes it really difficult for them to actually go on the Mistweaver. So now they're going on the Feral Druid. He just goes into bear form, and they're just leaving a Frost Mage free casting the whole time amidst all of this. So for Special T, they've got to figure out a strategy here that's going to work for them. Going Mage, not great. He can just blink the stuns. Going Mistweaver, Flappers is going to peel you and shut you down in off heal. Going Feral Druid, if he bear forms your stuns, you're not really going anywhere, which is what Flappers is doing right now. So you might have to just force it. They're sending Combust.
My gosh.
They almost toasted him with Combust. It's going to be all about that combustion from DC Ben. They do at least pull a Life Cocoon. But they still have medallions on Relza. They still have medallion on Flappers. Those are the two cooldowns they really need to get as a subtlety rogue.
I am happy to see the Flappers go, but Cocoon already being committed onto Finn, or like preemptively almost. And it looks like they are trying to go out onto Relza, but he seems completely fine with Flappers backing him up right there. Combustion's got 30 seconds away, man. Lots of time for DOBOB to catch any sort of momentum. But I do like the swaps onto Flappers. The question is, can they consistently do that? Double Dragon's Breath. Can he ling the Ring of Frost? Flappers is completely isolated. He knows that he's in bear form. He bark skins. He gets incapacitated to follow it up, and the double roar will slow that damage out onto him, and he will survive yet another go. Now he's trying to swap the pressure over out into Finn with that full maim stun. Myler not caught into any CC just yet. Will force the evasion, however, but here's the kidney shot. Here's the blades. Here's the commit onto Relza. They get the button. They did really get a whole lot, but they're going to swap the damage over out on to Flappers. Here's a bomb. He is DR cheap shot, but between the cheap shots, he was able to get into bear form.
Yeah, and he got his survival instincts off, so I think that's a good trade from Flappers. He's setting up a stun with a polymorph. They're going after Finn once again. He's going to run out of vanishes. He can't avoid these rays forever. They got Myler's Trinket Cocoon. They're very close to a checkmate.
Wow.
They swap on Mage. They're getting pressure there. They almost just clock him. He's popping barrier. He's absorbing. He's recovering.
Relza.
He's setting up on Relza.
Yeah,
he's
okay.
A-okay. As soon as there's a gap in the stun, one
Yep.
Shaylun's gift is just full health. His mana may be an issue. I don't know how much mana T-Relza has at the moment. Ice Wall comes down. Myler's wrapping around the side. Could be a Cloak of Shadows from Finn, but there's physical damage in this mix as well that can go through it. He pops Cloak. Flappers jumps. He gouges him away into a cheap shot. He's desperate to stay alive. DC Ben has Combustion coming up in 4 seconds. That Combustion needs to do some work because his team is in shambles defensively right now. Flappers is aware of that. Relza is aware of that. They're getting aggressive, but have they overextended? They're met with a kidney
is.
shot. They need some assistance. Flappers is there with that assistance, and now Finn is running for his life. He has no cooldowns. Flappers in hot pursuit, looking to close. He shadow steps, but he doesn't get away. He triggers the stun to cheap shot him back. He runs into a ring, gets caught. Combustion is up, but it's doing nothing, and Tessia will close it. DOBOB up 2 in the series.
FMP masterclass we were witnessing right here. Specialty, they've shown that they have some serious skill on this rogue mage. Everyone kind of says, you know, rogue mage is the comp to beat. It is the, epitome of WoW Arena, but you know, at this level of gameplay, it doesn't quite necessarily matter. Thessia, an unbelievable mage, and as you guys have seen, mages aren't so bad in the current meta right now. Flappers on that Feral Druid also just incredibly, like the presence of mind to preemptively build your character out to understand what your opponent's strategy is, let alone win condition. Like obviously you can kind of get an idea in your head of like, oh, what's a rogue mage's win condition? I think we stun and polymorph and kill stuff. But to be able to understand that, like, you're trading maybe offensive CC for a disrupting a go with that double disorient, like, DOBOB is just really, really impressive here in this lower bracket series. And all of a sudden, Specialty is just in an impossible situation where they're going to have to beat a team like DOBOB 3 times in a row. I can't imagine being Thessia 1 time, let alone 3 times in a row.
Yeah, this Feral Frost Mage, I think they're the only team really hard committed to this. So maybe they don't get a lot of practice, obviously, on the ladder in this type of matchup, and it seems like DOBOB, though, have done their homework. They're really good at isolating the rogue. They're able to blast him down with stun rays. They slowly whittle away his vanishes, his ways to stop Ray of Frost from being channeled, and eventually they're able to finish him. So really well done to DOBOB. They've done their homework. This is the DOBOB that I like to see. Obviously, Relza is also going to be needing to get reps on that Mistweaver. We've seen Priest from him for so long, so this meta has been likely a challenge for him to have to switch over to that specialization, and now the fruits of that labor are looking like they're going to be paying off. They're just 1 win away from getting to Championship Sunday and a chance at Burger King in that lower bracket. And DC Ben did a much better job this game catching up in the damage. I feel like that's the main thing that's lacking from them, is that they keep trying to do these like big all-ins and they're not really doing damage in between. There's not really a lot of setups on anybody else, and those gaps between the pressure is where Flappers and Tessia are capitalizing, and they're building leads and they're building advantages. So Specialty are going to need a little bit more than just kind of this one trick strategy if they're going to be able to overcome DOBOB, if they're going to be able to reverse sweep. They have the potential. They did beat Burger King in the upper bracket. They can take on these big titans. It's their first time on broadcast in the AWC. Pressure's on. They're facing elimination. They're taking it to Maldraxxus Coliseum, yet again going for a larger map. I wonder if they should try Mage. I mean, I get like you can't stun the Mage, but
yeah,
I feel like not attacking him at all. Is it really the play? Prime is coming in.
Okay.
Prime is coming in instead of Myler.
Holy
So
Priest.
this gives them Mass Dispel. It gives them a little bit of extra crowd control, though very similar crowd control to what the Monk offers. This is interesting. It's interesting. We haven't seen him play at all. So maybe Myler's done with this. They want a healer that can deal with Polymorph and with like Shadow or Death, as opposed to Mistweaver where you're kind of on your own a lot of the times. So it will give them that. I think I actually like this better from Specialty. A bit more aggressive with purges as well. Mage could possibly be a better target with this specific setup. We got Tessia. He's running the Pandaren Mage. So everybody always asks me, like, what are the best ratios to pick for PvP? And it really depends on the circumstance. In these matchups as a Mage, they like the Pandaren because it lets them CC a Combustion instantly, regardless of their interrupted. So, like, let's say if he gets kicked on Frost and he's going to die, it's Combust. Quaking Palm. Now the Fire Mage is out of the game for 3 seconds. So the Quaking Palm comes in clutch. Relz is playing Undead because he wants to be able to break fear effects like the Sleep, the Song of Chi-Ji from the opposing Mistweaver. That's why we see a lot of Undead. It's just a really good synergy with the regular Trinket as well in order to escape 2 major crowd controls, which are tough to avoid as a Mistweaver. That's the main reason they're locking it in. So they're substituting in Prima here. It's the last game They need this. The Priest is going to give them more offense. I think it's honestly better overall if I had to think here in this matchup. And I think it makes the Mage a viable target. So this is what they need. Surprise.
Some adaptation coming out from Specialty, exactly what they need to be able to hang with the big guns, the titans of the European region. I said it before, I love to say it again. It's so important that you're able to overcome these, counter compositions or even just these like situations where you need to make adaptations in order to get there. But Rels is going to be the kill target yet again. You also have that PI available for Specialty for these goes, but not a whole lot accomplished with that opener. Now Flapper's going to put Finn into a maim with his incarnation, but he's going to caught in a kidney shot himself, trying to spin this back around with the blind out onto Relza. Flappers is going to trade that Barkskin, go into bear form as well, and the spread pressure from the Feral Druid is starting to dip onto DC Ben and Finn at the same time.
Yeah, the Holy Priest, it's great at single target burst healing. It's a decent healer at AoE though, with Paramending bouncing, but I'd say it doesn't excel as much as Mistweaver. But these fears have been really clutch. Prima got a fear on Tessie at the beginning of the game. Oh no, an Ice Wall. Ray of Frost. Oh no, it's match point. Finn cloaks. He gets stunned. Oh my, is he gonna die to bleeds? Big heal comes in. Whew. Prima saves the day on match point, has to come off the bench cold for his team, facing elimination. He's gotten 2 clutch fears, but now he gets caught in a poly around the corner. Is his rogue gonna die into a Dragon's Breath? He's trying to vanish away in Crimson Vial. Gets another big heal with the Serenity. They're setting up on Relza again, but Flappers is there with that incapacitating roar. And just even a second of control. Maybe it doesn't matter. They almost drop him. They get his trinket and his life cocoon, and that's what they need. Those big bang surprise attacks. They get a fear on Relza. They swap on Flappers. It's already looking a lot more volatile for DOBOB, which is exactly what Specialty needs. They need volatility, but Prima gets kicked. Is Finn going to survive? Evasion available. He kidneys Relza. He's going for the kill. Oh, he's almost dead. Finn gets cycloned at low health. He's going to lose that void barrier in a moment. Does Prima have a Serenity lined up here? He does. Finn goes back up to full. He's trying to move around the corner, but he's snared by the Frost Mage. Flapper's running in, getting bleeds up. We see the in cap on Prima. Here comes the stun. Ring of Frost around him. Oh, and the Ray.
Oh my gosh.
We see DC Ben blink in, but he can't stop the Ray. DC Ben fakes the kick. He needs to help. He's trying to polymorph Tessia with Finn so critically low. Hopefully Finn realizes he has evasion here. Would be terrible to see him go down with that available on match point.
All right, kidney shot into Flappers. He did pre-bear from this, but he's going to bomb. He's going to commit. Big damage with the combustion as well, but the double roar will stop that damage completely. But Flappers isn't out of it just yet. He's got to be careful. He's running back. Relza now caught into a full cheap shot. Survival instincts will be commit. Relza's going to get out of that cheap shot. No follow-up CC. Now Finn's going to pop that evasion almost offensively, it feels like, at this point. But no Guardian Spirit. Lots of cooldowns going to be committed out from Prima. He also doesn't even have a trinket for 40 seconds. Finn with no trinket, no evasion, no cloak. This is spooky. He wants to get aggressive regardless. Cross CC onto DOBOB. Flapper's the one caught into the cheap shot. He's going to get into that bear form as the cheap shot swap goes out onto Relza. They're trying to hit him instead. No combustion available. It's mainly just Finn's damage for now. Relza's going to get out of those stun DRs and be A-okay. But the ice wall, this is it for Finn! He could not get out in cloak. He was caught into a stun, and as soon as Prima tried to get around that wall, he immediately got caught into a leg sweep from Relza. Very cleanly done by DOBOB. The Holy Priest looked better, but it just wasn't enough. That's a 3-0 in favor of the Crab.
That's the DOBOB we do like. DOBOB. That's the DOBOB we do like. That's the DOBOB that we used to see going head-to-head with Echo and rivaling them. So I'm very excited to see them on Championship Sunday. These ice walls from Tessia. That's his staple play. Every other mage has dropped it. They don't even bother. But Tessia is still running it, and he clutched him out a big win here against Special T, and they just were able to go after Finn. They knew how to deny every setup. They understood the assignment. They saw what happened to Burger King. They obviously studied that, were aware of what they were capable of, came prepared, and completely shut them out. Look at this wall, just completely pinned off, and Relza blocks his path. He tried to get in through the hole right there. A leg sweep was waiting for him around the side. So great teamwork, great synergy, unique composition to DOBOB. Nobody else running this in the composition, and I think that it has some really serious potential. I'm very excited to see them play. This top 4 in Europe is the closest, I think, in terms of competition we've seen. I'm very excited for Streamer Zone versus Echo. It's all about who's going to beat Echo, right? In Europe. Who's going to beat Echo? Who's going to be? Streamer Zone looks like the best bet right now. DOBOB looks really strong after this series. Just look at that tactical play, the strategy, lining it up there, isolating him. Really clutch plays. That's what we like to see.
Certainly is, and what a nice way to end the day as well for DOBOB. Seems like they're kind of finding their confidence, finding their stride. It's an unfortunate end for Specialty. David, do you want to see this team play in Cup number 3?
Are you kidding?
Really hope they come back
Absolutely.
personally.
You don't make top 6 unless you got something special going on. If these guys got to a point that many people aspire to get to over years and years and years. I know arena competitors who have been trying to even get to a top 8 broadcast for like multiple expansions. You know what I mean? Like these guys, they came together. They came out of nowhere seemingly, and they're able to make it work. There's definitely some secret sauce going on, and I hope to see them, diversify maybe to a couple other compositions. Going into Cup number 3, there's going to be a lot of balance changes. We already seen a couple of them with the Mistweaver Monk. So, I think that they should keep their heads up. They made it to a top 8 broadcast. That in and of itself is quite something to be proud of. And going into Cup number 3, I'm going to be watching them like a hawk.
I am as well. David could not have said it better myself. So definitely keep an eye out on this team for when they do return for Cup number 3. But DOBOB, we're going to be seeing them once again on Championship Sunday. Super Tees with like kind of their, getting back into their stride of the old DOBOB, like you guys were saying. Do you feel like now they could make it to the grand finals? I mean, is this aggression, is what we just saw something they're going to be able to keep up for the rest of the weekend?
I mean, I think so. I feel like an Outlaw Rogue, though, is going to be a lot more pressure for the Mage. I think Tessia being able to do what he wants because they're not attacking him because he's subtlety is a big deal. But Burger King doesn't have an Outlaw Rogue as far as I know still. So, I think they have a good shot.
Notes.
Basically, against anybody who doesn't have an Outlaw Rogue, they are probably going to have a pretty good time. Or at least be able to win, which would be crazy because Burger King was top 2, 1 game away from beating Echo last week. So if they're knocked out in top 4, that means that the standings is going to get shaken up entirely. But Streamer Zone and Echo both have really strong Outlaw Rogues. I think that's going to be what they need to prepare and practice for over Saturday.
Certainly. Well, that is going to conclude the EU bracket for today before we head into Sunday. But tomorrow's games, we've got a lot more in store for everyone. We've got North America D-Machine. I mean, the EU was so fun to watch, so competitive, and North America is going to bring it just the same.
Absolutely. I mean, we not only do we have some, competitors that we know and love, some more new blood has entered the fray. We have, as you can see in the lower end of things, Apex and Heyman, Mama Mom Stream. I mean, we don't know anything about a lot of these teams, so I am excited to see that go down. And then, of course, in the upper bracket, we have Gators back. We got Welcome to the Jung, F tier. The Shuffle Club, a newer-ish team. I mean, some familiar names, however, as you can imagine. In the upper bracket, high-level competition to look forward to. Some more World of Warcraft Arena to get your friends together and eat some popcorn and enjoy. I'm going to be here as well on the desk. Who knows what will happen?
Definitely. Who knows what will happen? Well, if you're in chat, let us know who you are looking forward to for tomorrow, who you're rooting for on North America. But that is going to wrap things up for today. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in. Don't forget, signups for AWC Cup 3 do close at the end of the day. If they're not already closed, hopefully not, but definitely get in there and you get that toy, that in-game toy just for competing. So thank you guys so much for watching. Twitch.tv/Warcraft tomorrow, same time, same place. Ooh, there it is. Umbral Champions Illustrious banner. Look at that. Register today. MDI time trials as well. You get it just for competing. Where's ours? They should give us one.
I was going to say that.
I think we did one season. All right, we'll have to work that out. But thank you guys so much for watching. Like I was saying, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also on YouTube. We are also on Twitter at WoW Esports if you'd like updates along the way for that. 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you everyone so much, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.